A global cataclysm. The end of days had come. The crowded campus turned into a living hell in an instant. Hordes of the undead surged forward, and the survivors fought desperately to live. Order collapsed, supplies ran dry, every electronic device went dead, and the evil in men's hearts was magnified without limit. And still the zombies kept evolving. Lava zombies, corrosion zombies, self-destruct zombies, titan zombies. I, Lin Chun, awakened the SSS-Rank talent god Slaughter. As long as I slaughtered zombies, I grew stronger without end, and I could plunder the talents off their bodies. Plunder complete. Spirit power plus 999. Plunder complete. Obtained B-rank talent Thunder Force. Plunder complete. Obtained S-rank talent Gravity Control. It all began on campus. The road to survival was cruel and long, but at least 4 upper-class women walked it alongside me. The end of the world had no light, so I'd carve out a dawn of my own. That afternoon, the finance department's campus queen and I were alone in the storeroom of the gym. She was famous in her department, tall, fair-skinned, gorgeous, rich enough to drive a Porsche to class. The guys chasing her formed a line: rich kids, top students, pretty boys. She turned them all down. And somehow, she'd set her sights on me. I'm a student athlete. 3 years of Sonda in high school left me with a body full of muscle and a knife scar across my forehead. She said just looking at me was enough. In that moment, I felt pretty smug. The two of us stood close together, the air thick with tension. The global cataclysm is imminent. All living things will begin genetic evolution. Organisms that fail to evolve will mutate into zombie species. Survivors may awaken various talents. A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out in my head. Before I could react, a searing pain tore through my brain, like countless red-hot needles driven into my nerves. My heart pounded wildly, my blood raced. Every cell in my body felt like it was burning. I don't know how many seconds passed. The agony came fast and left fast. When I came to, my whole body was soaked in cold sweat. A translucent screen of light unfurled before my eyes. Name: Lin Chen. Level: Tier 1, 0 tenths. Strength: 14 agility, 12 constitution, 13 spirit power, 10 talent, a god slaughter. SSS rank: unique. Through slaughter, increase spirit power without limit. Hunting mutant undead allows you to plunder their talents. I froze. So that voice wasn't a hallucination? Global cataclysm, the end of days, and I'd awakened an SSS rank power? Senpai, you heard that voice too, right? I wanted someone to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. So awful. Help me. I turned toward the sound and nearly jumped out of my skin. She had both hands clamped around her own throat, her face twisted in agony, eyeballs bulging and shot through with blood, the blue veins beneath her skin standing out clearly. A raspy sound came from her throat, green slime oozing between her teeth. Her contorted arms reached for me, like I was a lifeline. In 2 short seconds her body stiffened, her eyes turned the gray of death, and she lunged at me with a snarl, her mouth split open almost to her ears. Holy shit. On 3 years of Sonda instinct, I lashed out in my panic with a left front kick straight into her chest. Thud. Her whole body flew backward and smashed through the storeroom glass. She really turned into a zombie. Looking at the face on the floor that had lost everything human, I drew a sharp breath and finally confirmed it. The apocalypse was real. She was obviously one of those that had failed to evolve. A shame. But then I caught myself feeling lucky. At least the end of the world hadn't come too late. HKKK. She crawled up out of the broken glass and lunged again, claws swinging. Even with my Sonda training, I had no interest in going barehanded against those nails and that slime-coated mouth. I spun around and ran for the door. The moment I burst out of the storeroom, the scene in front of me left me dumbstruck. The whole gym was a spray of flesh and blood. Curses, cries for help, and the sounds of tearing all blending together. Ag, stop biting, it hurts. Somebody help. This cataclysm gave no one a chance to breathe. People were laughing and chatting 1 second. The next, one of them turned and the slaughter began. I forced down the urge to vomit. To survive, I had to stay calm. The zombie that had been my senpai came lurching after me. I took a deep breath, grabbed a dumbbell off the floor, smashed the firebox in the corner, pulled out the fire axe inside, gritted my teeth, and swung it at her head. The crisp crack of a skull splitting. Red and white sprayed everywhere. She crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and went still. Killed Tier 1 zombie. EXP +1, plunder complete. Spirit power +1. Obtained F-rank talent agility boost. Spirit power, 11 talent agility boost. F-rank. After activation, motor nerve strength increases 50% for 3 seconds. So that's how it works. Staring at the panel, I felt a surge of excitement. I'd finally figured out how God Slaughter worked. Kill zombies to raise spirit power, and the more you kill, the higher it climbs. Spirit power was basically a mana bar. Every time I activated a talent, it drained a little. And its most important function, plundering the talents of the zombies I killed. As long as I killed enough and lived long enough, my talents could number in the countless. I flicked the filth off the axe and looked out over the chaos of the hall, a flicker of ruthlessness rising in my eyes. Civilization, capital, wealth, all of it was gone now. To live, you had to get strong. From here on out, I was going to play it like a jungler, stacking Q without limit. Why won't these monsters die? Aim for the head. Haven't you seen the movies? In the hall, a few survivors snatched up barbell bars to fend off the zombies. In the corner, a buff guy with a headband and ear studs gripped an iron rod in both hands and shouted, "Everyone's still alive, over here." I awakened the B-rank talent Thunder Force. We stick together and bust our way out. Blue lightning flashed, and a zombie was blasted away. It's a badass. Big bro, save me. 6 or 7 survivors gathered around him and barely managed to hold their ground. But across the entire 3rd floor, the zombie count was already pushing 40, some with their bellies torn open and intestines spilling out, a brutal sight. "How gee, what do we do?" A fat guy's legs were shaking. Wang Hao, who'd awakened Thunder Force, had sweat beading on his forehead too. Awakening a B-rank talent really was something to be grateful for, but starting on hell difficulty, he just couldn't keep up. The zombies kept piling in. Wang Hao let out a low roar, lightning crawling up the iron rod, and whipped a lunging zombie flying. But after that one strike, he was gasping for air, and 2 men beside him were dragged down on the spot by the surging zombies, their throats torn out. Fall back now. Wang Hao understood. Busting out of an encirclement of dozens of zombies was a pipe dream. These things never tired. Their strength was monstrous, and one bite meant infection. Fighting them head-on was just stupid. "How gee, run that way, there's a spin studio." A skinny guy in glasses shouted as he ran. Before he'd even finished, he was tackled and torn into, turning zombie himself a few seconds later. Counting Wang Hao, the team was down to 3, sprinting straight for the spin studio. They charged in, shut the door, and the 3 of them leaned against the glass to catch their breath, then saw what was inside and forgot how to breathe. Inside, drenched head to toe in filth, fire axe in hand, I had one foot planted on a female zombie as I yanked the blade out of her spine. 5 or 6 zombies lay sprawled across the floor around me, some with their skulls split open, some with caved-in chests. Killed Tier 1 zombie. EXP +1, plunder complete. Spirit power +1. Obtained F-rank talent, enhanced hearing. I let out a breath, gave the 3 of them a flat glance, then sat down against the wall to recover. After cutting down my senpai, I'd figured it out. The hall was too chaotic and too crowded, easy to get swarmed by multiple zombies. I could handle 2 or 3 at once just fine, but get surrounded by 4 or more and I'd be drowned. So I charged into this relatively isolated spin studio, planted myself in the doorway with one axe, and used the narrow entrance to cut down the zombies inside one by one. Level, Tier 1, 7/10, Spirit Power, 17 Talent, God Slaughter, SSS-Rank Talent, Agility Boost, F-Rank Talent, Strength Enhancement, F-Rank Talent, Enhanced Hearing, F-Rank. 7 now. 3 more, and I'd hit Tier 2. Be big bro, you did all this? Wang Hao swallowed, sizing me up warily. When the cataclysm started, he'd still been fantasizing he was born for the main character role. But right now, standing in front of me, he understood completely who the real badass was. The zombies outside slammed against the door like mad, but the glass held, banging away without shattering. I stood up, grabbed a woman's handbag, dumped out the contents, stuffed in a few unopened bottles of water, then picked up my axe and walked over to the 3 of them. "Listen, Fellas, there are too many zombies outside. We won't be busting out anytime soon. Drink some water first. Get your strength back. I handed over the half-full bottle in my hand. In the apocalypse, water and food were precious, but one person could only carry so much. Haul too much and it'd just slow you down. Thanks, big bro. I'm Wang Hao. I awakened B-Rank Thunder Force. What talent did you awaken? Wang Hao drank half, then passed the bottle to the two beside him. I looked up at him. This kid had a B-Rank talent. If I killed him, I wondered whether I could plunder it. The thought flashed by, and I pushed it down. I'm Lin Shun. I awakened the F-Rank talent, the agility boost. F-Rank. All three were stunned. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, they'd assumed I was at least B-Rank, never imagining it was the lowest possible F. In other words, I wasn't killing zombies on the strength of a talent. It was pure, personal ruthlessness. Once the shock passed, the other two introduced themselves too. The dark-skinned, crew-cut, big guy was Tang Jiawei, who'd awakened I-Rank skin hardening. It let his skin harden for a minute, sharply boosting his defense. The other, a beady-eyed, somewhat sleazy guy named Lu Wentao, had awakened I-Rank heavy strike. During the talent's duration, all his attacks carried a heavy strike effect. Can't get through to the cops. My mom and dad aren't picking up either. Somebody save me. Tang Jiawei wailed, slumped in the corner. I frowned. This guy had a weak constitution and not enough brains. The apocalypse, and he was still counting on someone else to save him? And calling home right now was idiotic. What if his parents were tucked away safely, and his call made enough noise to draw the zombies right to them? A pure liability to his own folks. Shinji, Haoji, the third-floor zombies still aren't clearing out. What do we do next? Lu Wentao asked, glancing at the bag I'd filled with water. There was no food in this room, and the only water was on me. He didn't dare grab for it. Stuck in here, if the zombies didn't kill us, thirst would. Wang Hao looked to me too, B-Rank talent or not. Right now he had to follow my lead. The ruthless one holds the say. I checked my phone. 4:50 in the afternoon. The whole school, counting students, faculty, and staff, was at least 13,000 people. At a mutation rate of half, plus everyone infected afterward by bites, the zombie count was probably already approaching 10,000 and climbing fast. The campus was packed too tight with them. One slip and you'd be surrounded by dozens, even hundreds. And the supplies were all concentrated in the cafeteria and the convenience store, hardly suitable for hiding out long-term. Once the whole campus fell completely, escaping would be 10 times harder. We need to get off campus as fast as we can. But it'll be dark soon, and night works against us, so we move at first light. I said in a low voice. Shinji means we hole up here for the night? Wang Hao asked. Right then, the glass door took another heavy slam, and a fine web of cracks spread across the blood-smeared surface. All four of us tensed in an instant. I gripped the axe. This door won't hold. We're gonna have to throw down. That many zombies, and just the four of us. There's no way we bust out. Tang Jiawei's legs were trembling. Before he could finish, Wang Hao planted a kick in his chest. God damn it. Falling before we've even started, bad luck. Scared to die, get behind us. I'll take the front. I shook my head. No need to force it. Once the glass breaks, the doorway funnels them. At most 2 zombies squeeze in at a time. We aim for the heads. One comes in, one goes down. I studied the horde outside through the glass. The whole 3rd floor's only 30-something of them. Coordinate right, and we can take them out one by one. Tang Jiawei badly wanted to fire back. 30-some rabid zombies. And you talk about them like they're nothing? But he'd already eaten one of Wang Hao's kicks, so he didn't dare make another sound. In a bit, I'll do the chopping. You all grab whatever's handy and brace both sides. Let one in at a time. I rolled my shoulders. Shinji, something this dangerous, and you're doing it alone. Wang Hao was full of admiration. I waved him off. A fire axe is better for heads. The motions have to be clean and quick. I've got experience. Truth was, I was secretly delighted. With these few covering me, my Q stacking just got safer. A leveling chance this good, the kills had to be mine. Crack. The cracks across the glass had spread into a dense spiderweb. The slamming outside grew fiercer, filth smeared across the whole door. As a fat zombie rammed it hard, the glass door finally blew apart. And my axe had already swung out, landing dead center on that zombie's forehead. Blood plasma sprayed everywhere as it crashed forward on its own momentum. I hopped back a step, ripped the blade free, and swung again. Axe up, axe down. Axe up, axe down. Axe up, axe down. To play it safe, I didn't hold back, activating agility boost and strength enhancement at the same time. Spirit power -1, spirit power -1. As the spirit power drained, my swing speed and force surged. The instant I cut down the third one, a warm current welled up from inside me, every joint and bone in my body crackling faintly. Genetic evolution successful. Level, Tier 2, 0/100, Strength, 24 Agility, 22 Constitution, 23 Spirit Power, 30 Resistance, 5. My heart soared. So normal Tier 2 evolvers had base stats around 20, while I, plundering non-stop through God Slaughter, already had Spirit Power at 30. I'd keep leaving everyone at my tier in the dust. Even more surprising, hitting Tier 2 added a resistance stat to the panel, meaning from this moment on, as long as I wasn't badly bitten, an ordinary scratch wouldn't infect me. A pure survival stat. Going forward, water, air, and the environment would all be contaminated. Without resistance, you'd croak on your own before a zombie ever finished you off. I reined in my excitement, deliberately keeping my Tier 2 combat power hidden, and went on chopping at the same pace as before. Wang Hao and the other two pulled their weight too, using iron rods to block both sides of the doorway, making sure only one came in at a time. Plunder complete. Spirit power +1. Obtained F-rank talent stamina recovery. Plunder complete. Spirit power +1. Obtained F-rank talent agility boost talent stacked. Evolved into E-rank talent swift dash. After activation, speed surges 80% for 5 seconds. My brow lifted. Plundered talents could actually stack and level up? That was way too good. Thud. The last axe came down, and the female zombie in front of me swayed and dropped. Every zombie on the third floor had been cut down, the bodies heaped into a small hill in the doorway. Wang Hao and the other two finally let out a breath, collapsing to the floor in exhaustion, gasping for air. The force of 30-some zombies surging in. Even regular gym-goers like them couldn't take it. But when they turned to look at me, their eyelids twitched. Right now I was drenched in filth, shreds of flesh hanging off my axe, looking every bit a god of slaughter straight out of hell. A chill crept up all three of their spines. They were afraid I might casually give them an axe too. I didn't have any such intentions, though. Panting, I peeled off my t-shirt and wiped my face with a wet wipe. Maybe it was the big jump in spirit power, but my mental tolerance had toughened up quite a bit too. At first there'd been a strange revulsion when the axe bit into bone, but by the end of all that chopping, even that feeling had vanished. The numbers on my stat panel got me excited. Name, Lin Shin level, Tier 2, 22 100ths, Strength, 24 Agility, 22 Constitution, 23 Spirit Power, 52 Resistance, 5 Talent, God Slaughter, SSS-Rank, Unique, Talent, Agility Boost, E-Rank, after activation, speed increases 80% for 5 seconds, Talent, Strength Burst, E-Rank, after activation. Muscle strength increases 80% for 5 seconds, Talent, Enhanced Hearing. F-rank talent stamina recovery, F-rank. They were all low-rank talents, sure, but where everyone else had only one, I'd already plundered 4 and pushed both strength and agility up to E-rank. More importantly, only an hour in from the cataclysm, and I'd already climbed to Tier 2. In the apocalypse, one step ahead means every step ahead. Shinji, the third floor's all cleared. We wait here till daylight, then figure out how to get off campus, right? Lu Wentao watched me carefully. He felt like something about me was different now, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I thought it over and shook my head. Getting off campus means heading down to the first floor first. While there's still light, I'll go scout the second and first floors, clear out some zombies while I'm at it. It was a habit of mine, always thinking a step ahead in everything. Besides, there were still zombies on the first and second floors, and this room's glass door was broken. If some zombie crept up in the middle of the night, we'd die in our sleep without ever knowing how. The key thing was, I'd suddenly realized something. Every prompt for my kills said, killed Tier 1 zombie, which meant zombies could go up to Tier 2 and Tier 3 as well. Right now was the time to grab levels. I absolutely could not slack off. Hey, look, there's good news in my club group chat. Tang Jiawei shouted, holding up his phone. The words were barely out when Wang Hao planted a kick in his face, hissing low, "Shout that loud, and you want to draw the zombies over?" He snatched the phone and brought it over beside me to look together. The group chat already had 99 plus messages. "Zombies everywhere outside. Somebody save me. I don't want to die. I just killed a zombie. Got my leg scratched. Am I going to mutate? Anyone still upstairs?" Reply: "No word for a minute. Guess he's gone. My talent is E-rank X-ray vision, 5-meter range. I'm C-rank shockwave. One punch can blow apart a wooden door. One of the teachers awakened B-rank telekinesis, can move objects through the air, already hit tier 2. We've cleared the second floor of the library, getting ready to clear the first. The library will serve as a survivor shelter. Any uninfected students, get over here and gather, fast." "Damn, the library's a stronghold now. Let's get over there." Wang Hao got excited. I read it through and just shook my head. People have a herd instinct. In a disaster, the urge to band together for warmth grows even stronger. But this kind of situation was a bad idea. The zombie virus was extremely contagious, like a drop of ink in water, spreading in an instant. That shelter was still taking in outside survivors nonstop. Let just one infected person slip in, and disaster would erupt in a heartbeat. And once word got out, survivors would pour toward the library in an endless stream, and the noise they made would draw even more zombies, until everyone got surrounded and wiped out inside. There wasn't even any food in the library. "I'm not going. You want to go, go." I gave the three of them a look, picked up my axe, and headed for the second floor. These three, Wang Hao, impulsive and quick to anger, Tang Jiawei, a dead weight, Lu Wentao, shifty-eyed and scheming, none of them counted as good teammates. The coordination just now was only me borrowing their strength to cut down those few dozen zombies outside the door. I'd never once thought of them as teammates. Surviving the apocalypse, going lone wolf is a bad idea. But if you're going to team up, you have to pick your teammates even more carefully. Sometimes, a stupid teammate is scarier than the zombies. "Hao Ji, hurry and keep up. Even if we want to go to the library, we've got to bust out of the gym first." Lu Wentao's eyes darted as he leaned in and murmured to Wang Hao. It clicked for Wang Hao. There were still zombies on the second and first floors, so first clear the path following me, bust out, then head to the library. Once he'd worked it out, he hurried after me. We'd barely reached the corner of the second floor when the low growls of zombies and the sounds of flesh being chewed drifted over. I poked my head out to look. The second floor was the badminton area, the table tennis area, and the gymnastics area, all of it long since fallen, with over 100 zombies wandering the hall. Looking closer, 2 of them in the horde were different from the rest. One crawled on all fours, its skin rough and keratinized like crocodile hide, bony, blade-like spikes growing out of its elbows. The other had a neck stretched long, a good 20 inches, soft like a snake's head, its mouth full of serrated fangs when it opened. These had to be tier 2 zombies. My guess, survivors evolved by killing zombies, and zombies probably advanced by infecting survivors. 2 tier 2s evolving out of 100 plus made sense. This second floor was nothing I could clear. If this wave of undead surged down, 10 of me wouldn't be enough. I made a hand signal for silence and slipped down the stairs toward the first floor. Right then, the Wang Hao behind me slipped and clipped his iron rod against the stair railing. The aluminum alloy railing rang out crisply. The horde in the second floor hall, until now wandering aimlessly, all snapped their heads around in unison. Holy shit. Wang Hao couldn't help blurting it out. Every zombie surged toward the stairwell like a flood tide. Idiot. I cursed inwardly. Sure enough, these 3 were all show and no substance. But there was no time to gripe. I bolted straight for the closer floor below. I cleared 20-some steps in a blink. Landing, I swept my eyes across the first floor hall. The first floor was split into outer and inner zones. The outer zone was an open hall with machines for checking height and weight, plus card swipe turnstiles. The inner zone was the swimming hall. A dozen-some zombies were wandering at the turnstiles, sealing off the main entrance. I didn't hesitate. I turned and charged in the opposite direction, toward the swimming hall. Over 100 zombies chased like mad, a horrifying scene. The instant one in front tripped, the ones behind trampled right over it. But they felt no pain and never tired, mouths gaping, claws flailing. I went full power on my abilities, cutting down the scattered zombies blocking my path one by one. At a moment like this, if I got pinned down and the horde caught up, I'd be done for. Lucky for me, there were only 3 or 4 on the way to the swimming hall, well within what my Tier 2 combat power could handle. Right then, a shrill scream from behind. That keratinized Tier 2 zombie raced along the ceiling and dropped onto Tang Jiawei at the tail of the group. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the horde. Without the slightest pause, the thing leapt again, chasing after Lu Wentao. Feeling the threat of death at his back, Lu Wentao instead raised his iron rod and slammed it into the back of Wang Hao's knee ahead of him, activating his Ren talent at the same time. Caught completely off guard, Wang Hao took the blow to his thigh, a violent tearing sensation hitting him as he staggered and nearly fell. God damn it, he cursed, watching Lu Wentao surge past him. Lu Wentao sprinted on without a backward glance. He knew it perfectly well. It didn't matter that he couldn't outrun the zombies. He only had to outrun his teammate. That Tier 2 zombie had already pounced over Wang Hao's head. At the brink of death, Wang Hao's B-rank talent Thunder Force erupted completely, savage lightning wrapping the iron rod as he swung it out hard. Boom. The Tier 2 zombie flew backward, flattening a swath of the ones behind it. But the back of Wang Hao's hand had been raked open by its claws. Running out front, I took the whole thing in. I narrowed my eyes, thought for just an instant, then immediately doubled back, hooked Wang Hao's arm over my shoulder, and kept charging forward. I rounded the corner, ran straight for the swimming hall locker room, and drove a kick into the security door. Thud. People inside. Open the door and let us in, now, or I'll chop it open and we all die together. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd caught someone pressed against the small window above the locker room. Looking out, there were definitely survivors in there. With the horde closing in behind me, I had no choice but to gamble. The people inside were spooked, the lock popped, and the iron door cracked open a sliver. You can come in, but he's got a wound on his hand. Don't. Before they could finish, I'd already shoved a hand into the gap. A burst of my 24-point strength wrenched the door open and squeezed inside with Wang Hao. The instant we were in, the horde flooded up. I cut down the nearest one with a single axe and slammed the door shut. The whole sequence was seamless. A second slower, and I'd have been blocked. The zombies outside pounded the door like mad, even more kept after Lu Wentao. I leaned against the door and caught my breath, taking in the room. In one corner lay a headshot zombie, a piece of clothing draped over its head. In another corner, 2 girls in swimsuits and bath towels clung to each other, and there was a chubby, oily guy in a swim cap gripping a large wrench, eyes locked hard on me and Wang Hao. He got scratched by a zombie. Why'd you still bring him in? Are you trying to get us all killed? The guy demanded through gritted teeth. I ignored him and turned to Wang Hao. Grit your teeth. I'm gonna chop your arm off now. Whether you live is up to fate. Okay. Wang Hao looked at the hand, swollen dark and bruised, black blood oozing out of it, then gritted his teeth and turned his face away. I hauled back the axe and swung. Big bro, can you at least disinfect the blade for Ack? Before the words were out, the axe had already come down. The agony nearly made Wang Hao pass out. But worse, black blood still streamed from the stump. The mutated blood vessels had already crawled up the entire arm. I frowned, already certain in my mind. Wang Hao was beyond saving. He read the killing intent in my eyes and hurriedly begged for mercy. I think there's still a chance to save it, Chenji. Give me one more axe right here on the arm. Please, I don't want to die. Okay. I kicked him over, planted a foot on his shoulder, and brought the axe down again. The agony swept over him a second time, but the arm was still oozing black blood, and worse, fine gray veins had already crawled across his left eyeball. The first sign of mutation. I shook my head. I did what I could. If there's anything you want to say it now. Tears streamed down Wang Hao's face. Took those 2 axes for nothing. No matter what, Chenji, thank you. HKKK. His voice gradually warped, a low gurgling sound coming from his throat. He was turning. The swim cap guy beside us rushed in with his wrench to smash Wang Hao's head. Quick on my feet, I kicked him over while bringing the axe straight down onto Wang Hao's skull. Almost stole my kill, you little punk. Killed Tier 1 zombie. EXP +1 plunder complete. Spirit power +1. Obtain B-rank talent Thunder Force. After activation, spirit power can be converted into electromagnetic force. The more consumed, the stronger the force. Phew, a B-rank talent in hand. Now I was completely satisfied. With this, my power took a qualitative leap. Risking my neck to save Wang Hao just now wasn't some bleeding heart impulse. I just didn't want a B-rank talent this rare to drown in the horde. Of course, chopping off his hand had also given him a shot at living. If he'd actually pulled through, it would have meant his time simply wasn't up. The more I killed, the number I got to the killing. Giving him that chance was also a way to hold on to my own humanity. I didn't want to become an emotionless killing machine. A shame, though. I gave him the chance, and he couldn't seize it. I thought it over. A Tier 2 zombie's corpse toxin was more contagious. Just a single gash, and in under a minute he'd fully mutated. I'd hit Tier 2 and had 5 points of resistance. Enough to shrug off a Tier 1 scratch, no problem, but a scratch from a Tier 2 would very likely still turn me. No good. I had to hit Tier 3 as fast as possible, or it was too dangerous. Hey, I saved your life and you still kicked me. I'll let the kicking slide. But the water in your bag, give me 2 bottles. Swimcap rubbed his chest, eyes fixed on my handbag. I glanced down and laughed. There were only 3 bottles of water in the whole bag, and he was demanding 2 right off the bat. Only 2 hours into the cataclysm, the smart ones had already realized supplies were life itself, especially when holed up in one spot, where water and food were the same as your life. Where do you get the nerve? You. His brow furrowed like he wanted to make a move, but a glance at the still dripping blood on my axe, and in the end he didn't dare. I ignored him and stood up, walking deeper into the locker room. The 2 girls immediately tensed, their legs shaking. Years of working out and Sonda already made me look like someone not to mess with, plus the knife scar on my forehead. Now, with one sleeve torn off, my torso soaked in blood, and an axe in hand, I was even more menacing. What do you want? The short-haired girl asked, her voice trembling. Swimcap followed over and, in a snide, leering tone, said the 2 girls were ones he'd had his eye on, his words full of filthy intent. In the apocalypse, this guy was clearly already scheming to grab some enjoyment while he was still alive. Bug me again, and I'll just chop you dead. I shoved him aside and walked to the window at the back. Outside was a welded-shut security grill. No wonder they hadn't jumped out and fled. I gripped it and shook it a few times. The steel frame didn't budge. Steel was hard to break, but with enough force I could use leverage to pry the weld points loose. I jammed the axe handle into a corner of the grill and applied steady, increasing force. Seeing I wasn't after them, the 2 girls breathed easier, but one look at Swimcap's greedy stare and their hearts clenched again. They knew well how hard it was for someone with no means of self-defense to survive in the apocalypse. Compared to the oily Swimcap, I had an axe in hand, clearly the one with real strength. The short-haired girl pressed her lips together and spoke hesitantly. Classmate, I'm Fong Qing. I want to come with you. Just take me along. I'll do whatever you want. Give me your bath towel. I didn't even turn around, just held out a hand. Fong Qing blinked, then brightened and handed it over. I took it and patted it over the grill to keep the prying from making an ear-splitting screech. I activated Strength Burst. 24 points of strength doubled again, the sheer force twisting the security grill out of shape. Crack, crack, crack. The lower weld points snapped one after another. I heaved both hands upward, and a gap split open between the grill and the wall. The gym was built tall. Though the locker room was on the first floor, the windowsill was still a good 3 meters off the ground. I climbed onto the sill, ready to go out. There were too many zombies in the gym and the space was too cramped, not at all suited for hunting and leveling up. Fong Qing grabbed my arm in a hurry. Hey, handsome, I want to come with you too. Take me along, okay? I'll agree to anything. I glanced back. Forget it. This kind of clinging wasn't worth the trouble. I shook off her arm, leapt down, and landed lightly. What's with the arrogance? Fong Qing came up empty, and a swell of resentment rose in her chest. She'd lowered herself this much, and I couldn't even spare her a second look. A flash of displeasure crossed her eyes. She glanced left and right, picked up a glass fish tank nearby, and hurled it down at me. Crash. The huge shatter of the fish tank instantly drew every wandering zombie in the area, dozens of them swarming toward me in a frenzy. Damn it, The killing intent in my eyes had never been thicker. So the end of days, the collapse of order, the evil in human nature really does get magnified without limit. This woman would actually try to get me killed just because I turned her down. I lifted my head and gave the window a long, hard look, but now wasn't the time for revenge. The zombies were converging fast. I drew a deep breath and charged in the direction where there were the fewest. Strength burst, swift dash, and stamina recovery activated at once. Spirit power -5. I narrowed my eyes and swung the fire axe in a half circle, the zombie lunging head-on sent flying like a baseball. Turning with the momentum, I cut down the second with another axe. 2 down in front, I broke into a dead sprint. But the commotion over here drew even more zombies. Plenty of survivors upstairs were pressed to their windows watching the horde chase me. Some indifferent, some anxious and praying, but more of them gloating. The zombies behind me already numbered over 100. Keep running, and I'd just get drowned. My only out was to duck into a building and shake them. I looked toward the nearest classroom building, planning to use the corners of the exterior to vault up to a second-floor window. Just then, the campus PA system came on all at once, a clear, pleasant voice ringing out. "Don't go there. You'll die." I started. Was that a warning for me? "Keep going straight for 50 meters. Come over to the research building." The PA sounded again. Now I was sure that voice was meant for me. Without much hesitation, I dropped my original plan and sprinted for the research building. I'd barely run a dozen meters when, at the second-floor window I'd meant to climb to, 7 or 8 zombies smashed through the glass and dropped out like dumplings into a pot. A wave of cold fear hit me. That room was packed with zombies. If I'd vaulted up onto the sill just now, I'd have run smack into them. The person on the PA was helping me. "The research building's back door is unlocked. There are 2 zombies in the corridor inside. Pull the bolt once you're in, and you'll shake the horde behind you. Those 2 will attack you first thing. How you deal with them is up to you." The pleasant voice came again, as if every move I made were laid out before her. "If you can survive, find a way to the 6th floor of the research building, and I'll cover you. Good luck." With that last line, the PA started playing a DJ remix of the most dazzling folk style. The rhythmic music blared out from the campus PA on all sides, drawing off quite a few of the zombies chasing me. Following the directions, I found the research building's back door, sure enough, cracked open. I slipped through in a flash and threw the bolt fast. The zombies outside kept slamming the door, banging away, the iron door teetering. HKKK. A reeking stench hit my face. I'd only just thrown the bolt. There was no dodging this. All I could do was twist my body with everything I had, just barely scraping past the fong-filled, bloody maw of a zombie. I snapped a leg up, ramming my knee hard into its chest, 24 points of strength erupting, launching it half a meter into the air. But the second one lunged at the same time, claws catching my arm in one swipe. I activated Thunder Force. Spirit power -10. A savage current instantly sheathed my whole arm. Shit. I drove out a punch, and the zombie's chest charred to a cinder amid the current, its whole body slamming into the wall, knocking plaster loose and cracking the wall itself. I grabbed the axe and headshot both zombies one by one, then looked at the shallow wound on my arm, drew a deep breath, and forced down the panic inside. Now I could only count on those 5 points of resistance, hoping this little cut wouldn't infect me. No wonder the person on the PA wished me good luck. Those 2 zombies had practically been guarding the back door. Once I ducked in, if I'd dealt with them first, the horde outside would have rushed in and drowned me. But if I bolted the door first, they'd attack me first thing, no way to dodge. I glanced at the camera in the corridor and grinned. I'd already figured out how the other party had been tracking my every move. After resting a few seconds, the wound hadn't bled black. Those 5 points of resistance really had held off the infection. I let out a breath and headed for the stairwell. Since I'd survived, I'd go up to the 6th floor as agreed and see just who this girl on the PA really was. On every floor of the research building, only a stray zombie or 2 wandered the corridors. The vast majority had been drawn into the rooms by the PA, which let me move a lot easier and made me all the more curious about the girl. 5 minutes later, I rounded the last flight of stairs and reached the 6th floor. The moment I poked my head out, I frowned. At the end of the corridor was a chemistry lab with a keypad door. And crouched in the corridor was a fully keratinized female zombie. Both hands evolved into bone blades. All 4 limbs pressed to the ground like a praying mantis. A Tier 2 zombie. Besides it, 6 or 7 ordinary zombies were wandering around. This was my first time taking on a Tier 2 zombie head-on, and I knew all the better that I'd have to fight it while guarding against ordinary zombies tangling me up. Clearly, the girl on the PA was trapped in the lab, and luring me over was her way of getting me to rescue her. Before making my move, I checked the panel again. My spirit power cap had already reached 61. Subtracting the 20-point base from hitting Tier 2, that meant I'd cut down 41 zombies along the way. The F-rank stamina recovery had, without my noticing, leveled into E-rank overclocked stamina. After the 21 points I'd just spent, I had 40 left. I felt God Slaughter's power more and more. A normal Tier 2 Awakener would have burned through their spirit power long ago, while I still had plenty to spare. And I'd noticed, the more spirit power Thunder Force consumed, the greater its might, whereas activating E-rank and F-rank talents cost a fixed point or 2. That was the strength of a high-grade talent. I drew a deep breath and steadied myself. Strength burst, swift dash, and overclocked stamina, a triple buff stacked on at once, instantly maxing out my combat power as I charged straight into the horde. The Tier 2 zombie whipped its head around and lunged first thing. I swept the axe across, but it sprang high into the air like a mantis to dodge, its sharp arms slashing at my face. I reacted faster. The instant its strike missed, I ducked and rushed forward past it, heading straight for the ordinary zombies behind. The axe hacked left and right. Under strength burst, with nearly 50 points of strength, every swing carried a whistling rush of air. Those zombies hit like they'd taken artillery shells, some flung back into the wall, some with their heads bursting open on the spot. Killed Tier 1 zombie. EXP +1 plunder complete. Spirit power +1. Obtained E-rank talent and night vision insight. After activation, see in the dark. Killed Tier 1 zombie. EXP +1 killed Tier 1 zombie. EXP +1. As I cut down the third one, the Tier 2 zombie pounced again. Its speed was clearly twice that of an ordinary zombie, its bone blades leaving long scratches on the wall with ease. But fast as it was, with swift dash I was faster. I forewent technique and went toe-to-toe. Lightning snakes coiled around the axe, the air crackling. Spirit power -20. Huh. I let out a roar, thunder force surging like mad, deep blue current spreading out in all directions through the narrow corridor. Thud. The Tier 2 zombie's keratinized skin split open in an instant. Its body cleaved in two, leaving a long, charred furrow on the floor. So strong. I let out a breath. A B-rank talent really was too useful. Killed Tier 2 zombie. EXP +5. Plunder complete. Spirit power +5. Obtained D-rank talent penetration. Attacks carry penetration. Extremely strong armor-breaking effect. A Tier 2 zombie gave a full 5 EXP, and it dropped a D-rank talent too. I was delighted. With it dead, the remaining 3 or 4 ordinary zombies were no threat. 1 axe each. In under half a minute, every one of them was chopped to the floor. At that point, the lab's keypad door pushed open, and a girl in a white lab coat and dainty glasses, exuding a full-on cool older sister vibe, stood in the doorway and gave me a charming smile. I stepped into the lab, and only then did my body relax. I really didn't think you were this good. You actually hacked your way through the zombies the whole way over. In the lab, a girl with twin ponytails sat perched on a desk, legs crossed, a lollipop in her mouth, looking me up and down with curiosity. On the laptop screen beside her, surveillance feeds from all over campus were playing. I recognized her voice. She was exactly the one who'd guided me over the PA earlier. Hi, I'm Tang Xiao, freshman in the computer science department, 16 years old. The school's surveillance system and PA channel. I hacked into both of them. She flicked one of her ponytails and crossed her arms, all proud and prickly. I awakened the S-rank talent, prophetic insight. I can perceive anything I want to know, basically omniscience. My spirit power's limited right now, though, so I can only catch fragments. An S-rank talent? Prophetic insight? That ability was absolutely broken. It came back to me, too. I'd heard classmates mention there was a specially recruited hacker girl among this year's CS freshmen. Never thought I'd run into her. I turned to look at the cool older sister who'd opened the door for me. She adjusted her glasses. I'm Nangong Ruyao, first-year chemistry master's student, 21. I awakened the B-rank talent attribute enhancement. With that, she stepped over beside me and pressed a slender finger to my axe. The next second, a layer of glow clung to the axe, and I felt it grow a touch heavier. For example, right now I've enhanced the axe's density. Every 2 points of spirit power spent lasts 1 minute. She smiled faintly. To put it in game terms, my ability is enchanting objects. I was taken aback. This talent was nothing to underestimate either. Used well, it could work wonders. Besides enhancing objects, can it work on people? Like using the talent on me to make me tougher or run faster. If it could boost defense and speed, that'd be hugely practical in a fight. Nangong Ruyao paused. I can only enhance objects. Ahem. I cleared my throat lightly and changed the subject. Right, I'm Lin Chun. My talent is B-rank Thunder Force. You two probably saw the effect on the cameras just now. The matter of my SSS-Rank talent, I wouldn't tell a soul lightly. It was my biggest secret and my trump card for staying alive. Tang Xiaoxiao hopped off the desk, walked to the window, and lifted a corner of the curtain. Looking down at the horde below, her voice turning grave. Lin Chun, you've surely guessed it too. A global cataclysm, and the military's got its own hands full now. To survive, the only ones we can rely on are ourselves. From what I've observed, the Tier 2 zombies in the school already number over 100, and before long there'll be Tier 3s, even Tier 4s. She turned back and looked at me earnestly. So if we want to live, we have to get off campus as fast as we can. I nodded. She was thinking exactly what I was. My and Ruyaojia's talents aren't suited for direct combat, and your strength goes without saying. The two of us want to team up with you. Tang Xiaoxiao laid out her thinking directly, and beside her, Nangong Ruyao lifted her eyes too, looking at me with a touch of hope. I'd guessed as much already, and I'd given some thought to what the two of them could do. Tang Xiaoxiao was a prodigy, her wits sharp. You could tell just from how she'd worked the PA to draw off the zombies, and her S-rank talent held boundless potential. More than good enough as a teammate. Nangong Ruyao's B-rank talent was equally impressive, with broad practical use, and there was a steadiness about her the whole time that set her completely apart from the panicked girls I'd run into earlier. To team up with two teammates whose brains, nerve, and talents were all on point. Even in the apocalypse, that was a rare thing. Then let's plan out our escape route properly. I dug 2 bottles of mineral water out of my pack and handed one to each of them, a gesture that also signaled I'd accepted them. Tang Xiaoxiao took the water and said excitedly, I've had a plan ready for a while. First, we've got to get our hands on a car. I've marked out the route to the faculty parking lot, where there are more zombies, where there are fewer, and we can use the PA to draw off most of them when the time comes. I listened quietly. Her plan was meticulous down to the last detail. Every contingency turned over again and again. With this prodigy girl on the team, I could actually save myself some brain power. But, Tang Xiaoxiao said, looking at me with a grin, before we leave campus, we've got to go save a friend. She turned the screen toward me. The picture showed a rooftop terrace, where a woman in a black mumyan skirt sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, resting, a tang dao laid flat across her knees. Her waist-length hair was bound up into a high ponytail with red silk. A dozen or so corpses lay strewn about the ground around her, covered in blade cuts and the scorch marks of flames, clearly all cut down by her. Her name's Yi Hongying, captain of the school's martial arts club. She took second in the National Youth Saber competition back in her first year of high school, and she awakened a fire control talent. From what I've observed, she's cut down at least 30-some zombies. Tang Xiaoxiao tapped at the keyboard a few times. Honestly, she was the one I wanted to team up with from the start. It's just that something came up on her end, and she couldn't make it over. For surveillance feeds displayed side by side, each packed dense with zombies, a good 100+ of them, plus 4 or 5 Tier 2s. She made a bit too much noise earlier and drew quite a few zombies, so now she's trapped over by the faculty building. After hearing the rundown, it came back to me too. This Yi Hongying, I actually did know of her. On the campus forum's campus bellboard, among Haijo University's 4 great beauties, she was the most popular of them all. The thing about her taking second in the national saber competition in high school, though, that was news to me. I trained in Sanda for 3 years in high school, but I was only an amateur enthusiast at best. The coach who taught me back then was a professional athlete. It took him less than half a minute to put me down, and yet he said he'd been cut in the second round of the provincial team tryouts. Making the actual roster meant clearing at least 7 rounds. By that measure, Yi Hongying's skill was honestly hard to imagine. Nangong Ruyao spoke up. The parking lot's right at the foot of the faculty building. When we go for a car first thing tomorrow morning, we link up with Yi Hongying on the way. What do you think? I nodded. No objection. Having one more powerhouse teammate like that on the team came with plenty of upsides. Good. It's settled then. We move at 5 tomorrow morning. Tang Xiaoxiao said excitedly, biting her lollipop. Nangong Ruyao nodded, picked up a pair of goggles, and walked over to a cluster of chemical purification equipment. You two rest up first. I need to prep more supplies. What else do you have to prep, Jia? I asked, curious. She looked at the various chemical reagents in front of her. Materials are limited, but I can still make some weapons with real stopping power, thermite incendiaries, a few kinds of explosives. They should come in handy when we break out. I listened to a string of terms I didn't really get, but found impressive all the same, and the look I gave her grew even more approving. The highly educated really weren't to be underestimated. These two girls were absolutely solid as teammates. TSK, what an eyesore. A bunch of filthy bastards. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly spat out a curse. Nangong Ruyao. And I looked up. She closed the screen, frowning, her eyes full of disgust. The survivors gathering over at the library. It's barely day 1 of the apocalypse, and they've already carved out a ranking system. The ones who awaken high-grade talents are beating down on survivors who won't fall in line, and divvying people up like their resources. I was a little surprised too, though this kind of thing was within reason. In a shelter base, if the one in charge has good character, they can maintain order and a bit of civilization. If the one in charge is rotten, then maybe they're scarier than the zombies. But I had no interest in fretting over other people. I walked to a corner and closed my eyes to rest. Several straight hours of intense fighting. Even a tier 2 body could only take so much. And the most critical thing was, my spirit power was down to 8 points. No telling how much a night's sleep would restore. Through the night, the screams of survivors and the snarls of zombies drifted in fits and starts from outside the window, but I slept soundly. When I woke in the small hours of the next morning, my stamina had fully recovered. My stomach was a little hungry, but it didn't really affect me. My spirit power hadn't returned to its peak of 67, but it had hit 42. Enough, if I used it sparingly. Tang Xiaoxiao shouldered her laptop bag and handed me an unopened lollipop. Here, top up your sugar. I shook my head. Keep it, my stamina's not affected. Nangong Ruyao carried a backpack stuffed with all sorts of bottles and jars, the chemical bombs she'd worked through the night to make. I gave it a worried look. Jia, this stuff won't go off partway and hurt our own people, will it? A zombie charging in I could deal with, but if these things suddenly blew up right next to me, I wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. She pushed her glasses up and gave an easy smile. Relax. I used my talent to boost their stability. They only go off when I want them to. Good. Then let's move out. I picked up my axe and led the way out the door. The zombies in the research building had all been drawn off ahead of time by Tang Xiaoxiao's PA. The occasional 1 or 2 we ran into got chopped down with a single axe the moment they showed their faces, clean and quick. The 2 behind me were seeing me in action up close for the first time, completely different from watching the surveillance feeds. They exchanged a glance, a deep sense of security welling up in both of them. The 3 of us made it unobstructed to the first floor. There were plenty of zombies at both the main and side doors, so we slipped into an empty classroom we'd mapped out beforehand and jumped out a window. Tang Xiaoxiao had run the route through many times. We skirted the areas thick with hordes and edged toward the faculty parking lot. Now and then a horde blocked the way, and Tang Xiaoxiao would work the PA from her laptop to make noise and draw them off. A mere 300 or 400 meters took the better part of an hour, but we got through without real incident. Yi Hongying's right there. The 3 of us crouched in the shadow of an outdoor power substation, Tang Xiaoxiao pointing at the rooftop terrace atop the classroom building. On the terrace, a striking figure stood facing into the wind in the dawn light. gripping a sheathed Tang Dao, the morning breeze lifting her waist-length ponytail, dashing beyond words. She seemed to have spotted us too, her gaze sweeping down to meet ours across the distance. I frowned. This saving her is going to be hard. Going by yesterday's surveillance, the whole faculty building was packed with 100+ zombies, plus 3 or 4 tier 2s. 8 floors. The idea of slaughtering all the way up to the terrace to bring her down was pure pie in the sky. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. Look at it differently. Fighting our way up is impossible, but we can get her to come down herself. I caught her meaning in an instant. Tang Xiaoxiao shot Nangong Riyao a look. Riaojia, the rest is up to you. Nangong Riyao understood at once and dug through her backpack. Got it. I'll try to make the racket as big as I can and draw all the zombies out of the building. She pulled out 2 bottles. This one's got the strongest blast. There are 2 cars over there. I'll go blow them up. It's bound to be extra loud. She was about to dash toward the cars when I stopped her. Jia, leave this kind of thing to me. Taking the bottles, I crouched and darted out fast, and when I was 7 or 8 meters from the cars, I hurled them with full force. The bottles struck the fuel tanks dead on, the potent compound inside instantly producing a violent compression wave. Boom, boom. Both cars exploded violently at the same time, sweeping up several nearby zombies in the blast, searing flames roaring up. Sure enough, the moment the explosions sounded, every zombie in the area was drawn over. The ones in the faculty building especially all went into a frenzy. A dozen-some windows smashed through, 100+ zombies scrambling over one another to leap out. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy bodies hitting the ground went on without pause. Many zombies smashed into pulp the instant they landed, foul blood spattering. Others crashed down with their limbs twisted and broken, yet still writhed madly on the ground, dragging themselves toward the source of the sound. I narrowed my eyes, catching one thing. Blowing up the cars just now had clearly killed several zombies, yet there'd been no kill notifications. It dawned on me. Maybe only kills by my own hand earn EXP, and this kind of indirect damage doesn't trigger the kill rule. If that was the case, then would killing a zombie with something like a handgun count? But this wasn't the moment to dwell on it. I looked up toward the terrace. Yi Hongying was already gone. The zombies are all drawn to the main entrance now. Let's head for the backdoor parking area. Tang Xiaoxiao crouched on the ground, laptop on her knees, carefully checking the surrounding feeds before speaking. The 3 of us immediately edged toward the backdoor parking lot. Right, we still need to get a car key. I reminded them, my eyes quickly scanning for stray zombies nearby. You could tell from the tattered clothes which had been teachers in life. But Tang Xiaoxiao just shook her head with a smile. No need. Riaojia has a car, and it's parked right here. Nangong Riyao gave a graceful smile, reached casually into her backpack, and pressed the key fob. Beep beep. The unlock chirp sounded, and not far off, a pink Mercedes G63 lit up its headlights. Whoa, my mouth fell slightly open. That G-Wagon, brand new, ran 3 million off the lot, and it was decked out with a fair bit of customization. I'd never have guessed Nangong Riyao was a little rich girl before the apocalypse. Then again, I'd heard the legends about the chemistry department. The rare metals they used in experiments went for hundreds of thousands a gram. The 3 of us were about to make a run for the G-Wagon when something unexpected happened. 7 or 8 surviving students and teachers leapt out of some room in the faculty building, shouting and yelling as they ran toward the parking lot. Run now, while we can. Get in a car, and we can break out. A middle-aged woman teacher at the front called to the others behind her. The commotion of them jumping out the windows instantly drew a swarm of zombies. A dozen-some were already chasing them in a frenzy. Bad luck. These people popping up out of nowhere drew the zombies over again. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned, utterly exasperated. I pressed my lips together too. Right now, most of the zombies were still over at the main entrance. Missed this window, and there'd be an endless stream of zombies pouring in, making it that much harder to even get near the parking lot later. No choice. We just charged through. I made the call on the spot, drew a deep breath, and braced for a fight. Charge through. Tang Xiaoxiao's mouth fell slightly open, tensing up. There were already 50 or 60 zombies scattered around the parking lot. That I could charge through, she didn't doubt. But if she or Nangong Riyao got so much as a scratch, they'd be done for instantly. I trust him. Nangong Ruyao's expression was calm as she nodded at me. She trusted my strength, and even more, my judgment. Okay, then let's charge. Tang Xiaoxiao clenched her little fists, her gaze turning serious too. There's no room for sentimentality in the apocalypse. If you want to live, you give it everything you've got. In this moment, the team's cohesion had taken shape. The corner of my mouth quirked up. I took the lead, ducking low and charging forward, lightning coursing along the axe as I whipped the first zombie in my path clean off its feet, foul blood spraying, splintered bone flying. 3 or 4 nearby zombies heard the commotion and came lunging fast. I gripped the axe and rushed them head-on, all guns blazing. Right now I had only one thought: chop down these scumbags, bust off campus, and live well through this apocalypse. Right on my heels, Nangong Ruyao kept pulling bottles and jars from her backpack, hurling them at the oncoming zombies. The crude explosives, enchanted by her attribute enhancement, packed a startling punch. A keratinized tear, 2 zombie, bone blades grown from its limbs, took one bomb head-on and blew apart in an instant, foul blood and entrails scattering everywhere. Even I was startled by the force. A dozen some seconds later, the 3 of us reached the G-Wagon without real incident. Nangong Ruyao and Tang Xiaoxiao scrambled into the car, the V8 engine roaring. I cut down one zombie chasing from behind and hopped into the passenger seat. There are more and more zombies around us. Nangong Ruyao stamped the gas, the car about to launch, then slammed to a stop. A female student had suddenly popped up right in front of the car. I frowned. This was one of the 7 or 8 survivors from before. That group had long since been scattered by the zombies, yet she'd somehow run over to our side. Nangong Ruyao frowned, caught in a bind for a moment. The girl was blocking the front, and behind us were the parking lot steps. No way to back up at all. Yeah, let me drive. Looking at the horde swelling thicker outside the window, I simply grabbed her wrist. Nangong Ruyao nodded and immediately climbed over to the back row. I took the driver's seat and, without the slightest hesitation, floored it. The engine thundered, the car bursting out like a maddened beast. The girl blocking the front was sent flying in an instant. I jerked the wheel hard, plowing straight into the zombies ahead. Thud, thud, thud. 3 zombies were flipped right over before this performance monster, the all-terrain off-road tires rolling over their bodies. Yi Hongying's broken out. Over there. Tang Xiaoxiao called from the back. I turned my head to look. In a corner of the parking lot, Yi Hongying was running fast toward us, the Tang Dao in her hand wreathed in searing flame. A few zombies blocking her path had just rushed up in front of her when the Dao swept out with precision. Slash, hack, sweep, flick, thrust. Every stroke quick as a gale, all of them dead in the blink of an eye. Her waist-length ponytail, bound up in red silk, swung in the wind as she ran, dashing beyond words. A true professional, all right. I marveled inwardly. Next to how clean she was, I dealt with zombies almost entirely on brute force. Not good. There's a monster chasing her, Nangong Ruyao warned. I'd spotted it too. About 10 meters behind Yi Hongying, a mutant zombie was hot on her tail. The thing was incredibly nimble, bounding across the car roof's hand and foot in rapid succession, blazingly fast. The next instant, its mouth bulged and it spat a mouthful of inky black slime at Yi Hongying. Mid-sprint, Yi Hongying tucked into a nimble roll and dodged, while the ground where she'd just been was instantly corroded across a wide patch, giving off heat like strong acid. My expression turned grave. I'd seen plenty of tier 2 zombies, mostly evolved in some single aspect of the body: keratinized skin, swollen muscle, bone blades. But this one was different. Not only were its stats high, it could actually spit highly corrosive slime. I even suspected it might already have evolved to tier 3. Just one day, and a tier 3-ish zombie had already shown up on campus. I'd thought I was leveling fast enough, yet I was deeply rattled all the same, and glad in the same breath that we'd escaped quickly. A campus packed with high-density crowds was exactly the prime spot for zombie evolution. Drag this out any longer, and tier 3 zombies would only grow more numerous. Its slime having missed, the zombie crouched and snatched up a sheet metal trash can, hurling it at Yi Hongying with a gust of force. Her body flipped sideways through the air, skimming past the can, light and graceful. but the zombie seized the chance to keep closing the distance. Virum. I cranked the wheel hard, drifting the tail around to pull up right beside Yi Hongying, shoved the driver's door open, and reached out a hand to her. Yi Hongying was on the same wavelength. She grabbed my hand and vaulted into the car. The instant the door shut, the zombie had already rushed up close, its claws screeching shrilly against the door. I floored the gas, the G-Wagon launching off the line, charging straight at the horde ahead. The cabin was roomy enough that Yi Hongying sitting there didn't much affect my driving. But a horde of 50 or 60 suddenly cropped up in front. You couldn't just barrel through a situation like that. Too easy to jam the tires no matter how much horsepower you had. I glanced left and right, then cut left at once, steering toward the stone steps beside us. Bump, bump, bump. The car charged down the steps, jolting nonstop, the people inside getting knocked around pretty good. In the back, Tang Xiaoxiao gripped the handhold for dear life. We finally barreled down off the steps, the car steadying, and surged straight ahead. Phew, no real harm done. That was a thrill. Tang Xiaoxiao let out a long breath, excitement still on her little face. Having just busted out of an encirclement of 200 or 300 zombies, that brush with death rush beat any roller coaster. We still can't relax. We may have broken through the horde, but we're still on campus. Nangong Ruyao looked at the zombies visible everywhere outside the window, worry in the eyes behind her lenses. The engine was too loud. Everywhere we passed drew out plenty of zombies. We were tearing through a campus crawling with the undead. Taking advantage of the brief safety, Yi Hongying moved to the passenger seat. Hongying Jia, his name's Lin Chun. He awakened the B-rank talent Thunder Force, super brave, and he's our teammate too. Tang Xiaoxiao introduced from the back, all excited. Yi Hongying, already refined and otherworldly, turned her head and said to me in a light, airy voice, "Thank you, for back there." I could tell from the exchange that Tang Xiaoxiao, Nangong Ruyao, and Yi Hongying already knew one another. I was the one who'd suddenly joined. Either way, the four of us were now one team surviving the apocalypse. I awakened the A-rank talent Red Lotus Karmic Flame. As of just now, I've killed 37 zombies total. Yi Hongying said plainly. A-rank. I was taken aback. I'd had a hunch her talent wasn't low-grade, but hearing A-rank still came as a shock. Now there were 3 girls in the car, Tang Xiaoxiao with S-rank Prophetic Insight, Nangong Ruyao with B-rank Attribute Enhancement, Yi Hongying with A-rank Red Lotus Karmic Flame. My luck was about as good as it got. The roads over by the West Gate have relatively few zombies. Better to drive that way. Tang Xiaoxiao, fiddling with her laptop in the back, advised. I nodded and kept speeding. The stray 2 or 3 zombies on the road plowed straight over. As we drove, I suddenly slowed and looked up at the gym not far off, frowning. At that same moment, in a room on the first floor of the gym, a short-haired woman drawn by the engine's roar cautiously poked her head out for a look. It was exactly Fong Qing, the one I'd run into when I escaped yesterday. She stared hard at the G-Wagon racing up below, her eyes full of envy. A car meant a way to bust off campus. She'd been trapped in that little locker room since the cataclysm started yesterday. Partway through, she'd run into a cold, handsome guy and wanted to escape along with him. But he hadn't deigned to spare her a single glance from start to finish. So when that guy jumped out the window to flee, she'd thrown things down out of jealous spite to deliberately make noise. If he wouldn't take her, then nobody got to live. After that, she and another girl, to stay alive, had finished off the guy sharing the room while he was fast asleep. But from the cataclysm until now, she still hadn't eaten a single bite, long since dizzy and faint with hunger. All she could do was wave frantically at the car roaring up and beg them to take her along. Jia, give me a bomb. Driving one-handed, I stretched the other toward the back. Nangong Ruyao, a little puzzled, still dug out a bomb and handed it over. As we passed that window, I lobbed it straight at the glass. Boom. The violent explosion was deafening, the window blown to bits, a wave of fire bursting out of the opening. Now that felt better. Without even looking back, I drove the G63 on a big loop around campus, then slammed through the front gate's electric barrier and roared out. Stray zombies wandered the highway, the buildings on either side bleak and run down. Just one day into the cataclysm, and the whole world seemed draped in a pall of death. Half of humanity mutated at the start, and in the span of a single day, this sudden, all-consuming catastrophe had left less than 20% of humanity surviving. And those who could weather the first horde faced something even more hopeless next: food and water. What we're shortest on right now is food, and weapons too. Tang Xiaoxiao broke the silence in the car. From yesterday until now, none of the four of us had eaten a single bite. Yet we'd stayed at high concentration the whole time, our bodies burning through reserves. Our stomachs had long been growling. Then let's hit a nearby supermarket first to gather supplies. Then head straight for the police station and see if we can scrounge up some firearms, I said. Take it one step at a time. At least they'd made it out of the campus alive. The zombies along the roadside looked up and lunged at the engine's roar, but before they'd run more than a few steps, they couldn't even see the car's exhaust. This 3 million G63 had explosive horsepower and an explosive sound wave to match. In the apocalypse, it had instead become a charge horn for the zombies. After turning down a few streets, I finally found an out-of-the-way road with only 1 or 2 zombies wandering. And there happened to be a mid-sized shopping supermarket too. From the bedraggled look of the entrance, the place had probably been visited by survivors. There were signs of a struggle, the glass doors shattered across the ground. But the supermarket was decent-sized. Even if people had come through, it wasn't necessarily picked clean. We parked, and Yi Hongying had already pushed the door open and stepped out, the Tang Dao wreathed in flame. 2 elderly zombies, drawn over by the noise, hadn't even gotten close before they were swallowed by the wave of fire she slashed out, charred to cinders in seconds. A true A-rank ability, all right, brutal enough. Having a heavy hitter like her on the team made me glad. The 4 of us got out, Yi Hongying up front with her blade, Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao right behind, me bringing up the rear. Inside, the supermarket's tube lights flickered, shelves toppled in rows, goods spilled out, big pools of foul blood on the floor, desolate and chaotic. HKKK. A zombie still in a clerk's uniform charged out from a corner. Yi Hongying spun cleanly, the Tang Dao carving a beautiful arc, a precise headshot. Beautiful. The blade work was beautiful, the woman more so. No wonder she topped the 4 great beauties list. Mainly storable food and water. Grab as much as you can. I called to the 3 of them. People had come through here, but they'd clearly been spooked by the zombies and hadn't taken much. They'd even drawn the supermarket's zombies away. So what were we waiting for? We had to fill the car. I set down the axe and turned full-on porter. Watching the trunk gradually pile up with food, I was in great spirits. This was enough to feed 4 people for 3 or 4 weeks. Chewing on a sausage stick as I shut the trunk and got ready to board, I noticed none of the 3 girls had followed. What's up? Nangong Ruyao pointed toward the very back of the supermarket. Lin Shueti, could you wait for us a bit? There's a clothing section back there. We'd like to pick out a few pieces. Look, even my socks are bloodstained. Tang Xiaoxiao pouted and pointed. I glanced at Yi Hongying. Her skirt and blouse were splashed with foul blood too. They actually had it good. Here I was still bare-chested, the dried blood on my shorts caked stiff. I hadn't paid it any mind before, but noticing it now, a wave of revulsion rose in me too. Sure, you go pick first. I'll look around for anything good. The girls exchanged a glance and walked excitedly toward the clothing section. I grabbed a few well-fitting pieces myself, and while they were in the fitting rooms, I found a corner and gave my body a quick rinse with drinking water, washing off the foul blood and changing into clean clothes, instantly refreshed. The place was reasonably safe anyway, so I was in no rush and let them try things on a while longer. Wandering among the racks, I grabbed 2 coils of steel wire rope, a few sets of knives, and a kettle to load into the car. No harm in taking extra. Who knew when I'd next run into a supermarket this well-stocked? Just as I was thinking about what else to grab, a scream suddenly came from the direction of the fitting rooms. My heart clenched and I grabbed my axe and rushed over. The moment I got close, I saw Yi Hongying holding a fire extinguisher, having smashed a mutant rat the size of a tabby cat into pulp. Crisis over. But the second I looked up, I froze on the spot. The 3 girls were only half changed. Sorry to barge in. I gave an awkward twitch of my mouth and immediately ducked out. Ugh, this guy really got off easy, Tang Xiaoxiao said, clutching her chest, thoroughly put out. Nangong Ruyao smiled gently. It's nothing, really. We'll be living together from now on. It's bound to happen. Yi Hongying watched my retreating back, recalling the awkwardness when the car was jolting, a faint flush rising to her pretty cheeks. If it weren't for him, we'd have had a hard time escaping campus. I backed out, and passing the checkout counter, I casually grabbed a few small odds and Insta stuff in the car. Better safe than sorry. When the three girls came back to the car, they'd all changed into new clothes. Nangong Ruyao had switched to a sharp, capable jumpsuit. Tang Xiaoxiao threw on an orange-red jacket, and Yi Hongying was still in a white blouse, only with her skirt swapped for a crimson-red long one. We've got enough food. Next, let's try our luck at the police station. I started the car cleanly, all business. In the back, Tang Xiaoxiao saw right through me. I was changing the subject to dodge the earlier awkwardness. Decent EQ. Fine, I'd let it slide. She pulled out a tablet and opened a map. The comm towers around here are down, but I cached all the maps ahead of time. The nearest police station is 3 streets away. Following her directions, I stamped the gas and launched off the line. A strong push pinning us back into our seats amid the roar, the G-Wagon surging out. Plenty of survivors holed up in the buildings on both sides were drawn by the noise, poking their heads out the windows and looking at our car full of food and the bunch of girls, their eyes full of envy and longing. The roads were littered with cars parked askew, pileups blocking the way in plenty of spots, and zombies wandering among the vehicles. Lucky the G-Wagon had ample horsepower and high clearance. I just drove right up onto the sidewalk, sending the blocking zombies flying and rolling over them. It was the apocalypse. Who cares about traffic rules anymore? By now I'd confirmed one thing too. Running zombies over with the car didn't trigger the slaughter talent, and gave no EXP either. You had to kill them by your own hand. This crap apocalypse rule treated the carnage between humans and zombies like an evolution game, deliberately forcing humans and zombies into melee. We drove through 3 streets without real incident and finally reached the front of the police station. But the sight before us made me frown deeply. Outside the station, severed limbs piled up like a mountain, headshot zombies everywhere, a good 400 or 500 of them. The makeshift fortifications of barricades and barbed wire had long been knocked flat by the horde, spent casings scattered across the ground. The building's front entrance was smashed to pieces, foul blood running from the doorway all the way into the building. This place was overrun by the horde. Nangong Ruyao swallowed, her voice trembling. The scene was far more horrifying than the hordes on campus. It was hard to imagine the brutal battle that had taken place here. Are we still going in? Yi Hongying turned her head to ask me. Even a law enforcement squad hadn't held off the zombies, and no one knew the situation inside. Charging in recklessly could be perilous beyond reckoning. I was hesitating too. I was only Tier 2 right now. Dealing with zombies, I was far inferior to firearms. Just as I was wavering over whether to give up, Tang Xiaoxiao, who'd kept her eyes shut in the back, suddenly opened them, her lips slightly pale. I used prophetic insight to see the scene inside. There's a Tier 3 zombie on the 3rd floor, plus another 20-some ordinary zombies. I'd nearly forgotten. This girl was an S-Rank talent awakener, with a godly skill specialized in scouting and intel. Clearly, one use burned a huge amount of spirit power too. No need to go to the armory. There are several handguns and shotguns lying around the bodies in the 1st floor lobby. As long as we don't disturb that Tier 3 zombie upstairs, getting our hands on those weapons will be plenty for us. I nodded in agreement. Her plan was entirely workable. With intel to back it up, the difficulty plummeted. I parked the car at the roadside 50 meters from the station and looked at Yi Hongying. Riaojia and Xiaoxiaomei wait in the car as backup. Hongying, you and I go get the weapons. Yi Hongying gave an and gripped her Tang Dao. Then let's move. I zipped up my black jacket, grabbed my axe, and hopped out of the car. On the desolate, rundown street, Yi Hongying and I exchanged a glance and dashed toward the station. Treading over the zombie remains carpeting the ground and the vehicles at the entrance, the two of us cleared the already collapsed electric gate with a few light bounds. There were no zombies wandering the small courtyard, and we got into the building without trouble. The moment we stepped through the door, a thick stench of foul blood hit us. The fighting here had been even more brutal. Zombie remains everywhere. Going by the scene, the zombies that had assaulted the station probably numbered close to 1,000. Thinking it over, I understood. When the apocalypse came, apart from the timid ones hiding at home, More people's first thought was to come to the police station seeking shelter. Survivors gathered in an endless stream, inevitably drawing zombies. And in the chaos, the noise of firearms drew in more of the wandering zombies nearby, ending in this grisly state. There, a gun. Yi Hongying pointed to a corner of the lobby. Under 7 or 8 zombie remains. A corpse chewed beyond recognition still gripped a shotgun in its hand. I picked it up and checked it over. The gun body was intact. I grabbed the ammo pouch beside it too. Unfortunately, only 7 rounds. Right then, a zombie suddenly cropped up in the corridor beside us. HKKK. It lunged with its bloody maw gaping. I spotted it first thing and activated Strength Burst and Swift Dash at once, closing the distance in an instant, the axe carrying a whistling rush of air. Its roar had barely left its throat when its head was already sent flying through the air. Killed Tier 1 zombie, EXP +1. Quick as you can, grab whatever you can, I said in a low voice. On the other side, Yi Hongying sped up her gathering too, picking up 2 handguns and 7 or 8 magazines off several corpses. At the same time, the commotion just now drew 7 or 8 zombies to appear at the far end of the corridor. Pull back. Yi Hongying came to my side and asked plainly. I narrowed my eyes slightly, looking at a corpse at the far end of the corridor a dozen some meters off. That corpse, in uniform and badly mangled, was cradling a sniper rifle in its hands. I'm no military buff, but even I knew the power of that thing. If I got my hands on this treasure, then never mind a tier 3 zombie. I could probably blow away even a tier 4 with one shot. Yi Hongying sensed what I was thinking too. Without a word, she leveled the Tang Dao crosswise, a cluster of flame coiling and rising along the blade, her red skirt billowing without any wind. I likewise had lightning snakes surging all around me as I activated Thunder Force. The two of us ducked low and charged forward at the same time, straight for the horde. Axe blade, blade light, thunder, fire wave, erupting again and again in the cramped corridor. Killed Tier 1 zombie, EXP +1, plunder complete, spirit power +1, obtained F-rank talent, super leap. Killed Tier 1 zombie, EXP +1. Killed Tier 1 zombie, EXP +1. 7 zombies, all wiped out by the two of us in under 5 seconds. I noticed that even with my speed talents, my zombie chopping speed was actually a touch behind Yi Hongying's. I'd just cut down the 3rd one, and she'd already started on the 4th. This blade girl stealing my kills. Forget it. A level's a level no matter who gets it. Stacking a few fewer QS is no big deal. Charging to the end of the corridor, I slung that sniper rifle onto my back and felt out a pack of 8.6mm rounds off the corpse. Done. I called to Yi Hongying, but she furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze grave as she looked out the window. That tier 3 zombies spotted us. The words had barely left her mouth when the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground rang out outside the building. A corpse dog over 2 meters in size, fangs jutting outward. Its whole body of rotten flesh festering, fixed its gray-white pupils hard on the two of us. Green slime dripped from the wounds on its body, corroding wisps of green smoke where it landed. Holy shit, that's disgusting. I hadn't expected the tier 3 zombie Tang Xiao Xiao mentioned to be a mutant corpse dog. Chopping zombies I had down pat, but chopping a corpse dog was a first, and a tier 3 one at that, absolutely not to be taken lightly. I set my hand on the rifle stock and swung the muzzle to bear on it at once. Boom. The round left the barrel, the powerful recoil leaving my shoulder numb, but with my tier 2 constitution, it was no trouble at all. WHFF. The corpse dog's form blurred, leaving an afterimage in the air it had dodged. Yi Hongying's and my faces changed in the same instant. It wasn't just its uncanny speed, it was that it had actively dodged the round. It had intelligence. Aren't zombies monsters driven by bloodlust instinct? Could high-tier zombies actually evolve advanced cognition? A trickle of cold sweat rose on my back. The zombies' contagiousness was terrifying enough already. If they awakened intelligence on top of that, humanity really would be in dire peril. GRRH. The corpse dog growled low and came lunging at us at blistering speed. Refusing to believe it, I squeezed the trigger again. Its speed surged, leaving a string of afterimages, and in an instant it was right up on me, its bloody maw gaping wide to bite at my head. I could even smell the thick rot in its mouth. Clang. Cold light flashed. Yi Hongying drew her blade and slashed crosswise, striking hard against its bloody maw, a searing wave of fire instantly enveloping its whole head. But the next second, a stunning scene unfolded. The corpse dog whipped its head violently, shaking off all the flame, its sharp teeth still clamped tight on the Tang Dao, the immense force dragging Yi Hongying forward off balance as its evolved claws lunged straight at her. Yi Hongying reacted with lightning speed, instantly letting go and abandoning the blade, her body arching nimbly backward, the claws skimmed by almost flush against her, tearing her clothes. At the same time, I grabbed her collar and hauled back with all my strength. The two of us tumbled to the ground, and one-handed, I leveled the gun at the corpse dog and squeezed the trigger. Boom. At this close range, this time it couldn't dodge. A big chunk of flesh was blown off its shoulder. Cowed by the sniper rifle's power, it flickered and trailed after images as it pulled back to open up distance. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I looked at Yi Hongying, who'd fallen against me. "You're not hurt." "No." She flipped up cleanly and picked up her Tang Dao, then frowned. "This corpse dog's stronger than that tier 3 on campus. Beating it head-on is going to be tough." She glanced down. The claw marks on her chest had torn a big gash in her blouse, and a flush of crimson rose to her cheeks. I quickly peeled off my jacket and handed it over. "Put this on first." I leveled the sniper rifle in front of her, warily watching the corpse dog 10 paces off. The thing had immense strength, a strong resistance to flame, intelligence far beyond a beast's, and most crucially, that uncanny ability. Every time, it seemed able to sense a bullet's path in advance and dodge with astonishing burst speed. Still, it feared the sniper rifle too. Up close it couldn't dodge the rounds, so it could only prowl 10 paces off and look for an opening. GRRH. Just as I thought we'd reached a stalemate, the corpse dog suddenly let out a low growl. A dozen-some zombies scrambled out of the stairwell, lunging madly at us, while the corpse dog paced back and forth behind the horde, looking for its chance. Yi Hongying and I were boxed in at the end of the corridor, with nowhere to dodge. "I'll hold the horde. You guard against the corpse dog." Yi Hongying made the call on the spot. The Tang Dao held level before her, flame burning like mad. The heat so high it warped the very air. Even standing behind her, I felt the scorch. So strong. This was Yi Hongying's true strength. As the horde lunged, instead of dodging, she charged, planting a foot on the wall to vault up, spinning a half-turn in midair, the Tang Dao whipping up a coil of fire dragon straight down into the horde. Flames burst out. The zombie at the very front flipped flat onto the ground, its whole body devoured by fire. Landing, she spun into another crosswise slash, carving out a wave of fiery blade light, plunging alone into the horde. Hack, flick, sweep, slash so fast they blurred into afterimages, each zombie a lamb to the slaughter. Just then, that corpse dog on the fringe made its move. It bit down on a zombie's waist and, with a fierce shake of its head, flung it at Yi Hongying, its own body leaping high to follow right behind. "Look out." I, who'd kept my eyes locked on the corpse dog the whole time, moved in the same instant, activating Thunder Force with nothing held back, 20 points of spirit power gone in an instant. The mighty lightning turned into several bowl-thick lightning snakes coiling all around me, finally converging on the axe. With the zombie blocking her sightline, Yi Hongying only saw the one slamming down from overhead and sent it flying with a spinning back kick. But the tier 3 corpse dog's massive bulk already loomed over her head, with nowhere to dodge. She gritted her pearly teeth, bracing for a desperate last stand. At that very moment, a figure swept past behind her like a gale. "Go to hell." Gripping the axe in both hands, descending like a god of thunder, I brought it smashing down hard onto the corpse dog's skull, the axe carrying a savage lightning snake. Suspended in midair with nothing to push off against, it instead had nowhere to dodge. Thud! The axe blade hacked hard into its skull, the tremendous force knocking down every zombie still left around us. The tier 3 corpse dog skidded 5 meters across the floor, its whole body scorched by lightning and giving off a burnt smell, the electricity numbing its nerves so it couldn't get up for the moment. The axe wedged in its skull and slipped from my grip, both my hands rubbed bloody and raw by the handle. But with no time to mind the burning pain, I immediately switched weapons, grabbing the shotgun off my back, activated Swift Dash and Super Leap, closing to within half a meter of it in an instant, jammed the muzzle brutally into its mouth, and pulled the trigger. Boom. The muzzle spat fire, and its huge head burst open like a watermelon, an inky green crystal core rolling out from within. Killed Tier 3 Zombie. EXP plus 20 a plunder complete. Spirit power plus 20. Obtained C-rank talent, potential burst. Instantly raises perception to a critical threshold, bringing the body state to its maximum peak. Phew. I let out a turbid breath, finally dealt with. Seeing the description of this talent, I understood why the bullets from a distance just couldn't hit it. Behind me, Yi Hongying had finished off the last two zombies too, walking over to my side with her chest rising and falling slightly. This grueling fight had left her spirit power nearly bottomed out. What's this? She picked up the crystal core off the ground to examine it. I shook my head. Hold on to it for now. A bit more weapon hunting, and we'll go. I led her straight upstairs, grabbing every bullet and high-explosive grenade we could pick up along the way. By the time we came back out of the station, we were loaded down with gear. Nangong Ruyao, anxious from waiting in the car, immediately drove up to meet us. Wow, so much gear, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. What I'd brought back, besides 4 handguns, was a shotgun, an assault rifle, and a sniper rifle, with over 400 rounds of various calibers altogether, plus 5 high-explosive grenades. This is a Type 202 sniper rifle? I didn't expect to find gear like this here. Nangong Ruyao stared at the sniper rifle, a flush of delight in her eyes. I handed it over, asking curiously, "You know it?" "My dad's a military buff. I've seen the scale model in his study." She took it and, like an old hand, checked the chamber, the magazine, the safety, and the scope. This is a new generation high-precision sniper, domestically developed. Uses 8.6mm rounds. Max effective range 1,500 meters. With that, she rolled down the window, poked the muzzle out, and took aim at a zombie wandering the street 100 meters off. Boom. The zombie 100 meters away had its head blown apart on the spot. One shot, one kill, dead center. Everyone in the car was dumbstruck. I quirked an eyebrow. "Nangong Shuejia, your aim's this good?" She gave a narrow-eyed smile. "I went abroad on vacation before and spent a couple months messing around at a professional shooting range." Messing around for 2 months? Not once or twice, 2 months? I glanced at the G-Wagon under me and swallowed my surprise. Sure enough, you can't even imagine the world the rich live in. In the back, Yi Hongying pulled the crystal core from her pocket and handed it to Tang Xiaoxiao. This dropped when Lin Chun and I killed the Tier 3 zombie. Take a look. Tang Xiaoxiao's little mouth fell open. "Hongying Jia, you too killed that Tier 3 zombie?" Then she examined the crystal core in earnest, her eyes filming over with a gray-white glow as she activated prophetic insight. A moment later, she let out a breath, her face full of delighted surprise. "This is a zombie crystal core. Only zombies of Tier 3 and above have one inside them. It holds powerful energy. Absorbing it can sharply boost combat power, and the higher the tier, the stronger the energy." My heart leapt. I grasped its importance at once. In apocalypse survival, strength was king, and a crystal core that directly boosted combat power was an absolute treasure of incalculable value. What's more, with a global cataclysm and the economy collapsed, every currency had become waste paper in an instant. Only food and weapons were hard currency. And next to crystal cores, even food and weapons hardly counted as precious. Without a doubt, crystal cores were the single most important resource in the apocalypse. But another thought occurred to me. On the team, Yi Hongying and I had enough firepower to level up by hunting, whereas Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, strong as their talents were, weren't suited to combat. So having them raise their tiers by devouring crystal cores was actually the safest approach. One person's strength couldn't hold up a whole team. If we wanted to go further, collective strength was the optimal solution. "This crystal core, I suggest we let Xiaoxiao absorb it first," I proposed. "Huh." Tang Xiaoxiao's twin ponytails shook like a rattledrum. No, you and Hongying Jie got this through a brush with death. You two are the team's combat power. It's better for you two to absorb it." Yi Hongying shook her head. "I don't need it. Her voice was calm and pleasant, not a cold refusal, but the confidence carved into her character by years of martial training. The corner of my mouth lifted. Nangon Shueji's marksmanship is superb, and her talent can buff firearms too. Her combat powers nothing to underestimate. You absorb this one first, and the next one we get, we'll give to Nangon Shueji. Tang Xiaoxiao pouted. I'm the only one on the team with no combat power. I'm dragging everyone down. I snorted and reached over to give her a flick on the forehead. What are you thinking? It's precisely because of your prophecy talent that Hong Ying and I could be prepared and kill that tier 3 zombie. If we'd run into it unawares, the two of us probably couldn't have walked away in one piece. So boosting your ability is what benefits the whole team most. S-Rank prophetic insight was the equivalent of revealing the whole map, immensely important for us, surviving in a sea of the undead. And I'd noticed early on that Tang Xiaoxiao was still only tier 1. One activation of her talent, and she showed signs of being drained. If she could hit tier 2, her talent's effect would surely climb to another level. Fine, I get it. With her sky-high intelligence, one nudge from me and Tang Xiaoxiao grasped it at once, dropping the protests. She clenched the crystal core in her small hand, fingers tightening, and the core, like a glass marble, filled with cracks. Crack! With a crisp snap, the core shattered, a rich, inky green glow drifting out. Tang Xiaoxiao drew a deep breath and drew every wisp of the glow into her body. The three of us in the car all stared. None of us had expected absorbing it to work like that. If she hadn't demonstrated, I'd have thought you had to swallow it whole. A good 3 or 4 seconds passed before Tang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes again, her face full of joy. I've made it to tier 2. She pinched her little chin and added, I still need 90 EXP to hit tier 3, which means this core was worth 20 points of experience. A tier 3 core was worth 20 EXP, right in line with what I'd expected. That's what I gained killing the corpse dog. By that math, 1 tier 3 zombie, hunting it plus devouring the core, could provide 40 EXP. And I get the feeling that besides the 20 EXP, it seems to have randomly added a point of attribute too. My constitution was 10 to start. By rights, hitting tier 2 should make it 20, but right now it's actually 21. It can add a random attribute on top? I made a note of that, unable to help marveling. Hunting high-tier zombies really did pay off more. The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. Where to next? Nangong Ruyao started the car. Food and weapons were both in hand. The first step of survival was complete. Can you get in touch with your families? If your people are still alive, we'll fight our way there. I looked at the 3 girls as I spoke. The car fell into a brief quiet. I didn't have many ties myself. My parents died in an accident when I was 12. It was exactly because I was an orphan and often got picked on that I'd taken up 3 years of Sanda in high school. The scar on my brow came from a one-on-one with some punk, and after that nobody dared bully me again. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Hongying spoke first. I got through to my father the moment the cataclysm hit. Home is fine. My dad's very strong. Hongying, where's your hometown? Ningfeng County, Huinan Province. I instantly understood why her firepower was so high. Ningfeng County was a nationally renowned home of martial arts. But it was a full 1,000 kilometers from Hanhai City. Driving there in the current situation, less than a month was probably out of the question, and the road would be fraught with danger the whole way. Nangong Ruyao went on. My parents are divorced. My father does business overseas. My mother's a researcher, and I can't reach either of them. But if they didn't mutate when the apocalypse hit, they should be all right for now. Nangon Shueji's family was even farther off. I let my gaze settle on Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned. I just activated my talent and took a look. My parents are relatively safe, but 90% of the whole residential complex has already mutated, and a tier 3 zombies shown up too. Nangong Ruyao said in a firm voice. I remember your home's in the neighboring city, only 200 kilometers from here. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao, we'll set off right now. The car stopped idling, the performance beast fully unleashed, its roar ringing out as the G-Wagon shot forward. The zombies wandering the roadside were instantly drawn over, and by the time they lunged they could only catch a whiff of the exhaust. We'd barely turned 2 streets when, from a supermarket in the distance, several survivors came rushing out fast, a frenzied pack of zombies in pursuit. The few men kept hurling Molotov cocktails at the horde, but it was a drop in the bucket. The man running last was instantly tackled and swallowed up. Among the fleeing group, a woman suddenly froze, then charged like a madwoman toward where the man had died. And in just an instant, she too was swallowed by the horde, without stirring so much as a ripple. We took the whole scene in. In the apocalypse, there were those who shoved their own kin toward the zombies to save themselves. And there was tenderness like this, someone unwilling to live on alone. The survivors being chased saw our car roaring up and, as if spotting a lifeline, waved the food in their hands frantically, hoping to trade it for a sliver of survival. But Nangong Ruyao didn't ease off the gas in the slightest. She just roared right past. The corner of my mouth lifted. I still remembered the girl who blocked the car back on campus. Nangong Ruyao had hesitated then and hadn't run her straight over, but now her temperament had clearly adapted to the apocalypse. Nangong Shiweja, you didn't have any thought of stopping to save them just now? I teased. She smiled, eyes curving. When the apocalypse comes, there's no God. The first to die are always the bleeding hearts, and the people dragged down by them. We're almost at the expressway on-ramp. Once we're on it, it's a straight shot to lynching. I glanced at a road sign and told the girls. 10 minutes earlier we'd passed through a busy downtown area thick with zombies. Nangong Ruyao's driving wasn't great, so she'd handed me the wheel. I'd steered the car barreling through the horde and made it out without real harm. Watching the zombies on the road grow sparser, everyone's clenched nerves gradually eased. I even put on a song in the car, and watching the buildings recede outside the window, the girls drifted into a slight daze, as if it were still the days before the apocalypse, the four of them taking a holiday road trip to the neighboring city. But the illusion lasted only a few seconds before the shattered glass on both sides, the rundown buildings, and the snarling zombies in the street yanked us back to reality. By now the sun was tilting west, dusk approaching. 200 kilometers of expressway, by my reckoning, barring surprises we'd reach lynching before dark. But the moment we got to the on-ramp, I realized I'd been far too optimistic. At the expressway on-ramp, hundreds of cars had crashed into one another, overturned, burning, completely sealing off the passage, EVs sending up rolling plumes of black smoke. Over 100 zombies clustered and wandered at the entrance, savagely attacking the survivors inside the vehicles, some ramming their heads into the glass, not stopping even as their flesh tore bloody. Some, already evolved to Tier 2, punching the glass apart to bite at the people inside. There were even survivors who, in their despair, leapt straight off the elevated overpass dozens of meters up. In the sky, plenty of mutant carrion birds wheeled down on beating wings to feed on the corpses. The people in the car knitted their brows, shaken by the apocalyptic scene before them. This place was a living hell on earth. After I stopped, cars kept driving up from the distance and pulling over, equally dumbstruck. Clearly, in the first moment of the apocalypse, many survivors had thought alike, all driving to the expressway on-ramp, hoping to flee to another province or the countryside, only to be assaulted and infected by zombies here, then to go on attacking the people pouring in behind them. The road sealed off, and there are too many zombies. It'll be hard to break through. Nangong Ruyao sighed helplessly after a careful look. I sank into thought too. Without the expressway, it'd be at least 5 hours to lynching. But jammed up like this and completely blockaded by the horde, you could well imagine the state of the other roads out of the city. After a full minute of thinking, I gritted my teeth and said in a low voice, "We've just got to bite the bullet and make a run for it, find a way to blow up the cars and blast open a path." Hearing this near-insane idea, the girls exchanged a glance, without the slightest doubt, and immediately set to their own tasks. Tang Xiaoxiao pulled out paper and pen and started circling and marking. "Give me 5 minutes. I'll work out the chain reaction blast points and the optimal route to clear the road." Nangong Ruyao, meanwhile, put on her goggles and checked the high-precision sniper in her hands, waiting only for Tang Xiaoxiao to finish her calculations before she'd blow the fuel tanks. Virum. The G-Wagon let out a beast-like roar, a strong push pinning us back as it surged forward. "Blow the minivan first, then that tank 300. Listen, it has to be fast." Tang Xiaoxiao, poking her head over from the armrest box, pointed and directed. "Got it." Nangong Ruyao gripped the sniper rifle and leaned out the window, activating her enchantment talent. boosting the friction efficiency of the bullet. She slotted in the magazine, took clean aim, and squeezed the trigger. The muzzle shuddered, the bullet rubbing violently against the air, glowing red with heat. The fuel tank of the distant minivan was punched through and exploded in an instant. Flames soared up, and the huge blast drew every zombie at the expressway entrance over, more than 100 of them rioting, some tier 2 zombies leaping onto car roofs to look around. Nangong Ruyao didn't pause. She panned the muzzle and pulled the trigger again. The second car's fuel tank was punched through the same way. The blast wave instantly swallowed a dozen-some nearby zombies into a sea of fire. The 2 cars ignited like dominoes, setting off a dozen-some vehicles around them. A pillar of fire surged skyward, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 zombies were annihilated. The huge shockwave even flipped over a few lighter Japanese cars, blasting a passage straight through the road that had been sealed solid. Beautifully done. I couldn't help marveling. This calculation ability was off the charts. A poor student like me could never figure out how to work it out. The instant the road blew open, I floored the gas and charged straight for the sea of fire. 200 meters, at the G63's acceleration, 7 or 8 seconds at most. But just then, a sudden change. A car door came hurtling at the side of the car with a gust of force. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, I spun the wheel. The car drifted a half-turn, just scraping past the door. Atop a heavy truck at the expressway entrance, a humanoid zombie with bone blades grown out and a frame over 2 meters tall was fixed intently on us. Tier 3. I narrowed my eyes. Its behavior instantly reminded me of that Tier 3 corpse dog. Without a doubt, another Tier 3 zombie that had evolved intelligence. It threw its head back and let out a low roar, and every zombie around converged, charging at this car of mine from all directions. Damn, it can control low-tier zombies too? I cried out inwardly that this was bad. The G63 had strong off-road performance and high clearance, but the body wasn't strong enough. Rashly ramming into a horde of 100+ zombies massed together, we likely couldn't break out at all. That wasn't all. The dozen-some carrion eagles wheeling in the sky dove at the car on beating wings too. Thud. The first one slammed into the windshield, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, the car shuddering violently, a crack appearing in the glass. No good. Keep taking hits to the glass and it'd shatter outright. Leave the carrion eagles to me. You keep charging. In the back, Yi Hongying opened the door, grabbed the roof handle one-handed, and with a nimble flip vaulted onto the roof. She crouched low, one hand gripping the luggage rack, the Tang Dao slashing diagonally, flame wreathing it, and the second carrion eagle was instantly cleaved in two. Xiao Xiao, give me the assault rifle. Nangong Xuejie, you drive. I undid my seatbelt, opened the sunroof, took the rifle, and stuck my head out through it. Nangong Ruyao understood at once and climbed over the center console into the driver's seat. Hongying, I'll brace your legs, you cut loose. With a foot on the armrest box and my left arm hooked around Yi Hongying's ankle to steady her, I leveled the gun one-armed and sprayed the horde ahead madly. The assault rifle's recoil barely affected me with my Tier 2 physique. Yi Hongying's eyes focused, and she slowly rose into a combat stance. Using her left foot as the anchor point, she shifted her stance lightly, the Tang Dao slashing out like mad, every stroke dropping a carrion eagle. A full magazine emptied, and the horde ahead was finally punched open with a gap. Nangong Ruyao seized the moment and steered the car straight into it. The Tier 3 zombie in the distance bounded across the car roofs, closing in on us fast. Careful, it's coming. Tang Xiaoxiao cried out. On the roof, Yi Hongying frowned and held her blade at the ready. Don't fight it. It wants to pin us down, then use the horde to drown us. I said gravely, pulling a coin from my pocket at the same time. Then what do we do? Yi Hongying asked, looking down. I'll handle it. I drew a deep breath, raised my right arm back and gathered force, frantically activating Thunder Force. Spirit power -10, Spirit power -10, Spirit power -10, Spirit power -20. Spirit power poured out madly, converting into electromagnetic force, gathering and compressing in my palm without pause, finally channeling into that coin. Mighty lightning surged and scattered all around. Huh. My right hand whipped out, and the coin, wrapped in tremendous electromagnetic force, turned into a deep blue beam of light blasting straight at the tier 3 zombie that had leapt into the air, now less than 5 meters off. The thunder beam far outpaced the speed of sound. The zombie didn't dodge or evade, raising both arms to guard crosswise before its chest. The next instant, the beam punched clean through its body, its arms blown into a spray of flesh in the blast. Killed tier 3 zombie, EXP plus 20. Instant kill. Phew. I felt a wave of dizziness, the drained sensation sweeping over my whole body at once, leaving me utterly spent. But inwardly, I was wild with joy. 50 points of spirit power spent. And this super electromagnetic cannon shot focused through a coin had actually instant killed a tier 3 zombie. So strong. Yi Hongying looked down at me, her pupils full of shock. Counting the time on campus, she'd crossed blades with tier 3 zombies twice and knew well how terrifying they were. Yet I'd just instant killed one in a single strike. Plunder complete. Spirit power plus 20. Obtain B-rank talent, telekinesis. Move objects through the air via mental force. God's slaughter talent activated. I, who'd been mentally spent, felt a force well up out of nowhere inside me. 20 points of spirit power popping up on the panel, and I was instantly restored to a full state again. An ordinary tier 2 had a cap of just 20 spirit power, so this was the equivalent of a full heal in one go. I looked at the newly plundered talent, wild with joy inside. B-rank again. Besides Thunder Force, I now had another B-rank talent, and my spirit power cap had risen by 22. Right. Telekinesis, moving objects through the air. I stretched my palm toward the tier 3 zombie's corpse, spirit power pouring out, my pupils overlaid with a white glow, as if an invisible arm extended through the air. From the blown open skull, a crystal core floated up. I snapped my 5 fingers tight, and the core, drawn by the telekinesis, dropped steadily into my palm. Done. With the tier 3 zombies' control gone, the horde's formation ahead began to fall apart. Nangong Ruyao gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and stamped the gas, ramming hard into the horde. Thud, 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 thud. The car kept slamming into zombies, foul blood spattering, the bumper grinding and breaking with a screech, the wheels rolling over zombie after zombie, the body of the car pitching and heaving. Everyone's nerves were taut, dreading getting stopped by the horde. Finally, a dozen-some seconds later, the off-roader, smeared all over with foul blood and shredded flesh, abruptly burst free and made it smoothly onto the expressway. Only then did Nangong Ruyao realize she'd been holding her breath the whole time, and now she finally gasped for air in big gulps. Aha, we really made it through. The car slowing. Yi Hongying slipped back inside through the sunroof. Looking at the golden afterglow of the setting sun on the horizon, everyone had that glad sense of surviving against the odds. This crisis had been even more of a thrill than busting off campus. I leaned back against the seat and opened my panel. Name, Lin Shen level, Tier 2, 86 100ths, Strength, 24 Agility, 22 Constitution, 23 Spirit Power, 116 Resistance, 5 Talent, God Slaughter, SSS-Rank, Unique, Talent, Thunder Force, B-Rank Talent, Telekinesis, B-Rank Talent, Potential Burst, C-Rank Talent, Swift Dash, E-Rank Talent, Strength Burst, E-Rank Talent, Enhanced Hearing, F-Rank Talent, Stamina Recovery, E-Rank. Looking at the string of talents, the corner of my mouth lifted. God Slaughter's power was starting to show. If each talent counted as a skill, then I was a full-on mage, and the near 100 spirit power gave me a mana bar big enough to play and show off however I liked. I was just 14 EXP short of hitting Tier 3 now, and my strength would take another qualitative leap then. Grabbing things through the air, how'd you do that just now? Tang Xiaoxiao eyed me curiously. She'd seen the whole thing clear as day. I did some mental calculating and decided to disclose my real ability to them. But just as I was about to speak, Tang Xiaoxiao waved a hand, completely unbothered. It's fine, curious as I am. It's not like I absolutely have to know. Yi Hongying said earnestly too. Honestly, whatever power you have doesn't matter. All I know is you saved all our lives. You're someone worth turning my back to. Oh my, that sounds a little off. Nangong Ruyao, driving, teased. Hongying Jia, don't go turning your back to him so easily. Hee hee, Tang Xiaoxiao chimed in with a grin. What bad thing could he do? Yi Hongying asked earnestly. She normally focused only on training and studying and rarely went online or played with memes. So for a moment, she didn't catch Tang Xiaoxiao's teasing. Puff-ta! A burst of laughter filled the car, the mood lively. Just then, Yi Hongying took a spare white blouse from her backpack and changed into it, at the same time peeling off the sports jacket she'd had on, the one I'd put on her back at the police station when her clothes were torn. As she changed, two dainty little boxes fell out of the pocket. What's this? Okamoto 0.01. Yi Hongying picked them up and read out the name curiously. Holy shit. My face went red and I couldn't sit still. These were what I'd casually stuffed in my pocket back at the supermarket. More embarrassing than having my browser history aired in public. Nangong Ruyao caught it in the rearview mirror, her cheeks flushing, and shot me a reproachful glare. Oh, so you really were setting your sights on us. This stuff has lots of uses, don't get the wrong idea, Jia. I saw it on a short video. It can work as a tourniquet, store water, even make a makeshift water purification device. I scratched the back of my head, explaining awkwardly. Nangong Ruyao snorted. Skip the purification device. Did you forget you're Jia's a chemistry major? If we really run out of clean water, I can purify urine for you to drink. That really won't be necessary. I crossed my arms and flatly refused. All right, enough fooling around. The tank's almost empty. We need to refuel at the next service area. Nangong Ruyao glanced at a road sign. It was another 40 kilometers to the next service area. You all catch some shut-eye for a bit. I'll wake you when we get there. Everyone nodded. In the apocalypse, you rest whenever you can and get your body back to peak as fast as possible, so that when crisis comes you can meet it in full form. In that last fight, I'd vented all my spirit power on a single super electromagnetic cannon shot. Afterward, I'd recouped 20 by killing the Tier 3, then burned 10 retrieving the crystal core through the air, so now I had just 10 left. After a quick sip of water, I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes to rest. I don't know how long passed before the car suddenly jolted. I snapped my eyes open and looked at Nangong Ruyao in the driver's seat. What is it? Tires punctured. She frowned and slowed down. But it's all right. There's a service area just a kilometer ahead. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The road behind was scattered with a fair amount of sharp metal debris. With that kind of thing showing up on the expressway, there was no time to dodge at high speed. I frowned. That sharp debris had appeared far too suspiciously. The off-roader rolled slowly into the service area. It was night by now, but the service area was still brightly lit. A boy of 11 or 12 spotted the car from afar and immediately ran toward the building. There are survivors here too? Nangong Ruyao asked curiously. But I'd noticed something. Beside a trash heap at the roadside, a dozen-some corpses were piled up. Nangong Ruyao parked the car right in front of the building and got out to check the tires by the light. Both front tires are blown. I got out too, brows knitting. Without patching them, there was no way to keep going. Just then, several people came out to greet us from the building. At the front was the boy from before, with several middle-aged women behind him. Survivors just like us. Mom, come see. The little boy was so excited he danced about, and the woman behind him was all smiles too. People are herd animals. In the face of great upheaval, they crave most having others to lean on, and just running into uninfected fellow humans in the apocalypse was heartening in itself. Friends, none of you got bitten by a zombie, right? A short-haired woman in her 30s stayed wary. Nangong Ruyao and I exchanged a glance, and I said plainly, of course not. That's good. The short-haired woman breathed easier, her gaze sweeping toward the car, but the windows had privacy film, so she couldn't see inside. Just the two of you? A slightly plump woman asked curiously. I shook my head. There are two more girls resting in the car. Oh, then have them come out too. We've got loads of supplies here, a whole big supermarket, and plenty of restrooms on the second and third floors. The plump woman invited us, easy and familiar. Nangong Ruyao smiled and waved a hand. No need. Our tires are blown. We've got to patch them first. The service station's got every tool there is. Son, go fetch the tire patching kit, and have your Uncle Lee come help fix the car. The plump woman cuffed the boy's head and arranged it warmly, then looked at me. Handsome, you all go into the building and rest a bit first. No need. Thank you, ma'am. We'll patch the tires, fill up the tank, and be on our way. Refused again. The smile vanished from the plump woman's face in an instant. Without another word, she turned and walked toward the lobby. The several women beside her lost their enthusiasm too, though their eyes still sized up the off-roader curiously. Looks like what they've got their eye on is this car. Nangong Ruyao snorted, opened the door, and gripped the high-precision sniper. I leaned lazily against the car door, relaxed in manner. It's probably not just the car they want. It's our people too. In the back, Yi Hongying rolled the window half down and said earnestly, "Give me a signal in advance when you need me to act, or I might not react in time." I turned my head and glanced at that pretty face of hers, so serious it bordered on adorably dopey, and a smile crept onto my lips without my meaning it to. The deeper I got to know her, the more I felt Yi Hongying was a hidden treasure of a girl, drop-dead gorgeous day to day, every blade stroke lethal in a fight, with a personality that carried a touch of Chuyuni innocence, always earnestly coming out with these cute lines. So what do we do now? To fix the car, we can only go get tools from them. Do we rob them? Nangong Ruyao walked over beside me. Without anyone noticing, the team's girls had already come to treat me as the backbone. I raised my eyes and swept a glance over the distant building, able to clearly feel someone inside watching us in secret. I'll go have a talk with them. If they won't see reason, then we do it the hard way. With that, I headed toward the lobby. Yi Hongying got out and followed. "I'll go with you." I nodded. There were grenades and firearms in the car. Nangong Ruyao and Tang Xiaoxiao could protect themselves fine. In a room at the very back of the service station. Those two young-uns are too wary. They won't take the bait at all. The plump woman's face was full of anger. "How about it, brotherly? Let's just do it the hard way. I've got a feeling that car's definitely hiding a lot of food." On the sofa in the middle of the room, a burly, stubble-faced middle-aged man sat with one leg crossed over the other and propped on the coffee table, a cigarette in his mouth. 5 or 6 men sat around playing cards, the room thick with smoke. In a corner, 2 abused girls were locked up, their bodies covered in bruises. This bunch were clearly a den of thugs who survived by bullying survivors with violence and seizing supplies. A few of the young men discussed the girls in the car with lust rising in them. Brotherly, leaning back on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes and stubbed out his cigarette. "A pack of animals ruled by what's below the belt, the lot of you. It's only day 2 of the apocalypse and your heads are full of nothing but women. If you want to live well in the apocalypse, getting supplies and building strength is what matters most." With that, Li Zutai stood up and swung a hard slap across the plump woman's face, splitting the corner of her mouth bloody. The woman, looking at his 1.85 meter frame and bulging muscles, didn't dare make a sound. "Useless. Screw it up again next time and I'll just toss you in the back courtyard to feed the zombies. Save us wasting food on you." Then he took a handgun from under the coffee table, tucked it into his coat, and swaggered out. "Brotherly, should we call those brothers in the back courtyard over?" Li Zutai shook his head. "To deal with a few young-uns. Is there any need to make a big production of it? You lot come with me." The few underlings playing cards immediately threw down their hands and followed, some grabbing nail guns, some hefting iron hammers, some pulling out watermelon knives. As Li Zutai walked out of the room, I just stepped into the service building's lobby. The two of us locked eyes across the empty hall. I shot a glance at the few hangers-on behind him, then brought my gaze back to him. Li Zutai looked at me first, but the next second his eyes were drawn hard to Yi Hongying behind me, and he gave a click of his tongue. The pack of underlings behind him saw Yi Hongying, and their eyes lit up all the more. Li Zutai's eyes shifted slightly, noting the Tang Dao in Yi Hongying's hand, but he only gave it a flat glance and didn't pay it much mind. He'd originally been a kickboxing coach and had happened to be stopped at this service station to rest when the cataclysm hit. With the people around him suddenly mutating, in the chaos he too had been scared out of his wits at first and fled every which way, then discovered he'd awakened a C-rank talent, diamond hardening, which on activation could bring part of his skin to diamond-grade hardness. After smashing a zombie's head in with a hardened fist amid the panic, he'd discovered the path to advancement. Hunt zombies without cease and your strength climbs. Relying on professional fighting technique paired with his talent, he'd worked his way up to Tier 2 step by step and had even snagged a handgun off an overturned police car. The people around him all looked to him as their leader, which had made him the true boss of this service station a mere 2 hours after the cataclysm. The satisfaction of being in control had fully unleashed his desires, controlling the food, making everyone submit, breaking those who wouldn't. He'd even worked out a vicious method for fast leveling. Deliberately keep a zombie chained in the back courtyard, tie up the survivors passing through, let that zombie bite each of them once, and then finish them off by his own hand once they mutated. By this method, in under a day he'd hammered to death over 80 zombies, his experience surging. He was about to hit Tier 3. Only, since this afternoon, fewer and fewer cars had been coming down the expressway, slowing his goal of reaching Tier 3 to a crawl, and he was in a foul, irritable mood. Now, conveniently, fresh prey had come to his door. Looks like this place is a den of thieves on top of everything. My expression stayed calm as I walked over to a chair in the lobby and sat down. Li Zutai chuckled lightly and strode straight toward me, digging at his ear. Interesting, you're pretty cool-headed. Brotherly, why waste words with this kid? Break his arms and legs and toss him to the zombies. The woman, you enjoy her first, then leave a little soup for the brothers. Haha, that's right, brotherly. There's another one outside with a killer body. The few young men behind him couldn't wait. A scrawny, bleach-haired guy and a tattooed bald guy came at me first. Bleach hair flicked a switchblade, while bald was crueler still, lugging a diesel weed cutter. He yanked the switch hard, and the saw teeth came whirring to life. Kid, I'd advise you to behave, or I'll take your arm clean off. Bald walked toward me with a vicious grin. At that very moment, a sliver of cold light flashed. Then the weed cutter and an arm hit the floor at the same time, with a dull thud. A beat slow on the uptake, Tattoo Bald looked down at the stump and let out a pig squeal of a scream. The sudden turn caught everyone off guard. Even Li Zutai was startled enough to break out in a cold sweat down his back. Fast. Too fast. Even having reached Tier 2, he hadn't caught that flash of the blade just now. Yi Hongying flowed into a forward step and slashed. The scrawly, bleach-haired guy still fiddling with his switchblade had a line of blood opened across his chest in an instant. Thud. Bleach hair crumpled to the floor, his body twitching beyond his control. Feed the zombies? You're keeping zombies too? I took in the scene before me without batting an eye, my mind instead chewing on what Bleach Hair had just said. A moment's thought, and my brow furrowed deeply. I'd assumed this bunch were just highway robbers, but they were even more vile than I'd imagined. Don't move. Li Zutai reacted quickly, immediately retreating a step to open distance and pulling the handgun from his coat. But the gun had barely come up when the lobby glass blew apart and a high-precision sniper round shot straight for his head. As if the goddess of fortune favored him, that little step back saved his life. The round punched through his shoulder instead, its tremendous penetrating force shredding his whole arm to pieces in an instant. Li Zutai howled shrilly, his mind blank. Yi Hongying moved too. Don't kill him yet, I called out in time. Yi Hongying's eyes shifted slightly, but her hands didn't slow in the least. The Tang Dao came down, slashed slantwise, swept up, thrust, spun and churned, blade-like keen, the hem of her skirt flaring. In just 3 seconds, all 5 men before her were laid out, clutching severed arms and slashed through tendons and howling. Sorry, you didn't give me a signal beforehand, so that one's good and dead. Yi Hongying pointed with a touch of apology at Bleach Hair, the first she'd cut down. I shook my head with a smile. It's fine even if they're all killed. But just now a thought struck me. Since this bunch likes keeping zombies around, we might as well let the zombies eat their fill again. Just what are you people? Li Zutai backed away again and again, clutching his severed arm, terror on his face. He'd thought himself ruthless enough, but he hadn't expected this Tangdao girl to strike even more savagely than he did. From her moves alone, he knew Yi Hongying was a trained professional and definitely at Tier 2. I rose from the chair and walked toward him, hands in my pockets, the corner of my mouth lifting in a sunny smile. Us? We're just ordinary college students. The battle he'd imagined never happened. From the start, Li Zutai had thought his side completely dominated, but the instant the conflict broke out, I'd seized total control of the situation. I stepped up and planted a kick in his chest, and that burly hulk of a man went flying backward in an instant as if hit by a car, smashing through a swath of tables and chairs, spitting up bloody foam in big mouthfuls. Don't kill me. All the resources here are yours, and there are a dozen some cars in the back courtyard I looted. Right. I've also got a military radio here that can pick up the latest news from the military command. I gave a soft sneer. Kill you. And the resources are ours anyway. With that, I grabbed him by the trouser leg and dragged him toward the back courtyard. I wanted to see just how the zombies here were being fed. The moment I bent to grab his trouser leg, killing intent suddenly flared in Li Zutai's eyes. He erupted, activating diamond hardening, his one remaining left arm sheathing in diamond brilliance, his ankle wrenching free of my grip as he sprang up off the ground, fist driving straight at the carotid artery in my neck. Years of kickboxing had taught him the body's fragile points. With an ambush this close, even with only one arm, he was confident he could finish me in an instant. But the fist had barely swung out when a powerful current struck his whole body in an instant, freezing him stiff on the spot. I pressed 2 fingers together against his chest, my mind stirring slightly, lightning snakes surging at my fingertips. Boom. The clothing on Li Zutai's upper body blew apart, his chest a charred black, and he toppled rigid and straight, eyes rolling back. I gave you a chance, and you couldn't even manage that. I shook my head and hauled him back up, now utterly incapable of moving, and headed for the back courtyard. Truth was, I didn't even deem him worth fighting. Tier 2 or not, with a talent that wasn't weak either, in front of me, he really didn't amount to much. After one clash after another with Tier 3 zombies, I was long past the green kid who could only swing brute force chops when the cataclysm first hit. By now my command of Thunder Force grew ever more practiced, and paired with my terrifying spirit power, I was an out-and-out lightning mage. What's more, besides Thunder Force, I had B-rank telekinesis, C-rank potential burst, and several buff talents. Dragging Li Zutai out to the back courtyard, I stopped in my tracks. Everywhere I looked, a dozen some cars were parked, among them a big livestock truck for hauling hogs, its iron cage pinning in a dozen some female survivors. 7 or 8 young men were busy with their own tasks in the courtyard, and 5 others were, like hog slaughterers, tossing survivors one by one, beaten half to death, their limbs broken, beside a zombie tethered with nylon rope and chains. That zombie's legs had long since been sawed off, leaving only its upper half to crawl along the ground. The instant it saw someone thrown over, it pounced and gnawed at them madly. The scene before me moved even me, who'd fought my way out of the hordes the whole road here. I finally understood this assembly line. The women were in charge of luring and drugging the incoming survivors unconscious. The good-looking ones were kept, and the rest were infected into zombies by this method, then killed for experience. Human evil was more nauseating than any zombie. Stripped of the restraints of morality and law, the moment human nature wholly degenerated, that was when this world truly became the apocalypse. My hand came out of my pocket, and a coil lightning-wrapped coin shot out from between my fingers. The deep blue beam flashed and vanished, and the heads of those few committing the atrocities were punched through by thunder in an instant, toppling rigid and straight. What or why? Someone spotted me, the words half out, when I suddenly surged forward in a step, my other hand gripping the unconscious Li Zutai, swinging that hulk of his around like a sandbag. Thud! One great haymaker's swing, and those several were knocked to the ground like bowling pins, some spitting blood, some with bones broken. My eyes went dark and grim. I casually picked up a chainsaw lying nearby and yanked the switch, the saw teeth chugging to life. The 2 men on the ground not yet knocked out shrank back in terror, eyes wide, but I walked straight past them without a second glance until I reached that tethered zombie. The zombie lifted its head and let out a HKKK at me. Come on, you animal, dinner's served. I swung the chainsaw and sawed through the nylon ropes on it one by one, leaving only an iron chain. Freed of most of its bonds, the zombie immediately lunged at me. I raised a foot and kicked it hard in the head, and it rolled across the ground. Its neck flopped to one side, yet it scrambled up cleanly all the same, turning to gnaw away at the nearest one, Li Zutai. After chewing his face beyond recognition, it went on to feed on the other men. I casually picked up a length of rebar and stood coldly off to the side. A few seconds later, Li Zutai, the first bitten, showed an infection reaction, his body convulsing violently, his eyeballs filming over the gray of death. THWK. I hefted the rebar and finished him off. Killed Tier 2 zombie, EXP plus 5, plunder complete. Spirit power plus 5, obtained C-rank talent diamond hardening. I made a quiet note. A tier 2 evolver, once infected, turns directly into a tier 2 zombie. The few men whose bones had been smashed but who were still conscious watched the zombie lunge, wanting to flee but unable to move, and could only watch in despair as it tore at their flesh. I stood calmly behind the zombie and finished them off one by one. Killed tier 1 zombie. EXP plus 1 plunder complete. Spirit power plus 1. Obtained F-rank talent, smell boost killed tier 1 zombie. EXP plus 1 killed tier 1 zombie. EXP plus 1. Obtained E-rank talent rent. Having dealt with all of Li Zutai's hangers-on in the back courtyard, I watched the experience climb steadily on my panel, just 4 points short of tier 3. That zombie, after biting the last man to death, crawled toward me again. I picked up the chain run through its shoulder blade and dragged it toward the front hall, where there were still a few of the men whose hand and foot tendons Yihonging had slashed. Glancing aside at the zombie crawling on the ground, I gave a sneer. This thing had clearly reached tier 2, yet here it was reduced to a dog. The apocalypse really was a world of man eating man. Back in the front hall, I repeated the earlier method. The zombie gnaws. I finished them off. After hammering the last of the freshly infected men to death, my experience jumped from 99 to 100. In that instant, I felt my heart give a powerful thump, my whole body's blood racing madly, every cell entering a runaway state, my genetic sequence recombining, my muscles and bones remolding, a fierce and overbearing force growing wildly from within. Phew! I clenched my fist, the brimming sense of power welling up between my finger bones. Name: Lin Shen level, Tier 3, 0/1000, Strength, 54 Agility, 52 Constitution, 53 Spirit Power, 160 Resistance, 20. Inwardly, I could hardly contain my excitement. One clash after another with Tier 3 zombies, each one perilous in the extreme, and now I'd finally made it to Tier 3, gaining the capital to find my footing in the apocalypse. All told, it was a mere 2 days from the apocalypse's arrival until now. That speed absolutely placed me in the first tier among survivors. Still, seeing the experience bar, I cracked a wry smile. Tier 3 to Tier 4 took a full 1,000 points, straight up a tenfold jump. Clearly the difficulty of advancing multiplied the further along you got. Hongying, this zombie's yours. I called to Yi Hongying, who'd been following behind me the whole time, signaling her to finish off that legless Tier 2 zombie. Yi Hongying walked over and, as if sensing the change in my aura, a flicker of delighted surprise showed in her lovely eyes. Lin Chun, you advanced. I nodded with a smile. Tier 3. Then I asked curiously, how far are you from advancing right now? Yi Hongying paused a moment and held up 4 fingers. 31 points. 31 points, but you're holding up 4 fingers. Oh, right. I increasingly felt her train of thought sometimes didn't run the usual way, though it still fell within the realm of comprehension. Watching her dispatch that Tier 2 zombie, I quietly noted her experience bar. I figured she'd hit Tier 3 by tomorrow too. How do we deal with them? Yi Hongying pointed at the corner. Those few women were trembling all over, terror on their faces. They were utterly scared out of their wits, unable to imagine that Li Zutai, so ruthless in action and so fierce in talent, could be taken out by this young man so easily, with so many of his underlings powerless to fight back before this one man and one woman. I swept a flat glance over the few women. They were the ones in charge of coaxing the arriving survivors into the rest hall, drugging the food to knock them out, aiding the tyrant, sharing in the crime. I walked straight over. Where are the car repair tools? Swear you won't kill me, and I'll tell you. The short-haired woman put on a show of composure. THWK. The words had barely left her mouth when the rebar in my hand had already swung across her head, whipping her to the floor. Threatening me. I shook my head with a soft laugh. This stupid woman still hadn't sized up the situation even now. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. There's a tool room at the end of the corridor, every car repair tool there is. The plump woman was scared witless, hurriedly pointing down the corridor before I even asked. I looked at her. This was the very woman who'd kept greeting us warmly when we first rolled into the service station. From how practiced she was, Plenty of survivors had probably been coaxed in by that warmth of hers. I rubbed my wrist and asked, as if idly, "What did you do for work before the apocalypse?" Real estate sales." The plump woman's voice trembled. "Oh," I said, "your numbers were probably pretty good." Seeing me chat like it was small talk, the plump woman quietly breathed easier and put on a warm, ingratiating smile again. At our development, I was the gold medal top seller. THWK. She took a rebar to the head all the same and dropped off to sleep. The remaining two women and the boy shook all over with fear, the two women's legs going weak as they slumped to the floor. I gave them a cold glance, then turned and headed for the tool room. I'm not some butcher of men who treats lives like weeds. Quite the opposite. The slaughter of these 2 days had left me somewhat numb and weary. But the apocalypse was the strong preying on the weak. There was no way out but to answer violence with violence, and strength was the only truth. I took the car repair gear from the tool room and started removing the tires. Yi Hongying gave Tang Xiaoxiao and Nangong Ruyao, waiting in the car, a brief rundown of what had happened. Hearing that there were still many girls pinned up like livestock in the back courtyard, Nangong Ruyao pressed her lips together and looked at me. "Lin Chun, how about I go let them out?" I nodded, hands still working at the tires. "Sure, Riaojia, stay safe." Nangong Ruyao still held on to a human kindness. Rather than being some bleeding heart out to redeem all the world, I didn't mind it. Seeing me agree, she walked into the service hall cradling the high-precision sniper. Tang Xiaoxiao opened the car door and sat sideways, her legs dangling and swinging, tilting her head as she asked curiously, "Lin Chun, when you were killing people just now, what did it feel like? Was there a physical revulsion? Did your state of mind waver?" My hands paused. After thinking it over seriously, I said, "Nothing in particular." In that moment, I'd already stopped seeing them as people in my mind. Killing them was no different from crushing an ant or stepping on a cockroach. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, grasping it at once. It was like how some people dare to swat mosquitoes and flies but can't bring themselves to slaughter a hog or kill a rat. Really, they've granted the hog and the rat a kind of personhood in their hearts. And once you break through that layer of perception, taking life becomes utterly ordinary. And I'd clearly reached that point. She tilted her head curiously toward Yi Hongying again. "Hongyingjia, what about you?" Yi Hongying, who'd been spacing out, lifted her eyes and said calmly, The feeling, they were too weak. They went down before I'd even put any strength into it." Nangong Ruyao walked into the back courtyard, and looking at the grim sight before her, her pupils trembled beyond her control. In a corner, a girl who'd been abused huddled against the wall clutching her torn clothes, while a dozen some young women were imprisoned in the dog cage on the truck. She drew a deep breath to steady herself, dug a key out from among the corpses on the ground, and opened the iron cage. "You're safe now," she added. "There's enough food at this service station to feed you for a while." That done, she was about to head back to rejoin me. Just then a woman in the iron cage grabbed the hem of her clothes. "You're with those two from before, right?" Nangong Ruyao nodded. "You're all so strong. Why didn't you show up sooner? An hour earlier, and my husband wouldn't have been beaten to death." The woman's voice was full of agitation and fury. "I've got no husband now, and staying here I won't last long either. You have to take responsibility for me. I'm coming with you." Nangong Ruyao narrowed her eyes. "You're all this powerful, and you've got guns. You must be military." "I don't care. You've got to take responsibility and protect." Boom. The high-precision sniper's recoil sent a shudder through Nangong Ruyao's chest, the muffled gunshot carrying far in the dead of night. Under the close-range blast, the woman was flung clean off her feet, landing flat on her back, eyes glaring dead and wide. Honestly, unbelievable. Nangong Ruyao stowed the gun, pressed a hand to her forehead with a light sigh, and turned to leave with an easy grace. Saving you was only to hold on to the kindness in my own humanity. At the core of it, I'm really no soft touch. By the time she got back to the car, I'd just finished mounting the patch tires. "What happened just now?" I asked with concern. Recalling that scene, Nangong Ruyao let out an exasperated laugh. Put down one who didn't know what was good for her. Just then, Yi Hongying and Tang Xiaoxiao came out of the service station too. The two of them had gone to the restroom together while I was fixing the tires. "Lin Chun, come look at what I found." Tang Xiaoxiao waved the thing in her hand cheerfully, her twin ponytails swinging. I wiped my hands and looked it over. A high-frequency satellite radio. I tuned it just now. It can pick up the emergency signal the military command is putting out. Tang Xiaoxiao walked over beside me. As the distance closed, I could hear the on and off voice from the radio too. It had been only half a day since the apocalypse hit, and with the electrical load plummeting, the communications network had already started fluctuating. From the second day on, it cut out across wide areas, with only a few nodes retaining a signal. No doubt the civilian network would be utterly paralyzed before long, and then it'd be hard to get any news from the outside. So this high-frequency radio that could pick up the military satellite emergency signal was hugely useful. This is the Eastern Frontier Military Command Center. All survivors, attention, the Eastern Frontier Military Command is rebuilding its organization, constructing survivor bases according to the military district layout. Rescue operations across each province will begin within 7 days. Please strive to survive. ZZ. Humanity is currently facing an unprecedented apocalyptic crisis. Please do your utmost to survive and await military rescue. The signal came and went, but the content was just barely audible. After listening through the loop a few times, joy showed on all the girls' faces. The apocalypse had come on suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Yet the military had steadied its internal situation in a mere 2 days, showing tremendous cohesion. The military's building survivor bases. Now that really is good news. Nangong Ruyao's smile bloomed, a hint of hope showing. Zombies were terrifying and their contagiousness astonishing, but in the end they were just carbon-based life. Under the military's firepower, they didn't amount to much. Just weather these 7 days, and once the refuge bases were built, surviving humanity would have a foundation to stand on. But I shook my head. Don't be too optimistic. I believe in the military's strength too, but this apocalyptic disaster covering every organism on the globe is, in the end, hard for the military alone to handle. Building up your own strength is the greatest safeguard. Tang Xiaoxiao drew a deep breath, her expression turning grave. Actually, there's something I haven't mentioned. When I advanced to Tier 2, I saw a few scattered fragments of the future. I glanced sideways at her. Half of humanity worldwide turning into zombies. This is only the first stage of the apocalypse. In the near future, there'll be a second stage of cataclysm, even a third act. What we face is a world-ending crisis. Just as the Jurassic and the Cretaceous have long since become history, what we're living through is likewise nature's survival of the fittest, and all of humanity awakening genetic evolution is perhaps the one sliver of hope the Creator left behind. Saying this, she tilted her head with a playful smile again. But that's all for later. Living well in the present is what matters most. The three of us all fell silent. I looked at Tang Xiaoxiao seriously. A genius hacker girl admitted to university at 16 without entrance exams, able to make a deduction like that from a single sliver of future fragments glimpsed through S-Rank prophetic insight. It was honestly astonishing. What I admired even more was her character. She clearly turned things over in her mind more than anyone, yet she stayed lively and optimistic the whole time. With her reminder, the goal in my mind grew all the firmer: advance. By her deduction, genetic evolution might be the only right answer to this apocalypse. So I'd keep advancing. Since I'd awakened the SSS-Rank slaughter talent, then I'd carve out a road to survival in this apocalypse. Let's keep moving, on to lynching. I took the driver's seat, the engine thundering, and the girls boarded at the same time, a thick fighting spirit in all their eyes. In the deep dark of night, a beam of headlights tore through the black, lighting up a road of brightness ahead. 150 kilometers of expressway should have taken just over an hour, but with the tire getting punctured partway, plus the wreckage of crashes everywhere along the road, many stretches were badly jammed, some completely sealed off by abandoned cars. Whenever we hit road like that, Yihongying and Nangong Ruyao handled clearing the zombies wandering nearby, while I turned myself into a laborer and moved the blocking vehicles aside. Having evolved to Tier 3, I had 54 points of base strength now. Stacking C-Rank potential burst and the strength buffs, my instantaneous peak could top 100 points outright. A lift of both hands, and a car weighing 3 or 4 tons would be flipped clean off the expressway. I've hit Tier 2. Nangong Ruyao pushed her goggles up onto her forehead, a smile showing. While attacking the zombies, just now a thought had struck her, enchanting her bullets with B-rank attribute enhancement, so that the bullets she fired killing zombies would give her experience too. The discovery was a pleasant surprise to me. Nangong Ruyao would become the team's ranged damage dealer through and through, and her advancement speed wouldn't fall behind either. At that, I fished out the tier 3 crystal core from my chest pocket, the one I'd retrieved with telekinesis as we charged onto the expressway. This core was originally meant for Ryaojia, but she doesn't need it now. Xiao Xiao, you absorb it. Driving with one hand, I passed the core to Tang Xiao Xiao in the back. She wasn't suited to frontline combat, but the higher S-rank prophetic insight climbed, the stronger it got. A top-tier support skill, crucial to the whole team. Tang Xiao Xiao took the core with a grin, but instead of absorbing it right away, she tucked it into the little shoulder bag she carried. After a long night of struggle, the sky in the distance was paling at the horizon. At the edge of our view, we could already make out the buildings of the Ningqing Expressway exit, and the vehicles overturned all over the exit and the zombies wandering everywhere. There was even, among the horde, a mutant Samoyed over 2 meters in size, its whole body soaked in foul blood. A tier 2 corpse dog. I slowly eased off the speed. In the passenger seat, Nangong Ruyao took the cue, pulled down her goggles, leaned out the sunroof cradling the high-precision sniper, and braced the gun to take aim. Boom. The mutant corpse dog 300 or 400 meters off was precisely headshot on the spot. Beautiful. I marveled inwardly, then floored the gas, the speed climbing fast. Several dozen zombies at the Ningqing exit, drawn by the engine's roar, came lunging with snarls. I brought the car to a steady stop 50 meters from the horde, gripped my fire axe, and opened the door. In the back, Yi Hongying got out too, drawing her Tang Dao. These were all low-tier zombies, not many of them. Only a small horde, not yet at the level of a tide. A prime chance to farm experience. Nangong Ruyao swapped the high-precision sniper for 2 handguns. With only 20-some sniper rounds left, there was no need to waste them on low-tier zombies, while she had 300 or 400 handgun rounds. Plenty to spare. Hongying, how many more do you need for tier 3? I asked with a smile. 2 more points of experience. Yi Hongying smiled too. Good. You advance first, then the 2 of us have a contest. The words had barely left my mouth when Yi Hongying had already shot forward like an arrow loosed from the string. Searing flames formed 2 fire snakes coiling along the blade, and she abruptly drew and slashed forward, the 2 fire snakes turning into blade energy that swept out across the horde. 2 zombies in the horde had their heads struck, instantly engulfed in flame, charging a few steps before crashing to the ground. Advanced. Yi Hongying's form stilled, her pupils contracting sharply, her whole frame transforming in the blink of an eye. A second later, she reopened her eyes, her aura wholly changed, like a queen awakened, carrying a powerful, commanding presence. People who'd trained in martial arts for years already carried an indescribable air about them. And when she advanced to tier 3 and surpassed the limits of the human body across every attribute, that air showed itself completely. All right, the contest begins. Watching her adjust to her post-advancement strength, I smiled and gave a word of warning, then charged at the horde like a starving wolf. Strength boost, swift dash, overclocked stamina, potential burst, a quadruple buff stacked on in an instant, my combat power soaring fast. Phew. The fire axe came hacking down hard at 2 zombies with a rush of air. I still remembered how, when the cataclysm first hit, the axe would get caught in a skull when it bit into a zombie. But right now, under a burst of over 100 points of strength, skulls were as fragile as tofu before the blade. As I swung the axe, a waft of fragrance swept past my side, the cold light of the Tang Dao bursting from the flank, instantly plunging into one zombie's neck. Hideous zombies though they were, right now they'd become experienced mobs for Yi Hongying and me to measure our combat power against. Having advanced to tier 3, our resistance had reached 20 points. Even a tier 1 zombie's bite wouldn't infect us now, unless we were utterly drowned by a tide, bitten beyond what the body could bear. These 40-some zombies before us posed no such threat. So brutal. In the car, Tang Xiao Xiao watched the battle, foul blood spraying, her little mouth slightly open. She envied combat power like Yi Hongying's, but had an instinctive aversion to bloody scenes. Xiao Xiao, why don't you practice your shooting while you've got the chance? Nangong Ruyao handed her a handgun. This? I've never handled a gun. Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated, but took it all the same. She understood the crises ahead would only grow more numerous, and that everyone on the team had their own role to play. She absolutely couldn't be the one dragging them down, even if all she managed was protecting herself. I'll teach you. First, flip off the safety. In the thick of the fight, Yi Hongying and I were two completely different styles. I barreled straight through, swinging the axe in full circles and just laying into them, plowing through the horde like a bulldozer on my superior physique. Yi Hongying was the technical sort, blade work keen, frame nimble, every stroke a one-hit kill made on a foundation of conserving stamina, barely even getting any foul blood on herself. WHFF. The Tang Dao swept past, and the last zombie swayed and dropped. Yi Hongying spun a flourish of the blade to flick off the foul blood and slowly sheathed it. Hongying, that's a fine blade of yours. I stared a couple beats longer at the Tang Dao in her hand. My fire axe had even gotten chipped with a notch, while her blade was still keen as ever. Yi Hongying lifted the blade and, thinking I liked it, explained earnestly. This was my dad's coming-of-age gift to me. He spent over 4 months forging it, so I can't give it to you. That train of thought. I knew this blunt-spoken campus belle had gotten the wrong idea again, and waved my hands quickly. I was just paying a simple compliment. Don't read into it. The two of us walked back to the car side by side, chatting as we went. Lin Chen's score is 24, Hongying's 19. Nangong Ruyao reported with a smile. Warm-up's over. The road ahead will be rough going. I walked to the trunk, peeled off the foul blood-soaked clothes and tossed them aside, and changed into a spare set. Lincheng was the provincial capital, with 6 times the population of Hanhai City. Back when we'd busted off campus, we'd headed straight for the expressway on-ramp, the route skirting the densely populated areas, so we hadn't run into any large hordes. But next we had to get to Tang Xiaoxiao's parents' complex, which meant pushing deep into the city center. The denser the population, the easier it was for high-tier zombies to breed. The real challenge was only just beginning. TSK, not gonna lie, Lin Shuidi's muscle definition really isn't bad. Nangong Ruyao teased with her arms crossed. Looks plenty tough. Yi Hongying chimed in with the assessment, dead serious, startling a snort of laughter out of Nangong Ruyao. By the time we drove smoothly off the expressway, it was already past 7 in the morning. Even with a sleepless night, after hitting Tier 3 and getting such a major genetic boost, I felt not the slightest trace of drowsiness. The car turned onto the city streets, jammed up vehicles everywhere, the zombies clearly more numerous. It's another 16 kilometers from here to my place. Tang Xiaoxiao pulled out her tablet, brought up the offline map, and handed it to me. Nangong Ruyao leaned over for a look. Wow, Xiaoxiao, your place is in a villa district, right next to a scenic area too. A lot like this, you can tell it's worth a fortune. Of course it was just a joke. With the apocalypse, money, status, and reputation had turned to nothing in an instant, and the wealth people had once scrambled after couldn't even buy a bucket of instant noodles or a bottle of clean water now. Thanks, Riaojia, I'm okay. Tang Xiaoxiao gave a sweet smile, showing a little fawn. She understood Riaojia's teasing was meant to ease her unease. 2 days out of contact with her parents, still unable to confirm they were safe. She'd tried using prophetic insight to sense her parents' situation, but maybe the distance was too great or her spirit power too limited. She'd gotten no useful feedback. Still, she knew that the more it was like this, the more she couldn't rush. Only by keeping herself safe could she safely arrive, and besides, she wasn't alone now, but part of a team. She couldn't let her own worries jeopardize everyone's safety. The car barreled through the streets, the zombies drawn by the noise shaken off before they could even get close. The deeper we pushed into the city, the larger the hordes grew. Lucky for us, with the map Tang Xiaoxiao had downloaded ahead of time, I focused fully on controlling the car, threading perilously through before the hordes could fully gather. It seems the wind's picking up. In the passenger seat, Nangong Ruyao looked outside and frowned slightly. It was only around 9 in the morning, yet the sky had gone a murky gray, dust and sand spreading at the edge of view. The city's billboards and posters swept up and whirling chaotically through the air, the green roadside trees thrashing madly in the wind. Clack! Gravel kicked up by the gale struck the car windows. Why is this wind getting stronger and stronger? Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise too. In the distance, a few zombies were even being blown askew. Pat, pat. A few drops of rain landed on the hood, giving off a wisp of green smoke. I stared at the hood, paused a few seconds, then rolled down the window and stuck my hand out. Not good, it's acid rain. The faces of everyone in the car turned grave. I gave it more gas, the speed surging, scouring everywhere for shelter from the rain. This G63 was our only vehicle right now, loaded with food besides, with excellent off-road performance and horsepower. If the acid rain corroded the electronic components, it wouldn't be worth it. The sky grew darker, the gale whipping up dust and sand, blurring visibility, the raindrops visibly swelling as they kept drumming on the car body. After crossing 2 streets without finding a suitable underground parking garage, I simply spun the car around and charged straight for a magnificent 20-some-story building in the distance. Crash. The glass front doors were smashed to bits, and I drove the car straight into the lobby. The rain outside didn't let up in the slightest, blown in by the gale. The cataclysm had caused the electrical load to plummet, and most of the building's circuit components were damaged and short-circuited, with only a few emergency lights providing faint illumination. This looks like a 4-star hotel. Nangong Ruyao sized up the surroundings. I glanced at the rain beyond the doors. Let's regroup here first. We'll move once the rain stops. Sure enough, just as Tang Xiaoxiao had said, the zombie outbreak was only the first stage of the global cataclysm. This sudden, unannounced sandstorm and acid rain meant the natural environment was deteriorating too. To survive in the apocalypse, you didn't just have to battle zombies. You had to contend with the worsening environment. If the environment kept degrading like this, no doubt the world would become a wasteland before long. And it was only the 3rd day of the global cataclysm now, truly not giving survivors a moment to catch their breath. Yi Hongying opened the car door first, the Tang Dao sliding slowly from its sheath, slashing forward in a slight sway of her skirt, cutting down a female zombie that darted out from the front hall counter with a single stroke. At the same moment, 2 more zombies darted out from a corner. WHFF. 2 streaks of deep blue thunder flashed and vanished, and before Yi Hongying could even act, those 2 zombies were instantly headshot. Pat, pat. 2 twisted, deformed coins dropped to the floor, still carrying a residual current. I rubbed my wrist, the corner of my mouth lifting. I was getting more and more practiced with this super electromagnetic cannon, more accurate, even, than firing a handgun by a fair margin. A basic version shot cost only 10 points of spirit power, and I had a full near 200 right now. Something feels off. Nangong Ruyao stroked her chin, studying the surroundings in puzzlement. I sensed the oddness too, wariness showing in my eyes. It's off, all right. For a hotel of this caliber, taking in at least 1,000 people a day, the lobby shouldn't have just these 3 zombies. A cluster of flame rose from Yi Hongying's palm, lighting up the dim surroundings. Come look at this. Everyone walked over to see the hotel lobby's huge display aquarium shattered across the floor, all the fish inside gone. Not only that, in the lounge area in a corner of the lobby, the sofas looked as if they'd been ripped apart by some giant scythe, torn to pieces. Plenty of the solid wood cabinets smashed across the floor too. Large bloodstains had congealed on the ground, and great patches of some unknown viscous fluid clung to the walls. There was a fierce slaughter here. The strange thing is, there's not a single corpse to be seen. I touched the scar at my brow. By the signs of fighting and the large patches of dried blood here, at least 40 or 50 survivors and zombies should have died. Yet from the moment we came in until now, apart from those 3 just now, I hadn't seen so much as a corpse's remains. Too strange, as if someone had deliberately cleaned it up. Let me see just what kind of terrifying thing is in this hotel. Standing at the very back, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes overlaid with a layer of gray-white mist as she activated prophetic insight. A full minute later, she reopened her eyes, surprise on her face, then shook her head, twin ponytails swaying side to side. Whoa, no way. What is it? Tang Xiaoxiao lifted her eyes to me and Yi Hongying and asked, puzzled. Do you 2 think there are a lot of people like you? I mean, people who chop zombies without even blinking. who've killed over 100 and evolved to Tier 3 in under 3 days since the cataclysm. Yi Hongying and I exchanged a glance. I said, to pull that off, you need either extremely strong adaptability and mental fortitude or a powerful talent. People like that are rare, but not non-existent. This wasn't bragging. I trained in Sanda since high school and fought punks often, so I had some combat experience. And most importantly, I'd awakened God's slaughter. From the moment I cut down the first zombie, I'd been clear. To survive in the apocalypse, you had to give it everything, overcome every physical barrier, and adapt to this constant state of slaughter. As for Yi Hongying, she was even easier to explain. Trained in martial arts since childhood, superb in technique and footwork, an A-rank talent of astonishing power, and a personality both pure and iron-willed, not prone to overthinking and piling pressure on herself. Tang Xiaoxiao raised a hand and pointed overhead. Right now there's a 3-person squad in this building, 2 Tier 3s and 1 Tier 2. They've killed off most of the zombies in the building. 2 Tier 3s? Even I was intrigued, finally getting why she'd been startled into cursing just now. This 3-person squad had killed at least 230 zombies in 2 days. Chopping zombies wasn't like chopping cabbage. An ordinary person with an iron rod or a blade would struggle to take down even one without a scratch, with limited stamina at that, and fighting tireless zombies burned enormous reserves. On top of that, zombies had keen hearing, and the moment you started fighting it'd draw in a swarm. Anyone who could hit Tier 3 by this point was, without exception, a real heavy hitter. Now this was interesting. They're not in good shape right now, though. Their leader seems to have been bitten by a Tier 3 zombie and just had an arm chopped off by his teammates, and that Tier 3 zombie's still lurking in the shadows, biding its time to hunt. Tang Xiaoxiao asked, "Do we step in and help them?" I didn't answer directly, instead turning to the girls with a smile. "Do you all want to wait in the car for the rain to stop, or go upstairs and find a presidential suite to rest in for a bit?" Staying in the car was relatively safe and meant we wouldn't have to bother with what was happening in the building. Resting upstairs meant first dealing with that Tier 3 zombie and clearing the hidden danger. I gave it a quick check just now. This building's backup power still works, and you can even take a shower in the rooms. Nangong Ruyao smiled. "How about we head up and soak in a bath?" Hearing she could take a bath, Yi Hongying's eyes lit up, and she raised her hand a little higher. I want a bath too." With all the breaking out along the road, her clothes were splotched with plenty of foul blood, and while the water source hadn't been completely contaminated yet, she wanted to properly enjoy herself a bit too. Tang Xiaoxiao gave a giggle. "Then let's go up." "All right." I nodded. From busting off campus until now I hadn't gotten a proper rest, and with the rain not stopping making travel impossible, this was a good time to regroup. I hauled a backpack full of food and water from the trunk and took the assault rifle in hand. "Keep your weapons on you as much as you can. Let's head up." The 3 girls nodded, gathered up their personal effects, and quickly followed. Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at me walking up front and suddenly gave a sly little smile, showing a fawn. If it were before the apocalypse, doesn't this scene look like a bunch of college couples coming to get a room? Nangong Ruyao snorted with laughter. "Xiaoxiao, what kind of nonsense have you got rattling around in that head of yours?" Walking up front, I heard the words "get a room," and my stride hitched slightly out of shape. At the elevator waiting area, 3 of the 4 elevators had been damaged by external force and wouldn't run, and the remaining one showed a red fault light. Tang Xiaoxiao stepped up and pried open the main control panel, pointing at the power box. Unstable voltage locked up the main control. A bit of low voltage stabilized current, and it'll activate. I extended 2 fingers to the power box's positive and negative terminals, current gathering at my fingertips, the floor buttons flashing rapidly as the main control system rebooted. A dozen some seconds later, the elevator was running again. "Xiaoxiao, what floor is that Tier 3 zombie on?" Should be the 14th floor." "All right, we'll clear it on the 14th floor first, then go up to the top floor and stay in the presidential suite." The corner of my mouth lifted, and I pressed for the 14th floor. On the 14th floor, stubble-faced and in his 40s, Yang Jinghua sat slumped against the corridor wall, clutching his severed arm. Beside him, a girl in a baseball jersey anxiously tore her short sleeve into strips of cloth to bandage him. "Dad, hang in there, you'll be fine." Yang Jinghua's lips were pale from blood loss, but his gaze was as sharp as ever. "Don't worry, kiddo, the arm was chopped in time. I shouldn't be infected." Then he turned his head toward the young man cradling two watermelon knives and warily watching the stairwell. "Son, take your sister and go first. This monster's too tough to shake. Once it feeds again, it won't be something the three of us can handle." "I won't. If anyone's leaving, it's you taking Shuawu, Dad. I'll hold off that thing." Young Anil, his white shirt long since slashed to shreds and a wolf head tattoo bared on his back, turned half his face and said resolutely, "Damn it. Making my own son cover my retreat. Where do you think that leaves an old man's face? Get the hell out of here now." Yang Jingwa stepped up and grabbed his son's arm to yank him back. But Young Anil stubbornly held his body ramrod straight and wouldn't budge, lips bitten bloody, eyes brimming with tears, a choked-up snarl in his throat. "Dad, Mom's gone. Turned into a zombie by this damned apocalypse. I couldn't protect Mom. I have to protect you and little sis." Yang Jingwa's movements froze, his heart aching like it was being choked. This cataclysm had come too suddenly. A happy family of four out on a trip, and then with no warning, his wife had turned into a zombie right in front of him. To keep her from biting their children, he'd had no choice but to wring her neck through his tears. From that moment, he and his son had had only one thought: kill off the zombies, cut their way clean through this apocalypse. Yang Jingwa had served 7 years as a reconnaissance scout, with extremely strong mental fortitude, and had kept up his physical training after discharge. After finishing off his mutated wife barehanded, he'd led his son and daughter to kill zombies while rescuing uninfected survivors in the other rooms. In under 2 days, they'd cleared 7 or 8 floors, the survivors numbering close to 20, and he'd led them all in a fighting retreat down to the hotel lobby. It was right then that disaster struck. A horrifying zombie that could only be called a patchwork monster suddenly appeared, nearly wiping them all out in the blink of an eye. The survivors scattered in every direction and were completely broken up, and in the end, only the 3 of them, father and children, had fled here. A commotion came from the stairwell. 7 or 8 zombies, drawn by the father and son's argument just now, came swarming and pouncing down from upstairs. The last one in the horde, its belly bulging and swollen bloated as a water vat, was plainly a Tier 2 zombie. Yang Jingwa gripped a fire axe with his one remaining arm, bracing to fight. But before he could move, his son Yang Anil had already charged out first, the 2 watermelon knives hacking away wildly with no form at all, on brute force alone. But Tier 3's powerful strength and reflexes were sheer domination against low-tier zombies. In a dozen-some seconds, he'd hacked the 6 in front into a spray of flesh and blood. But when he charged up to that fat Tier 2 zombie, the thing's belly swelled fast like a balloon. Boom. It blew up outright. Chunks scattered, the aftershock jolting the floor violently, its force not the least bit weaker than a blasting cap. "Bro!" Behind him, Yang Shuawu cried out. Yang Jingwa too rushed forward, his face taut with tension. As the blood mist cleared a little, Yang Anil flicked the foul blood off his knives and scrambled up from the ground. "Don't worry, little sis, I'm fine." His eyes had now become golden vertical slits, his whole body sheathed in a film of golden light. This was the C-rank talent he'd awakened, Energy Barrier, which spent spirit power to release a protective shield that greatly boosted defense and could also absorb impact force. It was precisely this powerful defense that had let him chop his way up to Tier 3. Just then, a reeking stench hit the face, and a cloud of blood mist suddenly surged out of the stairwell. Then a huge octopus tentacle reached out from within, instantly coiling around Yang Anil's ankle and yanking hard, dragging the just-risen man down and hauling him toward the stairwell with immense force. "That monster's here." Killing intent burst violent in Yang Jingwa's eyes. It was this terrifying thing that had suddenly appeared in the hotel lobby and scattered the survivors' ranks in an instant. He and his son Yang Anil had joined forces, and even then had only managed to temporarily hold this monster in check at the time. What he hadn't expected was that this monster could actually devour corpses. Survivors and zombies alike could become its fodder, and after devouring them, its strength kept growing. Even the wounds he and his son had given everything to inflict healing over in a blink. In the clash on the 10th floor just now, Yang Jinghua had only narrowly escaped at the cost of having a section of his arm bitten off. Now it had chased them down again, looking even stronger than before. "Don't you touch my brother." The baseball jersey girl, Yang Xiuwu, flung herself in and grabbed Yang Anil's arm, her other hand raised high. The next instant, the temperature all around her dropped fast, the water vapor in the air and the foul blood on the ground rushing rapidly to converge in her palm, condensing into an ice spear in the space of a breath, which she hurled with all her might. B-rank Talon Extreme Frost Ice Aura. The ice spear pierced into that tentacle, but it had no sense of pain at all. After a brief pause, its movement went on completely unaffected. Behind it, Yang Jinghua leapt high, the axe flashing with cold light as he hacked down with all his strength. THWK. The tentacle was severed on the spot. The instant the binding on his leg vanished, Yang Anil immediately flipped up to his feet and, gripping the two watermelon knives, charged instead of dodging, rushing straight for the stairwell. He understood that monster wouldn't let up its pursuit, and he and his dad had been without food and water for a day. Running wouldn't get them away, and if they didn't put up a fight now, sooner or later they'd be worn down to death. At the stairwell, a large zombie over 2 meters in size, its whole body of fat flesh, revealed itself. Its body looked cobbled together from spare parts, its fat head squeezing its features together, a dozen some sharp spikes jutting from the arms of its upper body, its lower half 4 huge octopus tentacles, and at its belly a fanged maw that opened and closed as it moved. The instant Yang Anil leapt, a tentacle behind that zombie whipped out like a lash and sent him flying in an instant. Thud! He slammed hard into the wall, cracks spreading across it. Then 2 tentacles lashed at him again in a furious storm. Yang Xiuwu and Yang Jinghua wanted to rush in to help, but the zombie opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of black ink, corroding a large patch of ground where it landed. In the rubble, Yang Anil shielded his head with both hands, the energy barrier on his body growing dimmer and dimmer. His spirit power was nearly drained. On his tier 3 physique, Yang Jinghua dodged the corrosive slime, ducked low, and rushed up close to the zombie, the fire axe hacking down again and again, instantly splitting 4 or 5 bloody gashes in the zombie's flesh. But with only one arm, just as he'd found his angle and prepared to chop at the back of its head, the zombie grabbed his head with one hand and lifted him clean off the ground, the spikes on its other arm aimed at his chest to drive down. In the face of crisis, Yang Xiuwu spent the last of her spirit power, condensing an ice shield and flinging herself into block beside her father. But the zombie extended another tentacle, coiled it around her waist, and shoved her toward the huge maw at its belly. The battle was wholly one-sided, the 3 of them, father and children, hanging by a thread. Just then, with a ding, the elevator stopped on the 14th floor. The elevator doors opened, and I walked out. Yang Jinghua, his head gripped by the zombie, blood running from his nostrils, on top of the severe blood loss from his severed arm, had already passed out cold. The patchwork monster zombie's maw on its swollen belly gaped wide, its slime-dripping fangs about to swallow Yang Xiuwu whole. Her pupils quaked, and she twisted with all her might but couldn't break free of the binding, a flicker of despair showing in her eyes. Their family hadn't managed to survive the apocalypse after all. Just as she was about to shut her eyes, the corner of her vision caught a young man in black walking out of the elevator. Were there still survivors in the building? WHFF. Deep blue current bloomed, and a thunder beam shot past, almost grazing her cheek, stirring a few wisps of loose hair by her ear, pouring straight into the patchwork monster's gaping maw. Boom. The bulky mutant zombie was blasted clean off its feet. The instant the tentacle's binding vanished, Yang Xiuwu dropped to the floor and turned back in disbelief. Lightning snakes surged all around me, my left hand loosely cupped, a lightning-wrapped coin hovering and spinning in my palm. Beside me, Yi Hongying held her sheathed Tang Dao, Nangong Ruyao cradled the high-precision sniper one-handed, and Tang Xiaoxiao stood with a lollipop in her mouth and both hands in her pockets. The 3 of them stepped out of the elevator at the same time and stood at my side. So strong. Shock filled Yang Xiuwu's pretty face. She knew all too well how terrifying this tier 3 zombie was. Yet this young man's seemingly offhand strike had blasted it clean away. WHFF. I flicked my palm, and another super electromagnetic cannon shot fired at the blasted-away patchwork monster. Boom. A large patch of flesh was blown off its body, but it still didn't die, its 4 tentacles grabbing at the ground without pause, shoving the remains of the few zombies young Anil had cut down earlier all at once into the huge maw at its belly. As it fed, the body that had just been gravely wounded by 2 super electromagnetic cannon shots actually healed before our very eyes. Now this is interesting. A smile curled at the corner of my mouth. This thing's vitality really was tenacious, its health bar thicker than I'd imagined. Bang! Nangong Ruyao braced the gun, aimed it at its head, and pulled the trigger. Half its bulky head was blasted away, yet it remained utterly unaffected, still feeding. Its crystal core isn't in the head. It should be in the chest, Tang Xiaoxiao advised. Yi Hongying slowly drew her blade, flame coiling along the edge. Hongying, I'll handle this one. I pressed her wrist down and stepped toward that monster. I wanted to see what talent I'd plunder from killing it. Yi Hongying slid the half-drawn blade back and stood obediently in place. Seeing me walk over like I was out for a stroll, Yang Shuawu, having climbed up bracing the wall, couldn't help but warn me, "Don't be careless. This monster's terrifying." "Relax, I'm more terrifying." I gave her a faint smile, sizing up the girl in the lull. 17 or 18. Looked like a high schooler, her face smudged with grime, yet completely natural and barefaced, full of a girl's youthful freshness. A sweet look like that. She was probably the unattainable crush in plenty of boys' hearts at school. I made a private comparison. Yi Hongying had the aloof, otherworldly, slightly Chiuni queen vibe. Nangong Ruyao the mature, gentle older sister style. Tang Xiaoxiao the high IQ, lively, slightly sly little lowly. And this girl had something of the girl next door about her. Pulling my gaze back, I kept walking toward that tier 3 mutant zombie. By now it had fully absorbed the corpses on the ground, the chunks of flesh on its body swelling and splitting, returning to its bloated form in a few breaths. It let out a low growl, the 2 octopus tentacles on its lower body rising at once like spears, stabbing at me with a rush of air. Yang Shuawu, the nearest to me, instinctively curled her toes tight. Those tentacles were too fast. She wanted to warn me to dodge, but feared breaking my concentration. But I had not the slightest thought of dodging. My eyes narrowed slightly, and the skin of both arms simultaneously sheathed in a layer of diamond luster. C-rank talent diamond hardening, activated. This was what I'd plundered killing Li Zutai at the service station. A perfect chance to test its effect in real combat. I reached both hands forward and grabbed the octopus tentacles outright, a cold sneer curling at the corner of my mouth. Let me test my new move, 100,000 volts. The words weren't even out when deep blue thunder surged madly across both my hands. Using the tentacles as conductors, the savage current instantly spreading through the zombie's whole body. Its body went utterly rigid, its rotten flesh giving off heat, fully charred to a cinder in the space of a breath. I shook my head. This thing's abilities weren't weak, but in the end it was just carbon-based life. But I didn't relax at that. With a one-handed beckon, I activated telekinesis, and the watermelon knife on the ground fell into my hand. Ducking low and rushing forward, cold light flashing, I sliced the carbonized zombie's chest wide open, at the same time plunging my palm into its chest, gripping the crystal core inside and wrenching it out hard. Pop! The chunks of flesh all over the zombie's body crumbled across the floor like shattered building blocks. Yang Shuawu swallowed, shock all over her face. From start to finish it hadn't taken more than 5 seconds. She knew all too well how terrifying this zombie was. 20-some survivors slaughtered by it in under a minute, her own family of 3 no match for it, even joining forces, her father losing an arm, the whole family nearly wiped out. Yet a thing this terrifying had been off-handedly instant-killed before her very eyes by this man. She stared at me blankly, her eyes full of awe, curiosity, and a flicker of admiration. Killed tier 3 zombie. EXP plus 20 plunder complete. Spirit power plus 20. Obtained B-rank talent devour. Continuously strengthen power and mend injuries through mass devouring. Devouring an organism can also fuse its characteristics. Gripping the crystal core, the corner of my mouth lifted. Sweet, another B-rank talent plundered. It also confirmed my conjecture. In the apocalypse, The evolvers, or zombie-infected who could charge to tier 3 right out of the gate, basically all had decent talents. A powerful talent gave a huge edge in the early stage. One step fast meant every step fast. So I'd already made up my mind. Ordinary zombies I could leave more of to Hongying and Ruyaojie to farm experience, but high-tier zombies like this, I had to grab the kills. Lin Shuadi really does step up. The whole way, whenever we ran into tough high-tier zombies, he quietly took action and kept the danger for himself. Nangong Ruyao looked at my back, her eyes full of appreciation. Yi Hongying's cheeks flushed faintly. Lin Chen hadn't let me act just now, so it was to protect me. Tisk. Tang Xiaoxiao pursed her little lips. She'd been observing closely the whole way. Lin Chen clearly had more than just the one talent Thunder Force, and she'd already formed a rough guess in her mind. Nangong Ruyao and Yi Hongying were thoroughly moved over nothing. This guy was probably just out to grab kills, and his real talent likely was the kind that got stronger by stealing kills. She was about to voice her guess, but then she saw me come back over to them. The first thing I did being to hand the crystal core to her. Xiao Xiao, got you another core. Absorb it in a bit. This, for me? Tang Xiaoxiao blanked for a moment and dumbly took it, her heartbeat quickening slightly. Some soft place inside her brushed against. With the apocalypse, law, civilization, and order no longer existed, and the only thing to rely on was powerful strength. And everyone knew what a crystal core did. At minimum, it equaled 20 points of experience. The first one given to her could be called keeping her from dragging the team down. The second given to her could count as recognizing her talent. But this third, handed straight to her without the slightest hesitation. It could only mean he truly regarded her as important, that he was genuinely working to help her advance. Tang Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, a faint mist welling up in her eyes beyond her control. She'd had a sky-high IQ since childhood, admitted to Hanhai University by special exception at 15, and precisely because her mindset had matured early, she had no interest in joining the childish topics of her peers. Growing up, she'd had hardly any friends, and had almost never been cared for or held in regard like this by anyone. What's wrong? Seeing her little mouth working and her eyes all glistening, I was a bit baffled. Nothing, just thanks. Tang Xiaoxiao swiped her sleeve across her nose and returned to her usual self, grinning to show a little fawn. All right, the hidden danger's cleared. Weren't you all going to take a bath? Let's go up and check out the presidential suite. The moment they heard they could take a bath, the girls instantly cheered. Right before stepping into the elevator, Nangong Ruyao glanced at the wreckage-strewn corridor. Shouldn't we say a word to them? I turned back to look at Yang Shuowu and the other two. Yang Anil had just crawled out of the broken bricks and recovered some awareness, and Yang Shuowu was helping up the unconscious Yang Jinghua, just then lifting her head to look at me. The two of us locking eyes. Thank you for saving us. I'm Yang Shuowu. We'll definitely repay you. She worked up her courage and said it, a little bashfully. Though she knew their combat power was nothing in my eyes, her gratitude was real and sincere. No need to repay anything. We were just passing through anyway. I waved a hand and stepped into the elevator. Can you tell me your name? Yang Shuwu raised her voice, but the elevator doors had already closed, the second half of her sentence fading away. Cough, cough. In the rubble, Yang Anil staggered up, shook his head, and after seeing the chunks of rotten flesh all over the floor, his eyes snapped wide. He glanced at his sister and their father being helped up. This, Shuowu, you took that monster out? He'd been lashed at madly by the tentacles just now, and though the energy barrier absorbed the impact, he'd been whipped near half unconscious, and having only just come to, he had no idea what had happened. Yang Shuowu quickly shook her head and gave a brief rundown of what had just occurred. Yang Anil blanked for several seconds, eyes wide as he stared at the floor full of rotten flesh. You're telling me a squad of survivors suddenly showed up, and one of the guys took this monster out with a single offhand move? Yang Shuowu nodded hard. They're the ones who saved us. Whoa, this is a straight-up badass. Where is he? He saved our whole family's lives. I'm gonna make him my big bro. Yang Anil looked around, but there wasn't a trace of him left, yet his mood couldn't help surging with excitement. A situation like this was the kind of lucky encounter you'd see in a wuxia drama. They seemed to have gone up to the presidential suite, Yang Shuowu added, her cheeks flushed. There were 3 girls with that guy, all really pretty. It's the apocalypse, and he can still bring 3 girls to get a room. This badass is too damn impressive. In that case, barging in to disturb them now would be plain tactless. Right, how's our dad? Young Anil finally remembered their unconscious father and hurried over to check. Breathing steady, he should be fine. Yang Shuo looked at her dazed brother and let out a soft sigh. Their father was a discharged veteran who'd strictly raised her brother from a young age, requiring him to run a full 5 kilometers a day and keep a regular schedule, and even wanting him to take a gap year and enlist in his sophomore year of college. Free of his father's discipline, young Anil had fully let himself loose, getting his whole back tattooed in rebellion against his father's plans, which had earned him a furious beating from his dad. But only after the apocalypse came did she realize that her usually rough and tumble, unreliable-looking brother could put himself out front, fighting for his life to shield her and their father, fierce beyond measure. Bro, where do we go now? With their father unconscious, Yang Shuowu could only look to her brother. Yang Anil rubbed his shriveled belly and looked up at the ceiling. Let's find a room to rest in for now and check Dad's wound. In a few hours, once that big bro's done with his business, we'll go pay a visit. Ding. The elevator went straight to the top floor and slowly came to a stop. The doors opened to a luxurious red carpet running straight to the end of the corridor, crystal wall sconces on both sides lighting the long hall bright, elegant and dignified, yet utterly opulent. The full 50 meters of corridor had only 4 rooms on each side, which showed just how spacious the interiors were, and it was spotlessly clean, not the slightest sign of any zombie. I walked up to a suite door. No keycard, no problem. I took the Tang Dao from Yi Hongying and cut out a cross slash, 2 flashes of blade light, and that pricey smart lock instantly fell into 4 pieces. We'll stay in this one tonight. I turned back to glance at the 3 girls. This suite was big enough that 4 people sleeping in it was an easy fit. Yi Hongying nodded calmly. Okay, sleeping together is safe. Hearing we'd be staying together, Tang Xiaoxiao immediately put her hands on her hips with a hint of warning. Sleeping together is fine, but don't go getting any funny ideas in that head of yours. We're not going to let you take advantage. I glanced at her and shook my head. Relax. Even if I really wanted to take advantage, I'd go for Ru Yaojie first. Who are you looking down on? I'm still developing. Huge potential. I'll definitely catch up to her someday. Tang Xiaoxiao flared up in an instant like a kitten with its tail stepped on. But the moment the words were out, she fell silent. She'd just warned someone else not to think dirty and ended up steering the topic that way herself, even getting into the subject of her own development with Lin Chun. Aya, so mortifying. Hee hee. Nangong Ruyao covered her mouth and laughed softly. Lin Chun and Tang Xiaoxiao bickering really was entertaining, and what he'd just said counted as a compliment to her figure, which she found all the more gratifying. I pushed the door open and walked in first, making a round of the several rooms in the suite and finding no trace of zombies. The room had probably just happened to be vacant when the cataclysm hit. Wow, what a huge bathtub. No, you'd have to call it a bathing pool. Tang Xiaoxiao's exclamation came from the bathroom. I walked over to see that the 50 or 60 square meter bathroom actually held a luxurious bathing pool 4 meters square, not crowded even with 3 to 5 people bathing together, with a separate sauna room beside it too. What the rich enjoyed really was on another level. Before I could even leave, Yi Hongying had already started undressing, getting ready to change and wash. Nangong Ruyao stepped up and pushed me out, smiling helplessly. What sort of nice thoughts are you having? We're going to take a bath. Go rest on the sofa for a bit first. Pushed out, I let out a soft sigh, walked over to the sofa and sat down, propped my feet on the coffee table, and turned a deaf ear to the sound of water in the bathroom. In the bath, after a quick rinse, the 3 girls jumped into the water and started a splash fight. Even Yi Hongying wore a rare happy smile on her face, leaning against the edge of the pool and letting out a relaxed breath. All along this road of flight and survival, their nerves had been taut every moment, and only now could they finally let down their guard completely and enjoy a brief moment of peace. After horsing around a while, Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Hongying's graceful figure, then looked down at her own. Her smile froze instantly, then turned to look at Nangong Ruyao on the other side, sinking herself slightly so only her little head showed above the water. Ugh, why is the buoyancy so strong? I stood on the balcony looking out. The rain hadn't let up in the slightest, the gale sweeping across the ground, many roadside trees uprooted, even plenty of small cars rocking in the wind, sand and gravel mixed with acid rain sweeping the streets. I narrowed my eyes slightly. The road to survival ahead was probably only going to get harder. I wondered what the world would look like when the second cataclysm Tang Xiaoxiao spoke of came. The girls soaked for a full hour before coming out, still not satisfied, their clothes all tossed in the washing machine, only bathrobes wrapped around them. "We're done washing. You go take your shower." Nangong Ruyao walked out first. With the only bathrobe taken by her, Yi Hongying had just a bath towel wrapped around her, her cheeks flushed from the bath. Sensing my gaze, she reached down and tugged the towel a little tighter. "Stop looking. Your eyeballs are about to fly out." Tang Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and pouted in displeasure. With her twin ponytails undone now, her damp hair clinging by her ears, she looked all the more adorable. She was annoyed because after the three came out, Lin Chen's gaze had lingered on Nangong Ruyao for 8 seconds and on Yi Hongying for 10, yet hadn't spared her so much as a single second. Humph. She was only 16, 6 years of development behind 22-year-old Ryaojia, and 3 years of growing room behind 19-year-old Yi Hongying. What gave him the right to look down on her? Infuriating. Watching the 3 girls head into the master bedroom to rest, I shrugged and walked into the bathroom. Mist curling, fragrance lingering. I stripped in a flash, glanced at the bathing pool, and plopped in, leaning my body back. So nice. Eyes closed, body completely relaxed. In this moment, there was even a dreamlike sense of unreality. Just 3 days from the cataclysm until now, and I transformed from an ordinary college student into a Tier 3 evolver, the abilities I'd plundered already topping 10. Of the powerful ones alone, there were B-rank Thunder Force and Telekinesis, C-rank Potential Burst and Diamond Hardening, any single one of which would normally be enough to let someone find their footing in the early apocalypse, and I had this many. Most crucially, my spirit power had now reached over 260 points. A Tier 3 evolver like Yi Hongying had base spirit power of only 50 points. With this much spirit power, I had more than enough to activate talents at will. A mage with no cooldowns, a ton of skills, and a long enough mana bar. I ask you, are you scared or not? I'd planned out the road ahead too. The moment the rain stopped, we'd press on for Tang Xiaoxiao's hometown, and the next stop after that would be Yi Hongying's home region, hunting zombies as much as possible the whole way to keep building up strength. No doubt plenty of small refuge bases would appear before long, and survivors would gradually gather into small factions. If I could find a suitable shelter, I wanted to build a faction of my own too, and find a truly firm footing in the apocalypse. "Oh no, Lin Xuedi!" Nangong Ruyao's alarmed cry suddenly came from outside the door. My eyes snapped open and I leapt out of the pool and rushed out of the bathroom, thinking they'd run into danger, instantly snapping into combat mode. Damn it, someone drove our car off. Tang Xiaoxiao stood on the balcony, stamping her foot in anger as she watched the Mercedes charge off into the acid rain below. "I'll go after it." Yi Hongying, in only a bathrobe, had already grabbed her Tang Dao to head out. Only then did it click for me, so the car had been stolen. I stopped her and shook my head. "Forget it, going now won't catch it." We were on the 26th floor, the top. By the time we took the elevator down, the person would be long gone without a trace. Yi Hongying pressed her lips together and set down the blade, but after dipping her head slightly and her gaze grazing me out of the corner of her eye, her cheeks instantly went bright red and she quickly turned her face away. Beside her, Nangong Ruyao's face flushed too, and she pointed somewhat awkwardly at my lower body. Holy shit. I jolted to my senses. I'd just charged straight out of the bath. I hurriedly covered up and slunk back into the bathroom in disgrace. Tang Xiaoxiao, just back from the balcony, looked at the two of them with their unnatural expressions and asked, puzzled, "What's with you two? I thought I just heard Lin Chen come out. Where is he?" He went back to shower," Nangong Ruyao explained. The mere mention of Lin Chen sent that scene replaying in her head against her will. In under half a minute, I came back out, dressed again. "Lin Chen, our food and spare clothes are all in the car," Tang Xiaoxiao said anxiously. It was 10 kilometers from here to her parents' complex, and without a vehicle, fighting our way there would be more than 10 times as hard. I narrowed my eyes. What's done was done. There was no point dwelling on it. In the apocalypse, nothing ever goes perfectly smooth. You can only look ahead. Let's check what supplies we've got now and then figure out a plan. I brought over the backpack from the sofa, and the three girls pulled together the bags they'd each brought up. I've got 3 lollipops, 2 bags of snacks, a bottle of drink, a tablet, and a high-frequency satellite radio. Tang Xiaoxiao emptied out her school bag and laid it all out. I've got 21 sniper rounds, close to 100 handgun rounds, 6 high-explosive grenades, 2 handguns, a pair of goggles, 3 boxes of antibiotics, a box of serum, and a few boxes of vitamin C. Nangong Ruyao laid out her things too. Seeing all this, my brow moved slightly. Ryao's backpack could be called a small armory plus a medical kit. I had no idea when she'd prepared antibiotics and vitamins. Her mind really was meticulous. Vitamins could maintain basic vital energy, and antibiotics could be life-saving at a critical moment. All I've got is a rope, a waterproof flashlight, a wrist guard, a red silk binding band, and half a bottle of water. Yi Hongying's bag was relatively simple. As for me, I just dumped the whole backpack over, and out onto the sofa fell sausages, compressed biscuits, dried noodles, canned beef, and a few boxes of that little item. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, I snatched them up and stuffed them back in the bag, giving a little heh-heh laugh. Didn't know what to pack when we came up, so I just stuffed in extra food. Truthfully, it wasn't foresight. I just knew how important food was in the apocalypse, and keeping supplies on me had become a habit. Right, the crystal cores are still on you, yeah? I asked Tang Xiaoxiao. Those were the most important things. Both are on me. Shame the shotgun and ammo are still in the car. Doesn't matter. Supplies are just external things. Lose them, and we can gather more. This food's enough for now. I reassured her calmly. But the clothes are all washed, and the spares are in the car. Yi Hongying looked down at her somewhat short bath towel. There was no way to fight normally like this. I pressed a hand to my forehead. That was indeed a problem, but not a big one. This was a hotel. The guests would surely have plenty of spare clothes, just a matter of gathering some. You all rest? I'll handle the clothes. With that, I left the room and headed straight for the presidential suite across the corridor. The other 2 suites on the top floor had never been occupied, but the 4th one yielded something. I broke the lock with brute force, and the moment I stepped into the main room, a female zombie in a cosplay outfit lunged at me. I flicked out a coin, and the thunder beam instantly headshot it. Kicking the corpse aside, I headed for the master bedroom and saw a fat, balding old man on the bed, his neck bitten through, already rotting and reeking. I shook my head and opened the wardrobe, and my eyes lit up. A whole closet of a dazzling array, a dozen some styles hanging. Business wear, sailor uniforms, nurse outfits, hanfu, anime cosplay. Every style imaginable, yet not a single normal one. I grabbed a suitcase offhand and stuffed all these clothes into it at once. A few minutes later, I returned to the room. Found clothes. Nangong Ruyao came to meet me, and seeing the suitcase, delight showed on her face. Right now, she was in a state of nothing underneath. Yi Hongying, sitting on the sofa, turned to glance over too. Her bath towel really was too short in size, and she didn't dare move much at all. Went over the whole floor. Only found these. Take your pick. I handed over the case, dead serious. The 3 girls gathered round, opened the case, and all blanked for a moment. Yi Hongying pinched up a little black lace item, full of puzzlement in her eyes. Is this a mask or an eye mask? Looking at those styles that used the barest scraps of fabric, Nangong Ruyao blanked too, eyeing me dubiously, suspecting I'd done it on purpose. I spread my hands, all innocence. I searched extra carefully. This really was all there was. But don't worry, the tags are all on, they're all new. Tang Xiaoxiao picked up a sailor uniform and held it up against herself. This is okay. Actually, this set fits me just right. I bit back a laugh. For 1.70 m, Yi Hongying, this set would be a body-hugging style that traced out her figure completely. For the 1.56 m little lowly, it was a perfect fit, because there was no figure holding it up. At the root of it, it was still a lack of nutrition. You go wait outside a bit. We're changing. Nangong Ruyao shooed me out the door, then looked at those clothes with a bit of a blush again. No help for it. There was no other choice now but to make do and pick what they could to wear, even if it clearly meant cheap thrills for a guy like me. I leaned against the doorway and waited with a smile. Just then the elevator beside me slowly rose, and I turned my head to look. Ding! The doors opened, and the Yang siblings, Yang Shuowu and Yang Anil, walked out. Hello. Seeing me, Yang Shuowu turned bashful again, all meek and proper, completely without the resolve she'd shown holding off the mutant zombie earlier, mainly because my image in her mind was just too imposing. Big bro, were you the one who took out that monster? Yang Anil gave a slight start the instant he saw me. Earlier on the 14th floor, he'd already been knocked senseless and hadn't seen me act, and on the way over he'd imagined all sorts of imposing figures. Yet he hadn't expected me to look just like an ordinary college student, not even as burly a build as him. What do you want with me? My tone was flat, without the joking attitude I'd had with Hong Ying and the others. Moving through the apocalypse, you couldn't easily trust anyone. The evil of human nature was sometimes far filthier than any zombie. Don't get me wrong, my sister and I just came to thank you, big bro. Yang Anil came up close and fished a cigarette pack out of the pocket of his ragstrip shirt, drawing one out and offering it respectfully. I tucked the cigarette between my fingers. I'd known how to smoke since high school, though usually only a couple when pulling all-nighters gaming. Seeing me take it, Yang Anil's face split into a grin, and he waved Yang Shuwu over. Yang Shuwu opened her bag and held it out before me. Our food was long gone. We only have these few bottles of clean water. I didn't take them, understanding now that they'd really come to thank me. In the apocalypse, the vast majority of water sources were already contaminated, and clean water was as scarce as food, its value only climbing. This brother and sister were sincere enough. Just as I was about to decline, Yang Shuo's stomach suddenly gave a loud growl, and she lowered her head, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. These past 2 days she'd been hacking at zombies alongside her father and brother, burning through enormous reserves. That bit of bread was long since digested, and especially after running completely out of food yesterday, the hunger had grown ever stronger. I'll take the water, but I'm not one for keeping a ledger of favors. I pushed the door open, took 2 sausages and 2 bags of biscuits off the coffee table, and stuffed them into her hands. I saved your lives, and I never expected you to repay it. But it's not something a few bottles of water can square either. Consider this food a trade for your water. 2 separate accounts, settled separately. Yang Shuwu blanked for a moment, then immediately understood the kindness I'd tucked away, and looking at me again, there was a different sort of feeling in her eyes. Thank you. I'm Yang Shuowu, can I know your name? She lifted her eyes to me, and the moment our gazes met she shyly looked away again. You already said your name earlier. I'm Lin Chun. My tone stayed flat as ever. Lin Chun. Yang Shuowu recited it silently, instantly happy as if she'd gotten some treasure. Having seen the siblings off, I went back into the room, just as the suite door opened and Nangong Ruyao walked out first. She was in a secretary outfit, a low-collared white blouse paired with her signature glasses, pure older sister allure. Following behind, Yi Hongying was in a simplified red and white hanfu. You could still see hanfu elements in the cut, but the fabric had been pared down quite a bit, and paired with her waist-length hair bound into a ponytail. At a glance, she looked just like the second senior martial sister from a Shinshai anime. Fierce in combat, pure of heart. Now that's something. I turned back and praised with a grin. The 2 outfits fit their auras perfectly. You could tell they'd picked carefully from that pile of clothes. Shuedi stopped staring. Even older sister-faced Nangong Ruyao carried a touch of shyness now, raising a hand to shield her neckline. Yi Hongying moved awkwardly too, not daring to make any big motions. This outfit really did use too little fabric and was far too embarrassing. With figures like that, you ought to feel proud. I gave a heh-heh laugh and came out with a piece of twisted logic. Nangong Ruyao flushed and snatched up a throw pillow to smack at my face. Quit looking, you rotten little brother. Hurry and figure out how to dry our clothes. You got it. I knew when to play it humble after getting a good deal. Look any longer, and the 2 of them would probably really get angry, so I turned and headed for the bathroom. At the doorway I turned back, remembering something. Where's Xiao Xiao? She's in a bit of a mood. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, Nangong Ruyao answered. I rubbed my nose, smiling inwardly. Tang Xiao Xiao wasn't in a mood at all. She was probably just sulking over how obvious the gap was. Walking into the bathroom and looking at the girls changed out, washed clothes, I gripped the hairdryer and dried them one piece at a time. Getting on the road first was what mattered. Supplies couldn't be held up. Half an hour later, I reluctantly handed the dried clothes to the two girls. Watching them head into the room to change back into their own clothes, I felt a faint twinge of regret. Happy times really were that fleeting. The three girls finished changing and came out carrying those few outfits, and I quickly said, "Don't toss them. They might come in handy in a pinch later." "Lin Chun, something's happened. We need to set off right away." Nangong Ruyao had no thought of teasing now, walking straight over. "What's going on?" She turned her head to glance behind her. Following her gaze, I noticed for the first time that Tang Xiao, walking at the very back, had a pale face and tightly pressed lips, her eyes full of urgency. Xiao just absorbed both crystal cores, then activated her talent to sense her parents' situation. She says that just now, her parents' complex was hit by a large zombie tide. But because her spirit power was drained, the specifics aren't known yet. My eyes narrowed slightly. There was no time to lose. We had to get over there immediately. "You all get ready. I'll go get a car from the underground garage." The words weren't even out when I'd opened the door and headed for the elevator. The elevator doors happened to open just then, and Yang Anil had come looking for me with Yang Xiuwu, carrying some food and 2 bottles of high-end red wine. Stuff the two of them had just scrounged from the back kitchen on the hotel's 2nd floor. With the Tier 3 zombies threat gone, they dared go search for supplies, and the first thing they'd wanted was to come thank me. The instant Yang Anil saw me come striding over with urgency, he immediately sensed something was up. "Boss, what's going on? Need any help?" "I'd brave death 10,000 times over, boss." "Boss." I noticed the title had changed, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. "Do you have a car?" "I do, you bet I do." Yang Anil was instantly excited, feeling he'd finally gotten a chance to show his worth in front of the boss. "There are 4 of us. Can your car seat us all?" "It can. A great wall cannon, the bed type. It'd seat 4 more on top." He ran toward the elevator while looking back. "Boss, I'll go grab the car from the garage. Meet at the front entrance on the ground floor." Yang Xiuwu sensed the urgency too and squeezed into the elevator. A few minutes later, when I brought the girls down to the ground floor, Yang Xiuwu was already waiting at the lobby entrance, supporting the unconscious Yang Jinghua. I glanced outside. The wind had fully stopped, and the acid rain had eased greatly too, leaving only a light drizzle. A roar, and Yang Anil pulled the great wall cannon to a steady stop at the front entrance. "Boss, it's still raining, and there's not enough room inside. 2 have to ride in the bed." Reading the room well, he hopped up into the bed to give up the space, looking at me full of expectation, waiting to ride in the bed together in the rain and deepen the bond. I glanced at the great wall cannon. High build, roomy interior inside. Yi Hongying, Nangong Ruyao, Tang Xiao, Yang Xiuwu, plus the unconscious Yang Jinghua and me. 6 in all. Squeeze in and it'd seat us. "Get in. Hongying, you and Xiao take the passenger side. Xiao, you guide me." I'd already taken the driver's seat. Everyone boarded. I cranked the wheel and floored it, and the pickup barreled into the curtain of rain. Yang Anil staggered and hurriedly grabbed the handhold, standing in the bed and getting rained on, left in disarray all by himself. The car sped along, the engine noise masked by the curtain of rain drawing few zombies. Half a day of acid rain erosion had left the roads utterly decayed, plenty of buildings paint corroded, roadside trees snapped by the gale, apocalyptic desolation everywhere. But I noticed a peculiar phenomenon too. The zombies walking through the acid rain, though their clothes were corroded and faded, had skin that wasn't eroded at all. Instead, it was shifting toward an iron-like quality. They were actually adapting to this extreme climate. How is that possible? Could these zombies be living organisms too? I knitted my brows, and the more I thought, the more I felt that terrifying conjecture of mine was right. These zombies weren't dead bodies, but a new kind of organism. Consciousness stripped away, infected. Those Tier 3 zombies before were proof. Beyond their hunting instinct, they had the capacity for independent thought. 10 kilometers shrank fast under my all-out acceleration. But in the middle of it, another accident happened. Just after crossing one street, a huge Tier 3 mutant corpse dog was drawn by the engine's roar and chased the car at a dead run. It seemed to have some kind of speed ability, its 4-legged sprint actually hitting 80 kilometers an hour, the same as the car. Not only that, at the next intersection, a dozen some zombies popped up too, blocking the car's path dead ahead, and they were basically all bloated zombies pushing 300 gene. I narrowed my eyes, ready to just ram straight through. Don't ram them. These zombies self-destruct. Tang Xiaoxiao in the passenger seat quickly warned. I frowned. If we couldn't avoid them, then we'd just have to take them on. Screech. The car braked hard to a steady stop, and I was about to hop out and deal with them. But before I could get down, Yang Anil, sitting in the bed with no reaction at all, was flung clean out by the inertia of the hard brake, slamming down right in front of that group of bloated zombies. Ow wow, holy crap, that hurts. Yang Anil scrambled up in disarray, watermelon knife in hand, and looking up at the group of zombies before him, instantly brightened. Just when he was fretting over having no chance to show off in front of the boss, the chance had delivered itself to his door. Without hesitation, he charged in with his blade, leapt into the air, and hacked down, chopping hard into the head of a zombie over 300 gene, foul blood flying. Taking a fatal blow, that zombie's belly swelled fast, bloating to the extreme. Boom. It blew up outright, the shockwave on par with a gas tank explosion. At the critical moment, Yang Anil activated his talent, a dark gold energy barrier shielding his whole body. But the violent explosion still left his head ringing, a momentary blank. Before he could come to, the few fat zombies around him, hit by the blast, swelled fast too, like fuses lit. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions one after another, the horde instantly blown apart with severed limbs flying, and Yang Anil, right in the center, was blasted dizzy and disoriented, blood running from his ears and nose. He staggered up, staring blankly at the carnage, wiped at his streaming nosebleed, gave a heh-heh laugh, and ran toward the pickup as if angling for credit. Boss, look how badass I am. I took these zombies out with one chop each. But before he could be pleased for 2 seconds, his eyes went wide, stunned by the scene before him. I stepped down from the car, one hand in my pocket, coldly staring at that Tier 3 corpse dog charging madly toward us not far off. This corpse dog had probably been a Tibetan Mastiff before mutating, its frame 2 sizes bigger than a male lion, its mane thick, its limbs evolved with 20-centimeter claws that easily raked huge gouges into car roofs as it bounded across the abandoned vehicles. The tip of its tail had grown a flesh ball studded with black bone spikes, a casual swing of which caved in a car roof. One look and you knew it had terrifying burst power. If it got in close, even a Tier 3 evolver would be torn to shreds in an instant. But just as the corpse dog leapt into the air, its hulking body crashing down at me like a meteor, the stunning scene unfolded. In the rain, I raised my left hand toward the corpse dog, my 5 fingers abruptly drawing together. A powerful surge of telekinesis released in an instant, enveloping it like an invisible giant hand, freezing its plummeting form in midair as it thrashed madly. My right hand clenched into a fist raised above my head, my waist arched back, my whole body like a fully drawn bowstring. My right fist sheathed in a layer of diamond brilliance, savage lightning snakes rising and coiling all around me, billowing my clothes with a whipping crackle, thunder energy gathering madly into one fist. Boom. The next moment, I abruptly swung my fist forward, the lightning-wrapped right fist erupting out like an artillery shell. Under the powerful thunder impact, the corpse dog in midair instantly burst into a sky-wide rain of blood, its body blown apart. Amid the corpse chunks raining down everywhere, I gave a one-handed beckon, and a blue-black crystal core was drawn into my hand. One hand in my pocket, the gusting wind lifting the bangs over my forehead, bearing the signature knife scar at my brow. I turned to look at Yang Anil, frozen in place, my brow moving slightly. What was that you just said? I didn't catch it. Gulp. Yang Anil swallowed. The pride from before completely vanished, an awkward smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. And nothing. Didn't say anything. Boss, I'll go wait in the truck bed. Only after climbing into the bed did he realize he'd nearly forgotten to breathe just now. Earlier at the hotel, he hadn't seen me kill and devour the zombie. It was all from Yang Xiaowu's retelling. So he kept thinking everyone was a Tier 3 evolver, and that strong as I was, I couldn't be all that much stronger. Calling me boss had been more out of gratitude than anything. Only at this moment did he truly feel my suffocating combat power. The title boss went, too, from a respectful form of address to utter, thorough submission. I hopped into the car and handed the crystal core to Tang Xiaoxiao in the passenger seat. This was the fourth tier, 3 crystal core. The first had taken her to tier 2, by my estimate. 2 more and she'd break through to tier 3. And once at tier 3, her S-rank prophecy talent might see a qualitative leap. Crisis cleared, the pickup picked up speed again. After crossing 2 long streets, the villa district of Tang Xiaoxiao's hometown finally appeared at the edge of view. In the passenger seat, she grew more and more worked up, and everyone tensed their nerves too. We'd barely reached the outskirts of the villa district when we saw high-voltage barbed wire strung all along the high walls. The main gate entrance utterly sealed off by 7 or 8 cars stacked up, the pedestrian passage wound with iron netting too, and barrels of gasoline stacked along both sides, ready to be lit and detonated at any moment. The defenses were quite complete. For a moment, I couldn't even find a way in. The rain had fully stopped. From within the complex's high walls came the snarls of a horde and the screams of people. Driving on a few hundred meters more, I finally saw how the horde had broken in. A coach bus had crashed through the wall, one zombie still pinned at the lower half of its body, struggling in the rubble. A quick look at the scene and I'd guessed it. Some survivor had driven up, the noise drew the nearby horde, and in their panic they'd crashed through the high wall, causing this needless calamity. I gunned the gas hard, the pickup jolting over the broken bricks and barreling straight into the complex. A zombie, set alight by a Molotov and ablaze all over, was rolled over before it could even react. Xiao, where's your place? With survivors fleeing in panic and zombies wandering everywhere in the complex, I had no spare attention for them. Building 41, the townhouses, turn left up ahead. Tang Xiaoxiao grew more and more frantic, pointing the way while activating her talent to search for her parents. Help! Everyone, don't panic. Run to Building 8. Don't get scattered. Cries for help and snarls rose and fell all over the villa district, 20 or 30 zombies madly tackling survivors one after another. But a group of people charged out from a side path, hurling Molotovs at the horde with all their might and shouting directions. Survivors charging out of the other villas ran toward Building 8. In the passenger seat, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes snapped open and she said excitedly, "My mom and dad are in Building 8. Hurry." I immediately spun the car around. The whole complex had at least 100+ zombies break in, split into 5 or 6 streams attacking the villas one by one. Passing by, I saw the one leading each stream was a tier 2 zombie, and they weren't acting on hearing at all, but seemed to be searching for survivors by smell. I narrowed my eyes. The tier 2 zombies I'd run into back at school absolutely hadn't had this scent tracking ability. At this rate, all those survivors who'd holed up in their rooms and hung on until now would face utter doom. They hadn't hunted and leveled up right away, missing the head start on developing, and now all they could do was pray their front doors were sturdy enough. Half a minute later, Villa number 8 appeared at the edge of view. It was a large detached villa, and quite a few survivors had already gathered in the courtyard. 4 or 5 hurled Molotovs with all their might to set the lunging zombies alight. 7 or 8 burly men stabbed, with 2-meter-plus lengths of rebar, and there was even a man in the crowd loosing arrows from a compound bow with precise headshots. The group coordinated seamlessly, wiping out a dozen-some zombies in under a minute. I'd just brake the car to a stop at the courtyard gate. The pickup popping up out of nowhere instantly put the survivors in the courtyard on edge. "Folks, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." In the truck bed, young Anil hopped down first with his 2 watermelon knives, looking around for a zombie to chop and show off a bit, only to find not a single live one for a good while. He could only let out a soft sigh. So much for making a stunning entrance by saving the day. There wasn't a chance. "Where'd you come from, you?" The middle-aged man in the crowd with the compound bow frowned and gripped the bowstring, ready to put one in young Anil at any moment. "Dad." In the passenger seat, Tang Xiaoxiao spotted him and immediately hopped down in excitement, her eyes brimming with tears. The middle-aged man's body swayed. He turned to look, and the instant he saw Tang Xiaoxiao, he ran over in excitement, scooped her up, and spun her around once. "Kiddo, you're still alive? Thank goodness. Your mom and I were worried sick." Tang Feng's voice was choked up as he stroked her hair lovingly. "Your mom's right inside the villa. I'll take you to see her." Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao, the previously wary residents instantly relaxed. It's the Tang family's little girl back home. This girl's really something. She actually made it back all the way from Hanhai City. You're all Tang Xiaoxiao's classmates, right? Hurry, come in and take cover. Everyone warmly welcomed us as we got out, though there was still a trace of wariness in their looks toward young Anil. With that rag-strip white shirt and full-back tattoo, he looked nothing like a good sort. The few of us got out but didn't move, instead turning our heads toward the landscaped lane. Over there, 30-some zombies were converging this way. Yi Hongying took a half-step to the side, the Tang Dao sliding slightly from its sheath. Nangong Ruyao shouldered the sniper rifle, a handgun in her other hand. After helping the unconscious father down from the car, Yang Shuowu took up a combat stance too. Only when the Villa District crowd saw the weapons on Nangong Ruyao did they belatedly realize that these seemingly college-aged kids were ruthless ones who'd fought their way all the way over from Hanhai City, 200 kilometers off. Get ready to fight. The crowd had seen the lunging zombies too, and even Tang's father, about to take Tang Xiaoxiao inside, stopped in his tracks and walked back, gripping his compound bow. This small courtyard was the Villa District's last line of defense. Villa number 8 held everyone's wives, children, and elderly, and if the line broke, they'd all lose their lives. But before the horde could even close in, Nangong Ruyao had already fired first. A few aimed shots from the handgun, every one a precise headshot. This display of marksmanship stunned the whole scene in an instant. Before anyone could come to their senses, an afterimage abruptly streaked out. Yi Hongying ducked low and charged forward, her form lithe and ghostly, the hem of her skirt and the hilt of her blade swaying with flame. "Don't go, it's dangerous," someone cried out, not expecting this young girl would dare charge into the horde alone. The next instant, everyone held their breath. A cluster of searing fire shot skyward. Yi Hongying drew and slashed crosswise, the fiery blade light instantly devouring 4 or 5 zombies, and her form sped up again, leaving trails of afterimages. Blade rising and falling, 7 or 8 zombies dropped one after another. So strong. Everyone was shocked breathless. Young Anil, gripping his watermelon knives and having meant to show off around, was utterly dumbstruck, watching Yi Hongying move through the horde like a fierce tiger into a flock of sheep, only one phrase popping into his head: the blossoming queen of flame. He'd thought the boss kept these high-looks girls around because he liked chasing women, but clearly that wasn't it at all. He'd also just noticed that the girl in the professional secretary outfit, though using a handgun, had bullets that burst zombie heads open like watermelons as if they were high-explosive rounds. Clearly she had a talent of no low grade either. Both of these girls at the boss's side were ruthless ones who could hold a front on their own. "Little sis, you better get in some showing off too." Yang Anil quietly elbowed Yang Shuowu. He didn't want to go chop, tier 3 though he was. He just popped his shield and barreled in headlong, with no spectacle to it at all. Whereas his sister Yang Shuowu, tier 2 though she was, made her B-rank extreme frost ice aura look plenty impressive. Huh. Yang Shuowu blanked for a moment, glanced at the battle dominated by Yi Hongying, and felt there was no need to step in. But her brother prodded her again, so she stole a glance at me too, an odd flutter rising in her heart, then activated her talent. She raised one hand high, the temperature all around her dropping fast, the water vapor in the air swiftly condensing into a meter-long ice spear, which she hurled with all her might, instantly running through a zombie at the corner of the battle. Frost spread, the blood inside the zombie turning to ice crystals that burst out through its body. I took the scene in and turned my head to glance at her. Sensing my gaze, Yang Shuowu instantly grew nervous, dipped her head slightly, and reflexively curled her toes tight. "How far are you from advancing to tier 3? I walked over beside her and asked. Like a student called on by the teacher, she answered earnestly. 71 points to go. Back at the hotel, to protect her, most of the zombies had been dealt with by Yang Anil and Yang Jinghua, father and son, and only the ones that had fully lost their aggression were left to her for the finishing blow, so her leveling was slow. I understood the reason, but shook my head with a smile. You ought to raise your level as fast as you can. Don't waste your talent. Your talent isn't weak. I'll remember that. Yang Shu hurriedly nodded, a flutter of joy rising in her heart against her will. Lin Chun had just smiled at her, No longer that deliberately distant coldness from before. Standing on the villa steps, Tang's father looked down at Tang Xiaoxiao in disbelief, his throat working. "Kiddo, just what's the story with these friends of yours?" Tang Xiaoxiao grinned, full of vicarious pride. "They're all my companions, really reliable ones." Tang's father smiled. Seeing his daughter so smugly pleased, he fully set his heart at ease. From a young age, Tang Xiaoxiao's IQ had far outstripped her peers, and she'd rarely socialized with kids her own age, never having close friends at her side. But clearly now she was no longer alone, and these friends looked more reliable one than the next. In under 2 minutes, those 30-some zombies were cleared out by Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao working together. Yi Hongying flicked the Tang Dao to shake off the foul blood and walked calmly over to my side. The Villa District survivors all watched her with awe in their eyes. "Come on, come in with me." Tang Xiaoxiao beckoned proudly. I nodded and followed her into the villa. The armored door of 7030 steel pushed open to reveal a lavishly furnished hall packed with women, the elderly, and children. A middle-aged woman, primly dressed and gentle in bearing, saw us and immediately shoved through the crowd, walking briskly toward Tang Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, Mom." Tang Xiaoxiao dashed into her arms, buried her head in her shoulder, and held on tight with both hands, refusing to let go. "Xiaoxiao, I'm so glad you're all right." Tang's mother had a delicate oval face, fine features, her brows and eyes 70% like Tang Xiaoxiao's. Clearly she'd been a beauty in her youth too. The reunion of mother and daughter was deeply moving. The neighbors all around offered congratulations, and some hid at the back secretly wiping away tears. Being reunited with family in the apocalypse was an unimaginable happiness for many, and their own loved ones had already been taken by the cataclysm. Just then, from the spiral staircase, an old man in a casual tongzhuang, his hair gray but his spirit hale and hearty, came walking slowly down. The people around automatically made way, their gazes carrying respect. "Uncle Zheng, Elder Zheng." A few men stepped up to greet him. The old man gave a slight nod in reply, walked up to Yi Hongying, and said with a smile, "Young friend, you've already evolved to Tier 3, haven't you?" "I'm Zheng Qinghe." Awakened the C-rank talent Shockwave, a Tier 2 evolver. He'd taken the whole battle in from a second-floor window just now and was utterly amazed at Yi Hongying's superb fighting power. This girl of around 20 not only had a talent of astonishing power, she was clearly a professional martial artist of extraordinary skill. Tang's father introduced at the right moment. "That we could survive is all thanks to Uncle Zheng." Right when the cataclysm hit, it was he who led the clearing of zombies in the complex, then built up all sorts of defenses on the perimeter. Zheng Qinghe waved a modest hand. "In my younger days, I ran shipping all over the world and ran into plenty of danger. I've got a bit of experience with sudden emergencies, I suppose." Yi Hongying merely lifted her eyes to glance at him, then stepped back to stand behind me, her voice flat. "Whatever you've got, talk to him." I follow his lead. The crowd present blanked, and every gaze fell onto me. Zheng Qinghe sized me up anew too. Everyone had assumed that the fearsomely powerful Yi Hongying was this squad's leader, never imagining there was an even higher hand. Ever since Tang Xiaoxiao and the others appeared, my presence had been minimal, almost overlooked. But this one move of Yi Hongying's instantly raised intense interest in Zheng Qinghe toward me. Experienced and well-traveled, he knew many friends with real skill and understood well that someone with genuine ability like Yi Hongying tended to be high-spirited and hard to make defer to anyone. "Hello, young friend." Zheng Qinghe turned and greeted me with a smile. I nodded back with a smile. "Hello, Elder Zheng. I'm Lin Shun, and yes, Hongying is a Tier 3 evolver." Being able to steady the chaos of a whole complex and maintain order in the apocalypse, this Zheng Qinghe was indeed worthy of my respect, and my tone was very deferential. Just then a little girl of 7 or 8 nearby had her stomach growl, hugging her father's leg with her lips pursed. "Daddy, I'm hungry." The father helplessly rubbed her head. A woman in the crowd fished a sausage from her sleeve, hesitated, then broke off half and tucked it into the little girl's hand. I took the scene in. Zheng Qinghe sighed softly. "You've seen it too, young friend Lin Chen. We can still hold off the zombies outside for now, but we've already run out of food." I was a little curious. No rice or flour? Vegetables and fruit might not keep, But who doesn't stockpile 100+ gene of rice and flour? Zheng Qinghe flushed. The food was all destroyed. After a couple seconds of silence, he said with a self-reproaching look, "Earlier I proposed pooling everyone's food and rationing it out sparingly each day, meaning to last longer and wait for the military's rescue. But who'd have thought? Some bastard set fire to all the stored grain and burned it. And what's laughable is, it wasn't that he didn't have enough to eat, nor that he had a problem with my approach. It was just that his whole family had mutated and died, so he wanted everyone to die alongside him." I sighed softly inside. Zheng Qinghe had meant well, and his approach was sound. But he'd overlooked the evil of human nature. There's just that kind of person who, so long as they're suffering, wants everyone else to suffer too. "What is it you're asking?" Zheng Qinghe turned to glance at the women, elderly, and children, then said gravely, "Without food, we can't hold out either." We'd already organized everyone into groups to take turns going out to search for food, but the first squad that went out this morning still hasn't come back. I understood. He had two requests. One, to have us go find that squad that had gone out, and two, hoping I could help bring back some food too. These survivors had only held off small hordes thanks to their fortifications and familiarity with the terrain, but in the end they were ordinary people. Going out to search meant facing zombies that could pop up at any time and all sorts of mishaps, with the odds of surviving far too low. This was a thankless, effort-heavy task. Ordinarily, I'd pay it no mind at all. But I turned my head to glance at Tang Xiaoxiao and nodded. "I can help, but not for your gratitude, only for Tang Xiaoxiao's sake." I said it very calmly, calm to the point of being nearly devoid of warmth. But Zheng Qinghe understood. I had principles and wisdom, and keeping a sense of distance now could avoid much more trouble down the line. He was beginning to understand why that girl with the Tang Dao would defer to me so. Nestled beside her mother, Tang Xiaoxiao gave me a grateful smile. She hadn't wanted to play the saint in the apocalypse either, but her parents surviving owed something to everyone here, and these were all her own neighbors. I must have taken her position into account, and that was why I'd considerately nodded my agreement. "Let's clear the zombies inside the grounds first, then set off." With that I turned and headed out. "Don't rush, young friend. You've all had a rough journey. Get some proper rest first." Zheng Qinghe looked apologetic. From our arrival until now, he hadn't even managed the courtesy of having someone sit us down for a drink of water. I waved a hand. Best to take care of business first. If that squad that had gone out was still alive, every minute wasted was a minute less of a chance to live. I set off, and Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao immediately fell and left and right. Tang Xiaoxiao let go of her mother's hand to follow, but I stopped and said with a smile, "Stay put at home. You'd just be in the way coming along." Tang Xiaoxiao pouted. "Oomph, I know you mean well. I won't bicker with you this time. You all have to be careful." When I reached the doorway, Yang Anil immediately fell in. "Boss, take me along." I swept a glance over him and patted his arm. "You stay here and hold the fort. Let your sister come with me." Me? Standing meekly in a corner, Yang Shuwu pointed at her own nose, blanking in disbelief. "You don't want to come?" I smiled. Seeing me smile at her, Yang Shuwu's heart was already racing. She hurriedly hustled over, holding back her excitement. I'll come. Bro, take care of Dad. I'm heading out with Chinji for a bit." Yang Anil's shoulders slumped, and he answered listlessly, "Fine." He'd figured it out. The boss was only interested in pretty girls and had zero interest in a little brother like him. I took the driver's seat, the 3 girls boarded, and I cleanly spun the car around and floored the gas, the tires kicking up sand and gravel as we charged out. The pickup's roar drew over all the zombies wandering the complex. I simply stopped the car and let the zombies all around converge on me. "Riaojia, how much experience until Tier 3 for you?" Nangong Ruyao was pressing rounds into a magazine, and at the question she smiled. 36 points to go. The whole way she'd enchanted her bullets with every shot, greatly boosting their explosive power, and with this talent trait, she could reap experience without getting in close. She'd been leveling pretty fast. I nodded. "Looks like 30-some zombies here, 2 of them Tier 2. You and Shuwu split them evenly. I'll cover you both." With that I opened the door and got out. In the back, Yang Shuwu finally caught on. Lin Shun had specifically brought her along to help her hunt zombies and hit Tier 3 as fast as possible. She recalled my earlier words, "Your talent's strong, don't waste it." And warmth rose in her heart. He was looking out for her. A resolve showed in her eyes. She absolutely couldn't let this expectation down. Nangong Ruyao got out first, pulled down her goggles, and cleanly squeezed the triggers with a handgun in each hand. Boom, boom. Two zombies were precisely headshot. The enchanted bullet's impact greatly amplified, knocking them flying back half a meter to topple the zombies behind them like dominoes. So strong. Yang Shuwu stole a glance at her, a flicker of competitiveness rising in her heart too. This sister Nangong was outstanding in both figure and bearing, and even her talent was this fierce. She didn't want to look too weak in front of Lin Chun. Yang Shuwu's eyes focused, both hands raised over her head, frost spreading all around her, the water vapor in the air swiftly condensing into inch-long ice blades one after another. With a forward sweep of both hands, the ice blades shot out in a burst. But the ice blade's penetrating power was far less than a bullet's. Piercing rotten flesh only made the zombies' form stall before they lunged on as before. Just then, Yang Shuwu's hands abruptly clenched, and she barked low. Burst. The blood inside the few zombies struck by the ice blades was instantly frozen by the frost, countless dark red ice spikes of congealed blood bursting out through their bodies, turning them into porcupines. Phew. Her spirit power drained by more than half in an instant, her bangs soaked with sweat. I'd been watching from the side, a flicker of approval rising in me. She used this extreme frost ice aura well, knowing to leverage the blood inside the zombies to maximize the damage. A promising, moldable talent. A shame her spirit power was too low, an attack like that she could manage twice at most for now. Seeing she couldn't dispatch a dozen some in a hurry, I just stopped wasting time and took a step forward. The skin of both hands instantly diamond-hardened. Potential burst strength enhancement swift dash overclocked stamina. The instant a dozen some points of spirit power drained, the quadruple buffs were fully triggered. I ducked low and charged forward, my form rushing into the horde like a cheetah, both fists driving out without pause. On the foundation of 3 years of Sonda plus the speed of a Tier 3 physique, my movements were swift and savage, precisely striking the zombies' vital points, spines, jaws, necks. In the space of a few breaths, all 12 zombies dropped, every one with its neck snapped or spine deformed, writhing on the ground. Even that Tier 2 zombie with keratinized, iron-hard skin couldn't withstand a single punch before being knocked over. The common trait of these zombies was completely stripped of attacking power, yet still alive. I pulled the fire axe Yang Jinghua had used from the car and handed it to Yang Shuwu. "It's yours." Yang Shuwu took it a bit dumbly. This was practically spoon-feeding her. She immediately swung the axe and dispatched the zombies on the ground one by one, reaping 17 points of experience. She looked up at the resolute line of my profile. He'd saved her life, and now was going this far for her too. Yang Shuwu wasn't naive. Quite the opposite, she was bright and sensible, and understood he had no obligation at all to treat her this way. This was a debt of gratitude, and an expectation too. She bit her lip and quietly made up her mind. She'd grow as fast as she could and become a truly trustworthy companion like Sister Hongying, one who could truly stand at Lin Chen's side. This wave dealt with, the three got back in the car. Yi Hongying, who'd been waiting quietly in the passenger seat the whole time, turned her head and asked, "Where do we look for them next?" "Starting the car," I explained. "I scouted on the way in. There's no real commercial strip around the Villa District, and the nearest big supermarket is 700 or 800 meters from the complex's main gate. If I were out gathering supplies, that'd be my first choice. Let's go check there first." "Okay." Yi Hongying nodded and laid the Tang Dao across her lap, closing her eyes to rest. She had a habit of getting her state to its peak before a fight. The pickup drove out through the gap in the wall, the tires rolling through a puddle and kicking up foul water, the air filled with the murky smell of acid rain mixed with earth. Under the acid rain scouring, plenty of buildings' paint had peeled off, gray, old, and dilapidated. 2 wandering zombies were rolled straight over by the speeding pickup. A wildcat-sized mutant rat scurried out of a sewer drain, fixed on the corpses of those 2 zombies, and pounced to gnaw at them madly, followed at once by a dense swarm of mutant rats pouring out, picking the rotten flesh clean in a few breaths. Watching the scene in the rearview mirror, all that remained in my eyes was gravity. In front of the large supermarket covering nearly 10,000 square meters, countless crashed cars had utterly blocked the road, with 70 or 80 zombies wandering in twos and threes all around. 100 meters out, I eased off the gas, idling forward slowly to keep the engine noise as low as possible. You could imagine how many people had rushed here the moment the apocalypse hit. The supermarket's food was like bait the zombies used to fish for survivors. People kept coming, chasing hope, only to end up the zombies' food in the end. How do we get in? Nangong Ruyao frowned. The perimeter alone had close to 100, and who knew how many were inside? I nodded. Our combat power was respectable, but our stamina and spirit power were limited, and most importantly, zombies were extremely contagious. Charging a horde made it hard to guarantee against injury. Fighting our way straight in wasn't realistic. Same old method. Let's try it first. Yang Shuwu was still curious what the old method was when she saw Riaojia had already fished a high-explosive grenade out of her bag. The sunroof opened, and Nangong Ruyao stepped onto the armrest box and leaned her upper body out. Enchant. A glow surfaced over her palm and enveloped the grenade. She pulled the pin and hurled it with all her might. The grenade, its mass lightened by the talent, plus her tier 2 strength, was thrown a full 100 meters. Boom. The grenade burst in midair, ringing out all around on the silent street. The zombies at the supermarket in trance all snapped their heads around in unison, sprinting toward the source of the sound like locusts. Even the second and third floor glass was smashed through by the horde, dozens of zombies dropping down like dumplings into a pot. Yang Shuowu's little mouth fell slightly open. You could play it like this? Move. I pulled the handbrake and got out, ducking low and edging toward the supermarket side door, the 3 girls following close. Under 100 meters, just a few seconds. I didn't take the main entrance. There were still plenty of zombies there, but went around to the cargo side door, its lock long since broken by force, saving the trouble. I pushed the iron door open and slipped in first. In the pitch-black corridor, only the emergency lights gave off a faint glow. Yi Hongying pulled out a waterproof flashlight and was about to hand it to me when a mutant rat suddenly pounced down from the ceiling. I stretched out one hand and activated telekinesis, pinning it in midair to thrash madly. Yi Hongying's blade rose and fell, cutting it in two. I turned my head to look at her, a question in my eyes. On the same wavelength, she shook her head. No experience gained. I gave a low It's complicated in here. Stay on guard at all times. The dozen-some-meter corridor reached its end. At the corner were the cargo elevator and the emergency stairwell, leading straight up to all the floors. Push open the fire door a bit further on, and you reach the first floor hall. I pushed the door and swept a glance. The first floor was all bread and cakes, rice, flour, oil, fresh produce. The zombie count probably topping 300. Let's go to the fourth floor first. Too many zombies on the first floor, not suited for gathering. And this time, besides supplies, I had another aim, finding the Villa District squad. The higher the floor, the fewer the zombies. If that group was still alive, the odds were highest they'd be hiding on the fourth floor. The elevator was unusable, so I just took the emergency stairs straight up to the fourth floor without stopping. Carefully pushing the door open, in the dim hall the chandeliers flickered on and off, the shelves tilted and toppled, the occasional faint hiss and creak drifting out, like a haunted house of horrors. Sure enough, the fourth floor was the home goods section, selling bedsheets, curtains, pots, pans, and other daily necessities, with only stray zombies wandering. In the apocalypse, survivors all made for the food, so the first and second floors became the hardest-hit zones, and the fourth floor went almost unvisited. These few zombies were probably customers who'd happened to be shopping when the cataclysm hit. HKKK. A female zombie nearest the fire door sensed the sound and lunged first thing. I narrowed my eyes, looking at the toppled shelf by my feet, the dozen-some sharp watermelon knives on it rising into the air under telekinesis's control. Go! I pointed with 2 fingers together, and the watermelon knives, like a myriad blades returning to their source, ran the female zombie completely through, the last one striking dead center between her brows. I activated F-Rank enhanced hearing. My ears twitched slightly, my hearing instantly amplified greatly, almost able to echolocate by high-frequency sound like a bat. This low-tier ability, picked up offhand while hunting, was finally coming in useful now. A few seconds later, the corner of my mouth curled into a smile. There really are survivors on the 4th floor, though no telling if they're the Villa District's people. I'd heard heartbeats other than the 3 girls. Just as I was about to track the sound, my steps abruptly halted and my brows narrowed. Beside me, Yi Hongying seemed to sense something too, instantly gripping her Tang Dao tight. "Look out!" I spun around abruptly and activated telekinesis on Yang Shuowu and Nangong Ruyao, the powerful surge of mental force shoving the 2 of them away to stumble back and fall. At the same moment, an invisible blade of air landed where they'd just been standing, slicing a 2-meter-long furrow into the floor tiles. A Tier 3 zombie. Yi Hongying knit her brows tight and slashed a fiery blade light into the darkness to the front left. The wave of fire swept past, and a slender black shadow flashed and vanished, slamming into the wall and bursting into a sky full of sparks. "This thing's fast." Yi Hongying frowned, slashing 2 waves of fire in a row, every one of them missing without exception. I got to Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shuowu's side first thing and shielded the 2 of them behind me. Flustered though they were, they quickly steadied themselves, Nangong Ruyao gripping her handgun tight, Yang Shuowu condensing shards of ice crystal before her, ready to form a shield at any moment. Damn it, I cursed low. A beat slower to react just now, and the 2 of them would have died to that ambush. I should have realized, with this many zombies gathered here, the birth of 1 or 2 Tier 3s was entirely to be expected. The whole way, anytime a Tier 3 zombie drew near, Tang Xiaoxiao had warned us ahead of time. Just now I'd overlooked that she wasn't with us this time. WHFF. Another blade of wind shot from the darkness. I crossed both arms, activating diamond hardening at full force, my skin sheathing in diamond brilliance. Spirit power -18. Thud. The air blade slammed hard into me. I stepped back, my clothes torn, my chest bared. "Linshin, are you okay?" Behind me, Nangong Ruyao was anxious and concerned. She understood I could have dodged. I'd chosen to take it head-on only to shield her and Yang Shuowu. "Relax, it can't break my defense," I answered calmly, though fury had already risen within me. This Tier 3 zombie was very cunning, using the dim environment for fast evasion and launching one ambush after another. This was the first time I'd seen a Tier 3 zombie this cunning. The earlier ones had intelligence, but only the low-level, animal instinct kind, while this one actually knew to conceal itself and ambush, with powerful means of attack too. One careless moment, and I'd pay dearly. I had to take it out at once, or making another big commotion would draw the hordes from the 2nd and 3rd floors, and the situation would turn completely passive. WHFF. The wind blade shot out again, this time switching targets to Yi Hongying. She nimbly flipped through the air, the wind blade skimming past her body and shearing off a lock of hair. My heart clenched. If not for her solid skill, that strike could have cut a person in 2. Its attacks have intervals, which means it can't release wind blades without limit, about 5 seconds each. "Wait for its next move," I said in a low voice. I couldn't move yet. I had to secure Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shuowu's safety first. Yi Hongying caught on and stopped attacking, standing firm and taking a deep breath to steady her rhythm. WHFF. A few seconds later, the 4th wind blade shot out, still coming for me. I didn't dodge or evade, activating diamond hardening to take it head-on. Spirit power -17. The instant the wind blade appeared, Yi Hongying's eyes focused, and she spun in place a full turn and slashed crosswise, a ring of mighty fire spreading out in every direction at high speed, instantly lighting up the surroundings. A lizard-like zombie was hanging upside down from the ceiling, fully revealed in the firelight. "Now's the time." Nangong Ruyao squeezed the trigger first, 2 bullets shooting out. At the same time, I flicked out a coin, which turned into a deep blue beam amid surging thunder and shot away. Boom. The ceiling caved in, but that zombie dodged fast an instant before the attack arrived. "Trying to run?" Yi Hongying cried out sweetly, leaping high to seal off its escape route with a blade. Hum. In that very instant, an invisible surge of telekinesis enveloped it. I stood in place, my eyes overlaid with a blue-white glow, my 5 fingers abruptly clenching toward it. Spirit power -15. That zombie lost its balance in midair and crashed to the ground. Bang bang. Nangong Ruyao fired follow-up shots first thing, striking both its legs and bursting out a mist of blood. Yi Hongying landed steadily and, with a flick of the Tang Dao, was about to step in for the kill. But just then, another sudden change. From the just blown-out ceiling, dozens of fist-sized mutant cockroaches came swarming out densely, as if drawn by the zombie's blood, lunging madly at us. The girls frowned, and my attention was split some too. In that brief instant, the telekinesis control weakened, and that Tier 3 zombie actually wrenched itself free by sheer force, all four limbs scrambling at high speed. Yi Hongying caught up for the kill, but its wind blade's cooldown had passed, and it immediately turned its head and spat out a gale. Yi Hongying's Tang Dao blocked, but the gale still swept past her body, scraping out dozens of tiny wounds and tearing her clothes open to expose a large patch of skin. In the blink of an eye, that Tier 3 zombie had vanished into the darkness. Let it get away. Reluctance showed in Yi Hongying's eyes, and she walked over to me, dipping her head slightly like a little girl who'd done wrong. She'd been the nearest to it just now, yet hadn't stopped it. I was just then activating telekinesis to smack all those mutant cockroaches dead. Looking at her self-reproaching little expression, I gave an easy smile. If it got away, it got away. What matters most is that you're not hurt. Yi Hongying lifted her eyes slightly, but shook her head very earnestly. If I don't kill it, I won't sleep well all night. All right, this girl really did hold a grudge. Just as the few of us breathed a slight sigh of relief, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the stairwell. Our nerves instantly went taut again. The commotion just now had already drawn the zombies downstairs up here. What do we do now? Keep looking for those survivors. Nangong Ruyao turned her head and asked. I just stopped hiding it and shouted at the top of my lungs. We were sent by Elder Zheng Qinghe to save you. Stop hiding. If you want to live, come with us. The shout echoed through the empty fourth floor, and 2 seconds later a reply came from the darkness. We're over here, coming right away. Clattering, banging sounds kept coming from the dim hall, and a shaky beam of flashlight shone out. 3 figures, supporting one another, ran toward me, wandering zombies giving chase behind them. While the rumble of a horde packed together and sprinting drew closer and closer, it had already climbed up to the 4th floor. WHFF. A deep blue beam shot from my hand, the super electromagnetic cannon blasting the zombies behind those 3 clean off their feet. Over here. I opened the fire door behind me and let the 3 girls in first. A few seconds later, the 3 people ran up to me, gasping for breath. Did Elder Zheng really send you to save us? One of the 3, a middle-aged man with a fancy hairstyle, asked hesitantly. I gave him a flat glance and turned to go through the door. Suit yourself if you don't believe it. I was only helping out of obligation. No need to waste my breath. Besides, helping out had nearly put Yi Hongying and the others in danger just now. It had already cost me more than it was worth. I believe you. I believe you. Chinda, what are you babbling for? Hurry and keep up. Another middle-aged man, in a black tank top and a somewhat sturdier build, urged him on. Behind them in the darkness, close to 100 zombies were snarling and lunging, less than a dozen some meters from them. The 3 squeezed through the fire door, and in the last second as the horde lunged, I slammed the door shut hard and threw the iron bolt. Huff, huff. The 3, surviving against the odds, gasped for air. Just the 3 of you. I sized them up. They all had bulging travel packs on their backs, food inside, presumably. Just the 3 of us left? We started out with 7. The man in the black tank top answered and introduced himself. I'm Wang Jinyu. This is Chunda, and the quiet one is my younger cousin Wang Zuan. I nodded, but had no intention of introducing myself. Bang, bang, bang. The horde slammed at the door madly, the fire door creaking, on the verge of giving way. Let's get downstairs. It's not safe here. I called out, the 3 girls leading the way up front. By the light of the emergency lamps, Wang Jinyu and the others finally got a clear look at our faces and were taken aback. They hadn't expected the ones who'd charged into a supermarket crawling with zombies to save them would be a few young people who looked like college students, and 3 of the 4 were girls. How did they dare? Just then, the fire door finally couldn't withstand the impact of 100+ zombies, and with a crash it was rammed open, dense zombies scrambling over one another to pour into the corridor. Holy shit, run. The refined-looking Chunda cried out and turned to flee, even fearing the backpack would slow him down, dropping it on the ground outright as he fled. Coward. Wang Jinyu, though his face was full of panic too, hesitated then picked up the backpack Chunda had ditched, his cousin stepping up to help, the two of them hustling downstairs with bulging packs on their backs and carrying a third. I halted my steps and turned to stop. Honging, you all head down first. I'll hold the zombies off. Zombies ran extremely fast, basically tumbling down the stairs. On two ordinary legs there was no outrunning them. Yi Honging turned back, our gazes meeting for an instant, then led Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shu briskly downstairs. Watching their figures vanish around the corner, I turned my gaze to the densely surging horde, rubbed my wrist, and a cold sneer curled at the corner of my mouth. Phew, time for a good harvest. The cramped terrain of the corridor was more to my advantage, and these hideous-faced low-tier zombies were all adorable experience babies in my eyes. I glanced down at my panel. Current EXP, 63/1000. Hitting Tier 4 took a full 1,000 points, a long way off. But I wasn't in a hurry. My own advancement being hard also proved that the birth of Tier 4 zombies was just as hard. Play it steady and sure, and there'd come a day I'd level up. Pulling my thoughts back, I raised a hand and tucked the last 2 coins between my fingers. No matter, coins were easy to gather. Then I arched my waist back, my body like a fully drawn longbow, 30 points of spirit power draining in an instant and rapidly converting into thunder energy. Dozens of lightning snakes surged all around me, my clothes billowing with a whipping crackle. Mighty energy poured into the coins. I abruptly stepped forward, drove from the waist, and whipped my right arm forward fast like an artillery shell. 2 super electromagnetic cannon shots fired at once, clearing 2 passages through the horde before me. A dozen some zombie heads run through by the beams. 2 twisted, deformed coins dropped to the floor with a clatter. Killed Tier 1 zombie times 12, EXP plus 12, plunder successful, spirit power plus 1, obtained F-rank talent strength boost plunder successful, spirit power plus 1, obtained E-rank talent, eagle eye night vision. Watching the figures climb without pause, I sheathed both fists in diamond brilliance again, activating various talent buffs all at once. I rubbed my wrist, rolled my shoulders, and began my pre-battle warm-up. The corridor, only 3 meters wide, gave me prime terrain to hold the pass against 10,000. These 100-plus zombies, I was set to harvest every last one in one go. At the same time I was slaughtering madly over on my end. Yi Hongying and the others had just gotten down to the second-floor corner when 4 or 5 dozen zombies suddenly popped up at the first-floor stairwell, sealing off the way. Yi Hongying was about to step in and carve out a bloody path when Nangong Ruyao hurriedly grabbed her sleeve. Hongying, don't go. There are exploding zombies in there. Only then did Yi Hongying see that mixed into the horde were 2 bloated zombies over 400 gene. This kind of Tier 2 self-destruct type had astonishing destructive power. You couldn't fight them head-on. The 3rd floor, run to the 3rd floor. Wang Jinyu warned, at the same time pulling out a homemade fuel bottle, lighting it, and throwing it at the horde. Boom. Flames soared, igniting the 4 or 5 zombies at the very front. But to this horde with only primitive feeding urges, it was nearly no deterrent at all. The ones behind knocked over those burning zombies and kept charging madly on. On the other side, Yang Shuwu kicked open the fire door leading to the 3rd floor with all her might. Going up to the 3rd floor to hide for a bit is fine. Even if we dealt with these, the horde outside the supermarket would get drawn over. Nangong Ruyao analyzed. The few dozen before them they could just manage, but adding the 1st floor hall and those gathered outside, there were at least 300 or 400. Nothing they could handle. Yi Hongying nodded. With Lin Shen absent, she had to take responsibility for the lives of the others on the team. The group fell back toward the 3rd floor, and an instant before ducking through the fire door, Nangong Ruyao pulled out a high-explosive grenade, enchanted it, and threw it at the stairwell, then shut the door right after. Boom. The whole floor shook violently, dust and smoke surging. Wang Jinyu and the others were rattled till their eardrums rang, and they stared at these 3 young girls in disbelief. Each fiercer than the last, carrying not just handguns, but high-explosive grenades. Wang Jinyu glanced down at the one Molotov left in his hand and suddenly felt it was as childish as a kid's toy. The three of them now fully believed why Elder Zheng would entrust this bunch of young people with the rescue. This squad's combat power was utterly out of proportion to their age. 2 seconds after the explosion, Nangong Ruyao's waist gave a shudder, her heart giving a powerful thump. The genes within her transforming in an instant, her strength, stamina, and spirit power all greatly boosted. She'd advanced to Tier 3. There don't seem to be many zombies on the 3rd floor. Yang Xuewu, the first into the 3rd floor, said after checking by the flickering light. The ones originally on the 3rd floor were probably all drawn up to the 4th. Chunda, still shaken, guessed while bracing himself against the wall. Yang Shu blanked for a moment, worry surfacing in her eyes. Lin Chun, to cover their retreat, was still in the 4th floor corridor, holding off close to 100 zombies. What do we do now? Chunda swallowed. All around were sight-blocking shelves, no end in view. Only the chandeliers overhead giving off a buzzing crackle of current, so quiet it felt like something was secretly peering from some dark corner. I remember this supermarket has a symmetrical layout. There's another fire escape at the diagonal position. Wang Zuan, who'd had minimal presence all along, said, "How about we go check there? Maybe we can get out." Wang Jinyu didn't answer, turning his head to look at Yi Hongying and Nangong Ruyao. In a situation like this, it was up to what the big shots chose. By now, Nangong Ruyao had fully adapted to her post-advancement strength, a measure more confidence in her eyes. Swapping a magazine, she nodded. "Then let's go over and try." The three of Wang Jinyu's group instantly tensed. Though it was only 100 meters to the fire escape on the far side, it was bound to be full of danger. Yang Shuowu found a few baseball bats on a shelf to hand around for self-defense. "Wait." Nangong Ruyao stepped up, her fingers grazing over the baseball bats one by one, and all the bats plated over with a metallic luster. She'd used her talent to greatly boost their hardness. That done, she walked up front, gripping her handgun and watching warily, and took the first step. Yi Hongying chose to take the rear. The Tang Dao in her hand coiled with flame, and with a flick of her wrist, she carved a fire-scorched arrow into the floor, a marker left for Lin Chun. In the 4th floor corridor, a violent tremor came up through the floor underfoot, and my expression shifted slightly as I slaughtered amid the horde. I recognized that as the sound of a high-explosive grenade. Had Hongying and the others run into a horde too? The worry rose only for an instant before I pushed it down, my attention returning to what was in front of me. I had to dispatch this faster and hurry to find them. Right now, I was draining spirit power without restraint. With no one else present, I'd unleashed every talent. In a war of attrition like this, C-rank potential burst showed its full might, keeping my body in a sustained overclocked state, my motor nerves, mental reactions, muscles, and 5 senses all reaching their peak limit. C-rank diamond hardening sheathed most of my skin in diamond brilliance, supreme defense, while making my iron fist sharper. In the fighting just now, I'd even plundered the D-rank talent Rand, adding an attack effect to every punch. A zombie struck would instantly be torn open with a huge wound. On top of that were many buff talents like Strength Boost, Overclocked Stamina, and Swift Dash. For any other tier, 3 Evolver, with only 50 points of spirit power, draining it like this would burn it dry in under a minute. But for me, the strength of SSS-Rank God Slaughter showed itself completely. In the dim corridor, my state fully on, I became a machine of slaughter. As the last tier, 2 sulfuric acid zombie was blasted apart by one of my punches, its highly corrosive foul blood spraying across the wall. I hunched over, gasping for breath. The whole fire corridor was thick with a pungent stench of rot and blood, the floor strewn with severed limbs, like a hell on earth. Current EXP 185/1000. Looking at the experience that had surged up a large notch, and my spirit power cap, now reaching 345 points, the corner of my mouth lifted. This haul wasn't bad at all. I straightened up and shook out my bangs, peeling off the torn, filth-stained clothes entirely and tossing them aside, leaving only a pair of briefs. I was too filthy. I walked to the firebox on the wall, smashed the glass, and cranked open the valve, high-pressure water spraying out, and washing all the filth off my body. Washed off well enough. With no time to rest, I hurried barefoot toward the third floor. On the third floor at this point, Nangong Ruyao's group was carefully threading among the shelves. Just past one row, two zombies still in stalker uniforms suddenly charged out, knocking over a shelf as they lunged. Bang, bang. Nangong Ruyao spun around first thing and fired precise headshots. Standing beside her, Yang Shuwu flung herself out and grabbed her waist, the two of them tumbling down together and dodging the heavy shelf crashing down. Thud! The shelf hit the ground, goods clattering and clanging in a din. Thank you. Nangong Ruyao nodded in thanks. Getting hit by that, even a Tier 3 body could hardly avoid injury, and in the apocalypse an injury could well be fatal. HKKK. The zombies scattered in the various corners of the third floor were drawn by this string of noise, snarling and converging fast in the darkness. The zombies are all coming, do we run? Chunda looked all around, able to hear only snarls and the sounds of shelves being struck, but unable to see their positions in the dim light. The horror of hearing the sound without seeing the source left him cold sweating. Don't go running around. Running around is death. Wang Jinyu, though tense, retained a sliver of reason. With visibility this poor, running blindly could well charge them right into a horde, and the group absolutely couldn't scatter. With these few pretty girls around, there was actually more hope. By the sound there aren't many. Get ready to fight. Nangong Ruyao was fairly composed, having seen scenes more perilous than this at Lin Chen's side. She stood up from the floor and, by the flickering spotlights overhead, squeezed the trigger at the zombies lunging from the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The two handguns emptied their magazines in seconds. HKKK. A small zombie the size of a 5- or 6-year-old child took advantage of the chaos to crawl fast along the ground toward Nangong Ruyao. And by the time she reacted, it was less than a meter away, its serrated bloody maw gaping as it went straight for her thigh. Just then, Yang Shuwu took a step out, the baseball bat condensing countless ice crystals like a morning star, swinging in a full circle to slam down hard on that little zombie's head. Crack! The ice crystals all shattered, foul blood spraying, the little zombie's head twisting out of shape as it was knocked flying. A shelf had blocked the firing angle, and with the magazine emptied, in the gap while Nangong Ruyao reloaded, 5 or 6 zombies had charged up close. One of them suddenly leapt 3 or 4 meters high, dropping down from above at an angle. Clang! A cluster of fire bloomed in the darkness, Yi Hongying leaping through the air to draw and sweep her blade crosswise, cleaving that Tier 2 zombie in two in midair. Below, the 3 of Wang Jinyu's group gripped their baseball bats and smashed hard at the other zombies. Daring to go out of the villa district to search for supplies meant they were bold to begin with, and before meeting Lin Shun, they'd been through several brushes with death too. Against stray zombies, they were quite valiant. A dozen some seconds later, the dozen some lunging zombies were all dealt with, and the group hurried forward without daring to delay. But they'd barely run a dozen some meters when Nangong Ruyao suddenly stopped, leveling her muzzle at Wang Zuan. What are you doing? Wang Jinyu's expression changed, and he blocked the muzzle. Nangong Ruyao stared hard at Wang Zuan behind him. He's been bitten by a zombie. He'll mutate any moment now. What? The group started and turned to look. By now Wang Zuan's face was ashen, his shoulder trembling beyond his control. He pulled back his sleeve himself, revealing an arm with a whole chunk of flesh bitten away, a swath of it black-purple. Bro, I got bitten. I really don't want to die. Wang Zuan, choking back tears, grabbed Wang Jinyu's sleeve. Wang Jinyu's throat clenched, his heart gripped by suffocating grief. But looking at his cousin's bulging forehead veins and eyeballs full of black bloodshot lines, he understood. His cousin was mutating fast, utterly beyond saving. At the rear, Yi Hongying drew near, her voice calm and flat. Hesitating doesn't just doom yourself, it tortures him too. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help. With that, she raised a hand to the hilt of her blade. Bro, you help me find release. I don't want to turn into a zombie. Wang Zuan let go in despair, sliding down the shelf to sit on the floor. Wang Jinyu was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Nangong Ruyao. She caught his meaning and handed over a handgun. Wang Jinyu pressed it to his cousin's forehead, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, his voice hoarse and grief-stricken. "Brother, in the next life we'll be brothers again. Go in peace." Bang! Wang Zuan's head slumped limply to one side. Beside them, Chunda shut his eyes in pain. A team of 7 had come all this way, and now another companion had died before his eyes. This goddamned apocalypse. Life was too cheap before it. Just then the snarls of zombies rose all around again. "Time to go," Nangong Ruyao reminded softly. Wang Jinyu got up fast and picked up his cousin's backpack. He couldn't take the body, but this pack was traded back with his brother's life. He absolutely had to bring it. Chunda silently shouldered his own too, and went over to pick up Wang Zuan's pack. Just then, Yi Hongying's brow moved slightly, and she spun around in an instant, the blade curling up a wave of fire that slashed at the darkness ahead. From the darkness, a wind blade had suddenly arrived. The wave of fire and the wind blade collided in midair, flames scattering. The wind blade's destructive power cut by more than half, landing on a shelf and carving out a deep gash. Nangong Ruyao and Yang Shuo's expressions both changed drastically. This was that tier 3 zombie they'd run into on the 4th floor earlier, and it had actually tracked them to the 3rd floor. Yi Hongying's eyes focused, the flame on her blade surging violently, the high heat warping the very air around them. Nangong Ruyao took quick aim with her dual handguns, but with her view obstructed and shelves everywhere, the zombie was too fast to lock onto at all. Wasn't its leg injured? How is it still this fast? Yang Shuowu said tensely. Zombies have no sense of pain. The earlier wound wasn't enough. Nangong Ruyao explained warily. If only Tang Xiaoxiao were here now, with prophetic insight, this zombie would have nowhere to hide. Her breathing gradually quickened. Earlier they'd only been able to hold it in check with Lin Chen present, and now that he was gone, she really had no confidence she could hold it off. They were now like prey that had been marked, fallen wholly into a passive position. This zombie's wind blade came once every 5 seconds, every one of them lethal. If they couldn't break the situation soon, they'd all be worn down to death right here. Yang Shuowu was frantic inside too. The whole way she hadn't been any real help at all. Watching the 2 sisters fighting hard, she wanted to lend a hand too. Her gaze swept over a shelf piled with high-end liquor, and she bit her lip and hurried over, swinging the baseball bat high to smash the bottles of red wine one after another. Crash! The bursting of wine bottles rang out one after another, crimson wine spilling across the floor, especially jarring in the silent space. Just then, a second wind blade shot from the darkness, its target none other than Yang Shuowu. "Look out!" Yi Hongying swiftly darted in and knocked her aside, but in the dodge a stark, bloody gash was left on her thigh. If not for the toughness of her tier 3 physique and dodging the brunt of it, that wind blade would have been enough to slice her leg clean off. "Hongyingjia!" Yang Shuowu cried out, her face full of self-reproach and fury. She slapped her palm hard on the floor, then raised it forcefully, her 5 fingers tightening. Frost surged up all around her, the wine all over the floor instantly freezing into countless ice crystals. And as she swept both hands, sharp ice blades shot out indiscriminately in every direction. Clink, clink, clatter. The ice blades struck the walls, ceiling, and shelves, giving off muffled sounds, and at the same time came one faint, peculiar sound. The fully focused Nangong Ruyao instantly caught the source of the sound and swung her dual handguns around, squeezing the triggers madly until the magazines emptied. In the darkness, a long, narrow figure scrambled fast up the wall like a gecko, dodging most of the bullets. "Bastard, I'm over here." Yang Shuowu suddenly charged out, firing 2 ice blades at that zombie, while carrying the baseball bat and running off into the distance, smashing the liquor around her without pause. The sound of breaking bottles successfully drew it, and it closed in fast along the ceiling. "Hongyingjia, you all run. I'll lead it away," Yang Shuowu shouted, controlling the wine to condense an umbrella-sized ice shield before her, and ran off into the darkness ahead. Not just that tier 3 zombie. The few dozen zombies that had just come up from the 2nd floor were drawn by her commotion too, and gave chase after her. "Shuowu, it's dangerous, come back." Nangong Ruyao called out anxiously, but Yang Shuowu had already run far off. Yi Hongying tore a strip of cloth from her skirt hem to quickly bandage her thigh, and rose with difficulty, her brow knit tight. She hadn't looked after Yang Shuawu, and in her current state, she couldn't catch up to help at all. What on earth to do? In the dim supermarket, Yang Shuawu had long since lost all sense of direction. She only knew she had to draw the zombies away as much as possible to buy Hongjie and the others time to escape. It was the only thing she could do. Just then, a third wind blade shot through the darkness. The ice shield instantly shattered to pieces, the residual force knocking her over and sending her rolling several times. Luckily, the zombie didn't seize the chance to pounce. Enduring the sharp pain in her arm, Yang Shuwu got up, her gaze searching the darkness for its figure but finding nothing. Her heart pounded, all around silent, only the snarls of the horde drawing nearer in the distance. She pressed her lips together. When she'd drawn the zombies away, just now she'd been full of resolve, but in the end she was just an 18-year-old high schooler. And when death truly bore down and only she remained in the darkness, fear spread beyond her control. Was she really going to die? That wind blade came only 5 seconds apart. It seemed about 5 seconds had nearly passed now. Just as her nerves were taut, awaiting death, a figure came charging through the darkness like a phantom. Before she could react, her body had been scooped up, hurtling backward at high speed as if pushed along by the front of a speeding car, only the howl of wind in her ears. "It's me." Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Yang Shuawu's taut nerves went completely slack, a sense of utter exhaustion sweeping over her whole body. Bang! The sound of shattering glass spread out. A pane of glass on the 3rd floor burst apart with a crash, and holding Yang Shuawu, I charged straight out the window, carving an arc through the air. As the heavy weight hit the ground, her waist jolted, the light all around suddenly bright. Though it was already evening, outside was still far better than the dim interior of the supermarket. They'd made it out. I came down holding her, the floor tiles underfoot shattering like a spiderweb from the impact. The diamond brilliance on my legs dissipated, and waves of sharp pain came from my ankles. But with no time to catch my breath, the zombies outside the supermarket were all drawn by the commotion in an instant, dense hordes converging madly. At a glance, at least over 500. With one arm around Yang Shuawu, I broke into a run. Only then did Yang Shuawu realize she was holding Lin Chen tight. Both arms around his neck, both legs clamped around his waist. Glancing down, her face instantly flushed red. Lin Chun had nothing on his whole body but a pair of briefs. As he ran and leapt madly, her body kept bobbing along too. So mortifying. But they were fleeing for their lives. She didn't dare make a sound to disturb him at all, and could only press her lips together and bear it. In the 3rd floor hall, Yi Hongying, Tang Dao in hand, and Nangong Ruyao were about to go save Yang Shuwu when they suddenly heard the great crash of a heavy weight hitting the ground outside and the trampling of the sprinting horde. The two leaned close to the window, smashed the glass, and looked out. "That's Lin Chun," is Shuwu Mei in his arms. Nangong Ruyao got a clear look below and showed a flush of delight. Yang Shuwu wasn't dead. Lin Chun had saved her in time. The zombies downstairs were all drawn away by them. Yi Hongying watched the dense horde giving chase, worry filling her eyes. And the direction Lin Chen drew them is the complete opposite of the way we came. Watching him run farther and farther until he vanished around the street corner, Nangong Ruyao grew anxious. What do we do now? Go after them? Yi Hongying thought a moment, then turned and headed for the fire escape. Let's get downstairs and drive to find them. If we can't find them, we head straight back to the Villa District. Xiao Xiao's ability can track Lin Chen down. Only then did Nangong Ruyao come to and hurry to keep up. By now the sky had gone fully dark, the street lamps along the road long since ruined by the day's acid rain corrosion. Luckily the moonlight was bright. I don't know how many dozens of minutes I'd run before I'd completely shaken the horde behind. Still holding Yang Shuawu, I vaulted the park railing and landed steadily, and only then caught my breath. Can you put me down?" Yang Shuawu in my arms, her cheeks flushed, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Only then did it register that I'd been holding her in this position the whole time. I hurriedly let go. I also recalled how, running through the residential area earlier, plenty of people at the windows on both sides had poked their heads out to watch, shock all over their faces. Anyone who saw a man in nothing but briefs carrying a high school girl and sprinting down the street with 500 zombies behind him would have to gasp. Let's rest here a bit. I've burned through a fair amount of stamina. Heat steamed off my body. If not for my 53 points of stamina plus the overclocked stamina talent, I couldn't have run this far at all. My stamina was nearly drained now. I'd need to rest up a full night to recover. I was about to go sit on a park bench for a bit when I turned back and saw Yang Shuo wince in pain after just 2 steps. "You're hurt." I helped her over to a bench, crouched down, and took off her shoe. Her ankle was red and badly swollen, probably sprained when the wind blade flung her and she landed earlier. I can do it myself." Yang Shuo drew her foot back and activated her talent, a wisp of frost gathering in her palm as she gently rubbed the sprain. Growl. The moment I sat down, my stomach growled, hunger hitting me. Since the quick bite at the hotel in the morning, I hadn't had so much as a sip of water until now, and with the huge drain on my spirit power and stamina, that hunger came on all the stronger. The instant my nerves loosened, I felt I could eat 6 or 7 gene of meat in one go. But where in this park was I going to get food? Plus, going around in nothing but briefs all this time wasn't a good look, with a high school girl right beside me. On the bench, Yang Shuo was hungry all the same, her spirit power drained, both hungry and drowsy. She wanted to look up and ask what to do next, but the moment her gaze moved to my waist and midsection, she lowered her head again, her face flushing. "There's a 2-story cafe over there. We can go try our luck." After a look around, my eyes lit up. "I'll carry you over." Hearing this, Yang Shuo recalled again the bashful scene of hanging off me like an octopus earlier, her cheeks heating, and she said quietly, Could we switch to a different position?" I caught on that the little girl was embarrassed and walked over to crouch beside her. "Then I'll carry you piggyback." Feeling the soft, slender form press against my back, I hooked her legs and headed for the cafe, asking at the same time about what had happened after everyone split up. Hearing that Yi Honging had been hurt by that Tier 3 zombie, my heart clenched, and hearing that Yang Shuwu had lured it away alone, I gave a slight shake of my head. I'd guessed this much earlier. By now I'd fully set my heart at ease too. She'd been saved by me, and most of the supermarket zombies had been drawn off. So with Yi Honging and Nangong Ruyao's strength, escaping wouldn't be a problem. What I had to worry about now was eating my fill first, finding clothes to change into, and figuring out how to get back to the Villa District after daybreak. The occasional zombie or 2 wandered the park. I had no time to harvest, only acting against the ones I ran into head-on. Simple and brutal, activating telekinesis to control bits of gravel and hammer away at its head until I smashed out its brains. This burned spirit power and was using a cleaver to kill a chicken, but it was easier for me, and besides, my spirit power was more than abundant. 5 minutes later, I reached the cafe entrance. The glass door had long been smashed, the counter and floor stained with foul blood and shreds of flesh, a stench of rot pervading. In a corner, a zombie was pinned to the floor by a javelin, but not dead. I raised a brow, hadn't expected to come across a javelin in a park. Sensing us draw near, that zombie scrambled hard, the pinned bone and flesh stretching and twisting, and a few seconds later its flesh tore free of the javelin, and it crawled fast toward me. Pop! I raised a hand and pointed, a pebble under telekinesis's control running through its skull. Zombie dealt with. I set Yang Shuo down and searched the counter, finding some coffee powder and 2 buckets of fresh milk. A shame, 3 days into the cataclysm, the milk had long gone bad. There was a server's apron in a corner, so I just took it and put it on. Briefs paired with an apron looked a bit odd, but it didn't matter. Filling my stomach was the main thing now. So hungry. The hunger grew stronger and stronger, and I suddenly turned to look at the dead zombie on the floor, reflexively swallowing. I hurriedly shook my head and pushed down that crazed thought, suddenly recalling the devour talent I'd plundered at the hotel earlier, which could strengthen the body and even gain traits through feeding. But who'd want to eat something as disgusting as a zombie? I pressed down the urge and turned back to Yang Shuo. "Let's go check the 2nd floor. If there's no food, we'll go elsewhere." Yang Shuo followed obediently, hopping up to the 2nd floor 1 step at a time while bracing on the handrail. Scanning around by moonlight, the 2nd floor had seen a slaughter too. The dining tables knocked askew and shattered, several corpses sprawled, foul blood dried. My gaze fell on a partitioned room in a corner with a little wooden sign reading storeroom. The intense hunger hit again, and I hurried over and kicked the door open, Shelves of boxes of semi-finished goods met my eyes, and there was a room-temperature storage cabinet in a corner too. I hauled the boxes out one by one and, opening them, found honey, cookies, soda crackers, concentrated coffee liquid, and a box of toast bread, plus several big buckets of unopened milk in the storage cabinet. I grabbed fistfuls of crackers and bread and stuffed them into my mouth, wolfing them down, and when I choked, I hefted a big bucket of milk and gulped it. The scene left Yang Shuowu dumbstruck. I ate like a famished wolf that hadn't fed in ages. Eat, hurry, and eat. In a gap, I tossed her a big bag of bread. These semi-finished goods were dry, stiff, and pretty flavorless, but to me right now they were sheer delicacy. My heart held nothing but the urge to feed. A full 2 boxes of bread and crackers, at least 5 kilograms, plus a 5-kilogram bucket of milk, were all wiped out by me in a dozen-some minutes. Only when my belly was slightly bulging did the hunger fade. Phew! I leaned back and let out a comfortable breath, noticing that the stamina and spirit power I drained earlier were actually recovering fast on the panel. So that's it. I understood the passive use of the Devour talent. A state that would normally take a full day and night of rest to recover could now be quickly restored to its best through eating a lot, and by that reasoning, perhaps even injuries could heal faster through feeding. What's more, this binge put my body in an unprecedentedly sated state, and I also noticed my strength attribute had jumped from 54 to 55. One perfect binge had actually added a point of attribute, worthy of a B-rank talent. I lifted my eyes to glance at Yang Shuowu. She was kneeling on the floor sipping milk in little gulps, a faint trace of white accidentally smudged at the corner of her mouth. As if sensing my gaze, she tipped up her little face. What is it? Looking at the sight of her, I felt more and more she was like a sweet girl next door and couldn't help patting her little head. Nothing. Once we're done eating, the two of us will get a good night's sleep, then figure out how to get back in the morning. The rain had just fallen during the day, and the temperature plunged at night. Darkness favored the zombies more, and most crucially, I didn't remember the way. Huh? SL sleep together. Yang Shuowu reflexively curled her toes tight and looked up at me nervously. Haha, don't get any wrong ideas. I knew she'd read into it, stood up to stretch, and headed downstairs. The storeroom's clean and roomy. You rest there. Watching my figure vanish at the stairwell, Yang Shuowu pressed her lips together. She'd been so nervous just now, truly afraid Lin Chen wanted to do that sort of thing with her, but watching him leave now, alongside the relief there was somehow a faint, vague twinge of loss. Today at the supermarket, when she'd already braced herself to meet death, she'd been scooped up by Lin Chen and crashed out through the glass. In that moment, he truly was the light of her life. Carried by the waist the whole way fleeing for their lives, his scorching chest and warm palms lingered in her mind and wouldn't go away. A flush rose to Yang Shuowu's cheeks, and she hurriedly shook her head. What sort of nonsense was I letting my mind wander to? By now I'd returned to the first floor and opened the register. Sure enough, there was a sealed roll of 1 yuan coins. With this, the super electromagnetic cannon could be used freely again. I searched around and found only a man's handbag. No help for it. Right now I had nothing on but briefs and an apron, not even a pocket, so I could only put the coins in the bag. While digging around, I also found a Rolex, and after thinking it over, I put it on my wrist, handy for telling the time. Then I tucked the bag under my arm and tried whether taking coins out this way for that move was convenient. But the more I tried, the more awkward it felt. Briefs, an apron, a Rolex, and a handbag under the arm. The get-up was too bizarre. Forget it. It's the apocalypse. Who cares about the get-up anymore? Carrying the bag, I leaned back against the wall and closed my eyes to rest. The next few hours passed in a flash. When the hands of the watch pointed to 3 in the morning, fine sounds suddenly came from outside the cafe, 4 or 5 motorcycles approaching from afar. Though the exhaust had been deliberately slowed and muffled, in the silent night it still carried far. My eyes snapped open in an instant, and from the window I saw, my eyes narrowing. This bunch was heading toward the cafe, and they were actually carrying shotguns. I immediately stepped back 2 paces, my form melting into the darkness. On the second floor, Yang Shuowu was still asleep, when she suddenly felt something pressing on her and opened her eyes in terror, only to find her mouth covered by a warm, thick palm and me making a shushing gesture before her eyes. Bro, there's a cafe here. Should have some supplies. Sweep it. Take whatever there is. Downstairs, the several motorcycles came to a stop one after another, and the man at the front, leveling a shotgun, scanned around warily and stepped inside first. Someone was just here. He got a clear look at the zombie on the first floor with its skull run through by a pebble, his nerves instantly going taut, and after looking around, he turned his gaze to the second-floor staircase. Behind him, 4 or 5 men in rider gear, helmets on and fully armed, immediately snapped into combat mode, clearly long used to this kind of situation. They drew their weapons one after another. Besides the leader's shotgun, some pulled-out machetes, some raised riot shields gripping electric batons. Looking closely, apart from the machetes, the rest were standard issue for bank cash transport guards, clearly gathered along the way. The leading man walked up to the second floor step by step. The second floor was empty and needed little checking. His gaze fell on the storeroom partition in the corner. Zombie or survivor? Don't answer, and I'll shoot. He lowered his voice and drew near, his companions closing in behind him. Not a zombie. The partition door slowly opened, and I walked out. I quickly read the few men's positions, and, without any change in expression, shielded Yang Shuwu behind me, one hand gripping 2 coins. Among these people, only that shotgun posed any threat to me, and a very limited one at that. If it really came to a clash, I could fully activate diamond hardening to take a shot head-on, and what followed would be a one-sided slaughter. Turns out it's just a couple of young-uns. After sizing us up, the few of them all relaxed. The leading man took off his helmet, revealing a square face, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and teased, "You two high schoolers or college students, dating out here?" The few around him burst into laughter, finding my getup all the more amusing. A watch with a handbag, briefs with an apron, really one of a kind. Seeing they showed no malice, I took Yang Shuawu and stepped back half a pace, giving up the storeroom behind me. "There's still some food inside. Take what you need." A flicker of surprise showed in the square-faced man's eyes, and only then did he notice that the young man before him was far too composed. They were a fully armed bunch of outsiders carrying scatterguns, yet this young man's face held not the slightest panic or fear, and he seemed to care nothing for the food. The girl behind him not the least bit afraid either. Like someone who'd weathered great storms meeting a small trouble afterward, utterly unbothered. Good mindset. Interesting. He called his companions to go haul the supplies, not forgetting to instruct. "Only take half. Leave them half." But I said plainly, "We don't need it. You can take it all." The few hauling things all blanked for a moment. Were these 2 young'uns truly unbothered, or cowed and trying to curry favor? Yet however you looked at it, they didn't seem afraid of them. "We'll be leaving at daybreak too, so we don't need this," I added. Squareface sized me up anew, feeling more and more that I was no simple matter, and asked curiously, "Where are you headed?" "Back to camp," I said calmly, but my eyes were quietly watching the few of them. If the other party had any crooked ideas, I could act at any moment. Hearing camp, the group blanked for a moment, exchanged a glance, and all laughed. So these 2 young-uns had snuck out. With a look at the barefoot Yang Shuwu and me in nothing but briefs, they gave a heh-heh laugh, taking us for a young couple who'd snuck out to taste forbidden fruit. Squareface wore the look of someone who'd been there. "Where's your camp?" "At daybreak, we'll drop you back on our way." A companion beside him teased, "Our big bro Zhang hangs a tier 2 evolver, awakened a C-rank talent. Free bodyguards for you too. What luck." I thought it over. I really hadn't sensed malice from these few, and even if they had crooked ideas, I wasn't afraid. I glanced back at Yang Shuawu with her sprained ankle and nodded. "Thanks then. All right. Everyone rest 2 hours." We set off again past 5. Zhang Heng gave the order, then went and sat off to one side, eating a few bites of food on his own. The rest all consciously kept away from Yang Shuawu, not even sparing her a second glance. That gave me a good impression of this survival squad. 3 hours passed in a flash. As dawn broke at the horizon, Zhang Heng and the others packed up and mounted their motorcycles. There were 7 of them and 6 bikes in all, and they put Yang Shuwu and me on 2 bikes in the middle of the formation. After being told the name of the villa complex, the convoy charged straight out from the park. Yeehaw! A man nicknamed Monkey, pulling me along, gave a strange cry and twisted the throttle tight. "Holy crap, your camp's this far? How'd you two get out here? After the convoy ran 5 or 6 minutes and crossed 7th Street straight, Monkey realized something was off. I hadn't expected my own mad sprint of over half an hour to have covered this much distance. The motorcycle's roar carried far on the early morning streets, drawing in the wandering zombies all around, which converged like a tide. Luckily, the bikes were nimble, and this bunch were superb riders, threading among the abandoned vehicles, sometimes riding up onto sidewalks or even tearing down vehicle ramps, shaking the zombies off one after another. Thrilling. Monkey gave a heh-heh laugh. But the next instant, the companion clearing the way up front was sent flying, bike and all, his body cut clean in two at the waist by a car door that came hurtling in. Screech. The riders behind clamped their brakes one after another, drift sliding to a stop. Old son, Monkey cried out, looking at the companion left with only half a body, his eyes under his helmet full of fury. I narrowed my eyes and turned to look. Not far off, atop a large truck, a bald zombie over 2 meters in size. Its whole body skin a black metallic texture, both arms gripping a thick chain, was staring hard at the group. In the surrounding traffic, 30 or 40 ordinary zombies were sprinting this way too. This is a tier 3 zombie, right? Monkey, full of fury just a moment ago, couldn't keep his voice from trembling. Pull back, fast, pull back east. Zhang Heng made the call on the spot and shouted. Monkey fumbled to restart the ignition, wanting to twist the throttle and flee, but then he saw Zhang Heng hop off his bike, reloading his shotgun. He meant to stay behind and intercept that tier 3 zombie to buy everyone time. Monkey rode up beside him. Boss, what are you doing? Run. Zhang Heng turned and cursed. Get the hell out. Don't waste time. Monkey just hopped off his bike too. Bro, if you're not going, then neither am I. I owe you my life. A couple extra days lived is worth it. Damn it, you dumbass. Zhang Heng gave him a look of exasperated affection, then laughed again. Having a brother willing to live and die together like this really wasn't bad. Sitting on the back seat, I watched the 2 brothers get all sentimental while completely ignoring me, and gave a helpless shake of my head. I was still on the back seat here. Need any help? Monkey turned and gave a soft, scoffing laugh, not expecting this little fellow to have some loyalty in him, and waved a hand. You? Forget it. Not getting in the way would be good enough. Hurry and ride off after your little girlfriend. With that, he pulled out his machete to brace for battle. By now, the 30 or 40 zombies had charged up close. Zhang Heng squeezed the trigger, blasting the heads off the 2 zombies in front of him, cleanly chambered another round and fired again. Monkey swung his arms and hacked wildly with the machete, utterly unafraid of the claws thanks to the protection of his rider gear and helmet. But he held out only a few seconds before 2 zombies tackled him to the ground, where he thrashed madly. Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he activated his talent. The shadow beneath him suddenly stood upright, congealing into a solid black shadow entity, separating from his body to rush over beside Monkey and kicking away the 2 zombies pinning him. A shadow? Interesting. I gave Zhang Heng another look. This big bro hadn't earned his place for nothing. He really stepped up when it counted, and his ability was solid too. I said again to the risen Monkey, how about you let me handle it? Monkey blanked, and while swinging his blade snatched a moment to look back. Why the hell haven't you left yet? You think you're tier 3 or something? Hurry up and run for it. Don't go throwing your life away for nothing. Just then, the tier 3 zombie atop the large truck in the distance moved. It abruptly sprinted forward, every step stomping a deep dent into the cargo box. The thick chain in its hands swung up with terrifying force. Zhang Heng's expression changed in alarm. He knew well how terrifying a tier 3 zombie was. They'd run into one yesterday, and a single encounter had killed 3 of his brothers. The riding squad whittled from 15 down to 7 in the end. This one before them looked even fiercer than yesterday's. To hell with it. Every second he could stall was a second. He gritted his teeth and recalled the shadow clone before him to meet the enemy. Whoosh. The tier 3 zombie abruptly let go, the spinning iron chain flying from its grip, smashing toward Zhang Heng amid the horde with a gust of force. The high-speed spinning chain had immense impact. 2 zombies were swept up and flung outright, their brains bursting. The chain, its force only slightly lessened, kept smashing toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng activated his spirit power with everything he had, controlling the shadow clone to block before him. Thud. The shadow held out only a second before being torn to pieces, but it was precisely its blocking that ground away 90% of the chain's impact.